Just
So
like normal.
we're just us for the first 30 minutes, and then here we are. Welcome to the world's it was the world's first last year, so it's the second annual original 24-hour live stream. So how are you, Richard?
Very well, my man, you?
Yeah, you're nice and loud and clear. I wonder if that'll be the case this time tomorrow when we're just finishing.
Not a chance.
Oh, well, we never know. I mean, there's tons of comments, and it's really great. So, Ribeye Rob, thank you for the super chat. So, we'll do a little bit of housekeeping. So, thank you. Yeah, super chats are really helpful to keep us going because obviously we're giving up 24 hours of our time. I know we go on about that, but it's 8 o'clock in the morning here, and we're going to do this for 24 hours. We've got some great guests coming up. So, every little bit of motivation that you can give us is really helpful. And it's really nice to see over 130 people logged in from around the world, and I'm assuming a lot in the UK. So we will see some big guests coming on. But I mean, firstly, Richard, what do you think of your year since we did this last year? Has there been any big changes, any improvements?
Wow, a year has gone incredibly quickly. It only feels like yesterday I was doing this. in a different location, might I add. So this time last year, I was still operating from the high street store that we had. And now I'm in a nice cozy office. I've got a window right next to me, which I didn't have in the shop. But unfortunately, for filming purposes, the blinds are down and the blackout blinds are over. So I'm the only downside to this now for me is 24 hours of lack of sunlight. But I get you for company and all of our fantastic guests. So I'm super looking forward.
Yeah, and strangely enough, it is the same building for me, but a different location. And same thing, people might have noticed before, I didn't have a window, but I now have a window. The thing is, the sunlight thing is really important, and it's vital to have that connection with the outdoors. And obviously, opening the window helps. I'm going to check in the notes if there's any questions, but I would say my year's been really interesting. I'm going to thank people for subscribing. I've got up to 25,000 subscribers. I think you've gone past 10K, Richard, haven't you?
I have not. I'm
trailing. Not yet, right.
I'm trailing.
There's our goal. By the end of the 24 hours, can we get Richard into the into the double figures? Like, so 10K would be really great. But last year, if I remember rightly, I mean, I think you were like 2,500. So you're quite new.
This time last year, I had less than 1,000 subs on YouTube. And we had the mission to get me over a 1,000 mark. And we did. I achieved my first 1,000 exactly 12 months ago. So let's see if we can 10 times that figure and get to 10,000. But yeah, we're at 9,100 and something. So it's a big ask, but we are going out to some big audiences all over the world. So who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Right. I've got a question that we're going to put up because I think it's pertinent. Deborah posted this at 7:30 in the morning, so half an hour ago in the UK. Deborah's asking, why am I struggling to sleep on Carnival?
Yeah, there could be a number of reasons. Look, there's a lot of adaptation processes going on when we gravitate into a carnivore-based lifestyle. And I think sometimes we see these success stories of people who have had these miraculous changes. And they're not miraculous. It's biology, and it's all explained when we look into the information. But some people seem to achieve these things incredibly quickly. But the reality is, these adaptations take a long time. We're coming from a lifetime of abuse. What a better term. And suddenly we expect everything just to fall into place with a click of the fingers. But it does take time. So that's the first thing, and it can take a long time. But the biggest reason, or the two biggest reasons in my experience why someone would struggle with sleep on a carnivore lifestyle is hypoglycemia. Try eating something small before bed. It doesn't have to be sugar. It doesn't. So what people will quite often report is if they eat carb before they go to bed, they'll sleep. It's not the fact that it's carbohydrate. It's the fact that you just need something in there to elicit a small insulin response. and a small bolus of protein will elicit that response. It doesn't have to be a big meal, just enough, and it doesn't have to be directly before you go to bed either, just close enough to elicit that response to allow you to sleep. The other could be an electrolyte imbalance. When we gravitate into the lifestyle, there's a big shift in change in regards to electrolyte balance. Sodium in particular is lost in the early stages. Then we're told to add things like pink Himalayan and Celtic sea salt, and Celtic sea salt is by far better than pink Himalayan, by the way. And we can get into that, I'm sure, over the 24 hours. We've got plenty of time for my my wobblings. But there's an electrolyte imbalance, so we overcompensate, or not overcompensate, but we compensate by adding in sodium. Excess sodium then depletes potassium. So now we have an electrolyte imbalance. We quite often take other supplements, maybe calcium, or consume products that are high in calcium, and this offsets magnesium. So it could be an electrolyte imbalance also.
Yeah, it's a good answer. I mean, there's so many variables to this as well, because one of the things, when I did my bloods and when we were doing the private blood test for over 10 years, one of the things you can do is you can look at levels at a cellular level of tryptophan. And tryptophan and all the other amino acids compete with each other, and you can deplete tryptophan in cells by introducing more amino acids. So the more amino acids, especially leucine, which is one we talk about in other factors, will deplete tryptophan into the cells. So I'm not saying tryptophan is the thing that makes you sleepy, but it's a precursor for things like melatonin, serotonin, and it does have an effect. And this is why I personally think one of the reasons Rich eating late at night helps him sleep is because he's got a perfect balance of amino acids. That's one of the things. And you need to not overconsume or underconsume, and it's just getting the fine balance. So that's going back to the adaptation. And you can look this up. You can look at tryptophan depletion in cells, and the method they use is actually by introducing more amino acids in different quantities, especially leucine. And if you have a huge quantity of leucine, for instance, then it will reduce the tryptophan in the cells. The other reason why carb tends to work before going to sleep, it isn't the carbohydrates, it's that little boost of insulin, which is, again, you know, what Rich was saying there. If you eat anything, you will boost a little bit of insulin. So there's many different factors. It could be stress, it could be your environment. I mean, obviously, I went to bed last night and I was thinking, wow, you know, I've got 24 hours to do tomorrow, and I've got to listen to Richard for 24 hours. So, you know, wow, big stress. And we've got all these questions which we don't know are going to come up. So, you know, we've got to be on our toes for 24 hours. So did I sleep all right? I slept okay, but I had two dreams where, you know, Jane said I was tossing and turning, and both of those were to do with being a bit stressed about something that I've got to do for a period of time. So if anyone's out there and into dream analysis, I dreamt that I was a taxi driver in the middle of Europe and had to start at 4 p.m. in the afternoon when it was really, really busy, which is totally nothing to do with my past whatsoever. And the second one was I was trying to get a plane, and it was really critical that I got my tickets to get home. I'd got out there. The whole dream was it was fine at the beginning, but by the end, I really had to get home, and I couldn't get the tickets because the two people that were serving me decided they had to go off and check something. 20 minutes I was at the desk, all frantic, and then some blokes came back and said, oh, they're in the cafeteria, they're having their coffee. Right, I'm in the middle of getting my tickets. So I woke up quite stressed, and even just talking about it is quite funny. I don't have that sort of dream very often, so I'm assuming that's something to do with the 24 hours. So
yeah, I didn't sleep much.
Yeah, sleep has many factors.
I had a nightmare myself that I was late for this, and I had woken up at 10:30, and you were stressing, and I was rushing in. But yeah, it's strange dream. But coming back to
I dreamt you got here at 10:30 as well.
Sounds about right. It's funny that you mentioned tryptophan there also, because tryptophan, which is a neurotransmitter and a precursor for serotonin and melatonin, tryptophan is activated when we consume sugar or carbohydrate. So when we consume sugar, because of insulin is elevated, and insulin drives or pulls all of the amino acids out of the blood except for tryptophan, leaving tryptophan available for synthesis. So just another factor there in regards to why the effect of insulin or carb may seem to elicit that response. But there's consistency is key. Just stick with it. There's a few little hints and tips there. I'm sure that everything will come to fruition. Just stick with it.
Okay, just a little bit of again housekeeping, which is really nice. Dale has become a new YouTube member, so that's great. Let's do Ribeye Rob is good morning, Stephen. Let's get this party started. Of course, I know Ribeye Rob knows you as well, Rich.
He does.
We have Keith Slurp giving us $5, which is fantastic. And the super chats can also get your question bumped up to the top. We will remind you that we're not doctors. All of our information is exactly that information, so you can go and do further research. We can't prescribe or de-prescribe any medications. It's always good to work with your doctor if you can, because they know your medical history left, right and center. In saying that, we can also tell you things that maybe your doctors don't know, so you can then go back armed with a bit more information. So here we go. A 51-year-old male stopped TRT 2 years ago. Carnivore diet since January. Recent labs. Total testosterone 896. Free T 5.2. Sex hormone binding globulin 84. How can I increase free testosterone while maintaining a meat-only diet? Supplements? ?
So this is quite common on a carnivore lifestyle. I had a similar conversation with a client of mine recently, Yari, whose testosterone is incredibly high. SHBG, sex hormone binding globulin, also very high. Look, it comes back to this is very much an individual thing, and Stephen, being the expert on bloods, can really go into this. But the ranges that we're given are for an average person, and we're not average. We're extraordinary, if you like. Our ranges are going to be differently. And when I look at my ranges in the beginning, the early days, my testosterone in particular increased for a number of years. Then it sort of tanked. And now it's starting to increase again. But not once during that time did I notice an inability to build muscle, or did I have a loss of energy. And I think the reason for this is the body becomes more efficient in the same way as it does with insulin. As we gravitate into a ketogenic carnivore lifestyle, we don't become insulin resistant. We become more insulin sensitive, but there's less insulin required to carry out said work, for example. So even though the free T is low, is it affecting your mood? Is it affecting your energy? Is it affecting your ability to grow muscle? And we know one of our guests who is coming on today, the incredible Sean Baker, has low testosterone, yet he clearly doesn't have a problem building muscle. So this is very much an individual thing there. Zinc is very important. Zinc and choline, very important. All of which we can get from an animal-based diet in particular. But Steve, have you got any other thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. The first thing is, you've got to look at symptoms, because the big thing about bloods is it's not about the numbers. It's not about that at all. It's about the person. As you've rightly said as well, don't forget all the ranges are based on people eating like a 60% carbohydrate diet, which we're not doing. Thirdly, when you're doing these measurements, and I touched on it briefly there with the tryptophan, what gets into your cells and what's in your blood, two different things, and sometimes it's what's in the cells that are important. So this way of eating, if you've got less inflammation, then most of the things that are going around in your serum are going to have entry into the cells a lot easier, so you don't need so much. And that's true of a lot of things, like, for instance, vitamin C, we need less because it doesn't compete with glucose. We need less T3, for instance, because there's no need to move pyruvate across the mitochondrial membrane to produce energy, because we're getting energy from fats. So when you talk about low free T3, I mean, firstly, what is it? I mean, it's the active form of testosterone. It's not bound to proteins. It's not bound to the sex hormone binding globulin, which is why I've read that full thing out, or albumin in the blood. It's only 2%. of your total testosterone. So, it's not such a big marker. It's 98% is bound to proteins, and they're bound to proteins for a reason, for transport and other things. So I'm not overly bothered when somebody says to me that they feel great. Certainly, we've been carnivore since January, which is still early days. I mean, I was very lucky because I was low carb for 3 years, 2 years keto, and then I went carnivore. And my keto time actually was very close to carnivore the more I got to the end of it. So at age 55, which was over 5 years ago, I decided to do a 30-day challenge and become carnivore. Well, my testosterone, because I was, doing the bloods as well, I was lucky enough to be able to get the bloods done. Within 3 months, it had gone up 30%. My testosterone on carnivore. So I was very lucky. But was it what was happening before? Obviously, there's loads of ways to look at increasing it if you really need to. But are you obese? Are you having those symptoms that Rich mentioned there? Are you fatigued? Is there an actual problem? Do you have low libido? Do you have sexual, erectile dysfunction? Are you depressed all the time? If none of those things apply, then I wouldn't actually worry about the number. And I think this is going to be echoed throughout the whole 24 hours when people talk about bloods. I know, I did over a decade of private blood tests, and I'm a qualified phlebotomist, so I get a lot of questions, and I'm totally fine with that. But I do feel, I repeat myself a little bit, that you've got to look at the presentation, the symptoms, the clinical presentation, much more important than the numbers, because the numbers in the optimal ranges don't reflect this way of eating in many, many instances. But obviously, if you have low free testosterone, it's normally associated with excess body fat. You're not doing resistance training. So obviously do the flip of that, do some resistance training if you want to increase it. Make sure you get enough sleep, manage your stress, and make sure you eat enough. And of course, Rich, as always, with the macronutrients and the micronutrients, zinc is really important, and vitamin D. So all fabulous information. I hope that was good. If you still want more information, you can book either myself or Richard for a private consultation. So did you want to add any further on that, Richard, while I get to the next question?
No, I think we've covered that. But as you say, zinc and vitamin D, super important. Super important.
Yeah. So I've got Once a Week Man telling me that he's doing some stretching in preparation for this event. So let's have a look. Have you seen any questions that you thought were particularly good?
I haven't looked at the comments yet. Let's have a quick look.
Oh, here's a long-winded rant here, apparently. Oh, yes. Because they said, I've been strict carnivore. This is before this apology. I've been strict carnivore for about 4 weeks. Although I started in April, been a little yo-yo, down about 5K and 5 centimeters off the gut. I have PTSD and depression, although improving. Well, I don't think that's a rant. I'm missing my gallbladder, they say. Will high fat impact there? Sleep is still a little bit, still as little as weaning off some meds. So missing the gallbladder, that's a common question. Will high fat impact that?
Yeah, so look, it doesn't mean that we can't live a ketogenic or carnivore-based lifestyle. The liver will upregulate its ability to create the bile anyway. But what I would recommend is less fat in the meals and more frequent meals. Gravitate over time. Don't go consuming too much fat. And that goes for anybody gravitating into the lifestyle also, because what happens is we consume a high bolus of fat that we're not used to, and bile is produced to emulsify the proteins and the fats, but the small intestine isn't used to reabsorbing, and that's what the small intestine does to the bile, and it ends up in the colon, which leads to toilet problems. So that's across the board. Gravitate slowly with the fats, but particularly if you have a missing gallbladder. So reduce the fats in your meal and try to eat smaller meals more frequently.
Oh, cool. Yes, and I think that comes up all the time, doesn't it? The thing about the gallbladder, and definitely you can adapt. It isn't things that are going to stop you. Small frequency, more frequency of meals and smaller meals. So the next question, let's have a look. Comment, Carlston here. Rich and Stephen show what's possible on carnivore. with this 24 hours. Impressive. Thank you very much. We haven't done it yet. Well, yeah.
I know. I know. Do you know the first one last year, Steve? We did the first one, and you know, sometimes when you do something for the first time, you don't realize, you know, how difficult it's going to be. And I think we did very well, but the last couple of hours we started to flail ever so slightly. Especially, you know, you were standing up for almost the full 24-hour, I believe, wasn't it? You know, which I can see you started again. But this time, remembering everything that we went through, this one seems a little bit more scary. So lots of support required. It does, yeah, it does for some reason. But I'll tell you why also. I was a big coffee drinker back last year, so I had a crutch. Caffeine, as you know, blocks the adenosine receptor, blocks our body's ability to tell us that we're tired. So this helped me massively last year, and I am now coffee free. So what I'm drinking here now is my electrolytes. So no coffee. So yeah, this is new territory for me. Support required.
Well, I think one of the things people like about us is we're honest and we don't pretend that we are something but we're not. If we go off track, then we'll mention it. And if we artificially stimulate ourselves with coffee, I mean, both of us have actually said we've been wrong, actually, about coffee, because I was quite blasé about it, because there were people that I've coached and myself not having any issues with coffee. And then once I ramped up my five-a-side soccer, yes, at age 60, I was still playing football, and I added in a couple of extra sessions, which was coaching, because I'm a consumer as well as a coach. So I did some football coaching. I noticed that I was getting pain in my knees and in my feet, actually, and I thought my football boots were too small. Now, the reason I mention that is because as soon as I took even the Swiss Water decaf coffee out of my diet, my boots were not too small. So that shows there was some inflammation in my feet I didn't even know I was aware of. And I think taking out the coffee, even Swiss Water decaf, so it's even decaffeinated, has made a difference to me. I have less aches and pains after training. I do think you're right, Richard, that it's an cumulative effect of the acrylamides. I absolutely agree with that, because I had no caffeine, and I had the best thing you can have. The Swiss Water process is the best way of getting the caffeine out, and I still had a problem. And I have experimented with reincorporating it. The pains come back, taking it out, pains go away. So it's pretty nailed on that it isn't any other thing. It's definitely the fact that I've taken the coffee out.
Yeah, and
or the caffeine. Not the caffeine. I want to make that clear. It was Swiss Water decaf. Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
And I think your coffee was mycotoxin free also. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, so absolutely. Yeah.
The same effects from acrylamide can be seen through mycotoxin. So it can't be the mycotoxin with you. So it must therefore be the acrylamide. And we can get into what acrylamide is a little bit later if you like, or we can do it now. It's up to you. But it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing, no. Just for people to know that 8:30 we've got the Kent Carnivore coming on. I was born in Kent, as it's Lee Copus, and if you don't know him, he's fantastic. And we'll be talking about why he went carnivore and all of his things. So I'm going through the chat here, just making sure we haven't missed too much. Now, this is one of the big changes as well, because last year we were struggling for comments, and this year we literally have hundreds. So
fantastic.
Right, here's an interesting one, because Diane is saying, how on earth have I put weight on? The scales have gone up. I'm strict carnivore. Now, I've tidied my room, so I haven't got my props close to hand, but I'll get my props. because fat, that amount of fat weighs the same as that amount of muscle. So if you're confused about putting on weight on the scales, it could be because actually, you've gained some muscle, but you won't look all blobby and fat like when you're on high carb. You might look actually better with a little bit of extra weight. You could be doing the wrong things. You could be over-consuming water. You could have an electrolyte imbalance. You could be having too much fat for you. You could be eating too much, You could be eating at the wrong frequency. Too late at night for you. This is one of the things, we all have these haplotypes, which is about, you know, where we were born or where our ancestors were born. We do have different physiology. Some of us really thrive on skipping breakfast. Some of us really need to have breakfast in the morning. So if there's an influence out there saying this is the thing to do, right, it's the thing to do for them and most of the people they coach, but it doesn't mean it's the thing to do for everybody. So if Rich and I decided we wanted to make, we wanted to be minted, all right, we would stop talking about carnivore, and we would do a very broad brush approach, and we would do something that we probably was okay with, we weren't 100% with, but what am I talking about? So we would go totally low carb, or we would go the other way, go high carb, and we would sell stuff that would make us a lot of money but not get you very fit. Whereas we try to be very nuanced, spend the time with you, and actually talk about what's interesting for you as a person. So Diane, I would, if it's really worrying you, I would do coaching. But if it isn't, you could become part of our school community, for instance. There'll be a link in the chat for that. It's $4 a month. So over the year, that works out less than $1 a week. And you can join 400 plus people, members, all with questions like this. And we can give you lots of advice. There's loads of free courses. There's loads of information and loads of answers already online to these sort of questions. We've got free ebooks and everything like that. So there'll be a link in the chat for that. But if the weight goes up, all of those things are possible. Overeating is possible on this. It's unlikely and it is difficult, but it can be that particular problem. It can be the macros are not quite right. Definitely. You could, if you're eating high fat, reduce the fat and go to 1-to-1 by weight. You could even go higher protein and lower fat and just see if that works. But give everything a chance, like 6 weeks. So hopefully, Diane, that has helped you there. Right. Let's have a look at the next one. I am going through all these questions. Right, so somebody is asking, right, wait, is everyone doing a 24-hour stream right now? Kent Carnivore is doing one too. I'm confused. Right, okay, how it works is we are not protective. We are very much, you know, if people are going to be our guests, then we can give them the keys to the kingdom. They can do it to their own channel. So although I set this StreamYard link up for me, Richard has his own one, and Lee has his own one, and Jonathan's got his own one, and Chafee's got his own one, but it all originates from here. But the good thing is, you see, because many more people have subscribed to Anthony Chafee's YouTube than ours, he will do it directly to his channel because he's got all these people that haven't bothered to subscribe to Rich and myself because, you know, we're in the UK and they're quite happy just subscribing to Anthony. So that's how that's working for those that are confused. Lee should be popping into the studio any moment at 8:30. I thought he might be in a little bit early, but there you go. He hasn't come. So last year, to my eternal shame, when I look at the playbacks, I was a bit disconnected as I am now because there's so much going on, so many comments, so many guests we've got to get in. So if I miss one of your questions or comments, I do apologize. And as if by magic, and early as you like, he's sitting there looking wonderful in the full glow of the wonderful Kent sunshine. Here he is, Lee.
Oh, how you doing?
How are we doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just lucky that I get the freshest Richard and Stephen.
I don't know about that. I haven't quite woken up yet.
I suppose, yeah, it depends how you night was, I suppose. Yeah, good times.
It's going to be great. So I want to ask you, Lee, if you don't mind, just for those that don't know you, if you could give us a little potted history of why you are so famous now.
I'm the poop guy. No one calls me that, but yeah. So I've wound up with an ostomy bag. That's probably what I'm most well known for. But the reason why I went carnivore was to address my depression, which was a consequence of having a bag, basically. So if I go back to 2012, when I was first diagnosed with my first health problem, and that turned out to be ulcerative colitis. So an inflammatory bowel disease, much like Crohn's, except for it exclusively affects the colon. And so, nasty symptoms at first. It was quite mild, but, typical things like blood when you go to the toilet, which was a little bit of a shock, obviously. And that's the reason why I went and saw the doctor and went about getting my diagnosis. And so this was all in 2012, and I wasn't taking medications until 2014. So, started to take steroids as things got a little bit worse. I was told to eat more fiber, whole grains, vegetables, fruits, and this kind of thing, as well as taking these medications. And 3 years later, I wound up in hospital on my worst flare yet. It was just so bad. I was going to the toilet sort of 30 times a day, which was just exhausting. And I felt like there was no going back. There was something about this flare that was just so bad. I knew that something had to change, that most likely I was heading for surgery. But, when I was in the hospital, they tried their best to avoid that. And so they were keeping me on steroids to keep the inflammation down and trialing me on immune suppressants and things like that, which didn't work. I think it was about 50-50 that I was going to get myself in remission and go home with my colon and then be on like sort of strong medications for life kind of thing. But yeah, it didn't work. They kept me on the drugs for a couple of days longer than they said that they should anyway. And so the very next morning, I ended up having the surgery. They took my whole colon out, so I don't have any part of the colon. So the last part of my digestive tract is the ileum, hence the ileostomy surgery. And so I basically have all my digestive tract intact all the way down to the last part, the small intestine. And so it wasn't until I got home actually that the depression hit me, and it was pretty quick, honestly. I went back to my parents' house for obvious reasons. They could sort of help and take care if I wasn't able to do things. And I woke up the first morning and they had all gone to work and it was just quite quiet. And I realized that I wasn't really happy with what happened. It was kind of like it happened really fast. When I was in the hospital, I felt okay. I felt like I was in the right place. I didn't feel so strange. But the moment I returned back to a familiar place, it was quite obvious, I wasn't really happy with things, the way it felt, the way it looked. Having this bag now fashioned to my stomach, which I had to take everywhere I went, and it caused problems with sleep. It was a bit restricted, so I felt like I was kind of stuck on my back for a bit. And that also didn't help, that's going to exacerbate my depression, not being able to sleep and this kind of stuff. So it was just this vicious loop. And I was looking for answers, I eventually went back to work and got back to my life. Probably fooled a lot of people, putting on smiles and acting like I was okay. But deep down, I was just falling pretty fast and deep, and constantly living my life in my head, putting myself down, finding any excuse not to go out. And, I was single at the time and I was just kind of worried about the outcome really of my future, and felt like I was going to be alone. It was just very gloomy. And this is how I felt. And actually, I reached out to my GP again to address my depression. And it wasn't until I basically went through a service where I called a number and they were helping me refine how to treat my depression. And so they were kind of like getting me on file and getting things going. And I was anticipating this secondary call. And this call never came. For the first few days, I felt pretty good because just getting stuff off my chest and feeling like I was getting the ball rolling. But they never called, and it wasn't until about a week I thought, I'm not sure that they're going to get back to me, And for whatever reason, I didn't get the ball rolling again. I decided just to perhaps sit back and maybe wait for something else, another idea. And it wasn't until I was sitting there just to my right watching YouTube on the TV, and Michaela Peterson's anecdote came up, the low carb down under one, where it's don't eat this, I think it's called. I watched that and that was enough for me. I was convinced, like, okay, this is potentially my opportunity to fix myself, because she also had autoimmune conditions and she was severely depressed. And the fact that she's standing there on the stage, glowing with health, talking about how she's ameliorated all these symptoms, I thought, what have I got to lose? And so I talked to my partner Lucy, and the next day we went to the store and jumped straight into BBBE together. She was just being supportive. And first 2 weeks were a bit rough because of energy, and I was very used to a carb heavy diet and not getting a lot of animal fats. And so this adjustment was pretty extreme. So it was going to take some time. But those first 2 weeks felt like a long time. And I was really waiting every day. I was like, I don't feel any different. I don't feel any different. And then all of a sudden, at 3 weeks, it's like it all just fell into place all at once. Went to work in the morning, and I felt like I had so much energy just out of nowhere. I was just running on energy. It was like amazing, no crashing. I wasn't thinking about food. I realized I was smiling, and I had all this energy walking around, just feeling good about the day, And then I realized, like, I'm not depressed. I feel really good. Pulled over in my van and just recorded my testimony because it was just so profound. And since that day, in like day 21, I haven't had any symptoms of depression. Even on a bad day when everything's going wrong, I don't feel really down and gloomy. I'm not like so deep, and it's not dark for me anymore. Like I can cope and handle situations. I'm less reactive. I seem to just be a little bit more stable, and I'm happy. I feel good. And I just want to share this way of life. I want to help other people to treat their depression, their IBD, because ironically, I've come to realize that this diet that ameliorated my depression would have also been the diet that would have given me the best chance to get out of trouble, get in remission, maybe come off meds, and certainly avoid these big surgeries where I've lost a large organ in my body. And I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a good time, and it affects everything because you can't, wherever I go, the bag goes. And it's kind of like, it became my new boss for a long time, can I go for a walk? Can I go to sleep? Is it a good time? And so it's a very strange thing, actually, especially when it hits you overnight. When you, in the beginning, I embraced it because I was so ill. I felt so poisoned almost. I was just like, please just take it out. Just get rid of it, but it's crazy. Like once you come to, and then you're in this situation, it's almost like, oh man, I wish I could have gone back and done things right, because the medications, their advice didn't help me, didn't serve me whatsoever. If anything, it was the complete opposite of what I should have done. And it was the opposite of what they should have told me. It was poor advice. And I'm coming to realize more and more, we've been lied to about so much, but these doctors, a lot of them, they're innocent, but it's this confirmation bias, and as Ken Berry would say, the echo of the lie. So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons I like having you around is, firstly, you're very concise, full of information. That's greatly, and secondly, there's no malice in what you say. You're just repeating what actually happened to you, and you're just echoing. Use that word again. What many people who come to us say, they feel not listened to. It doesn't make sense what they're being told to do. I've got somebody who very kindly signed up for a drug trial, didn't tell me because they thought I would be a little bit anti it. Well, let's just say all your chickens always come home to roost. So anyway, this person had got over cancer and was doing really well and very fit and healthy and was able to walk up the stairs and all this sort of stuff. But deep in their brain, they still believed in doctors more than anything else.
yeah.
And they were talked into trying a medication because they had one side effect left from their chemotherapy. No other side effects. It was quite a small side effect. And they said, oh, we're doing a drug trial actually for that side effect. So here we are. We're looking at a drug or a therapy that's caused a side effect, and they're now looking at another medication to cause to try and get rid of the side effect caused by chemotherapy. But the point I'm making is they didn't want to tell me that they were doing the drug trial. I didn't know they were doing a drug trial, and 6 months ago they started, and 6 months ago I started to notice a deterioration, and it was really noticeable, and that's why I'm always banging on about clinical presentation. And there were people monitoring, obviously, because it's a drug trial, and they were having some really bad symptoms. And it got to the point just last week where I just had to be really blunt and said, look, I know you're doing something, and I know you're a really nice person. So there's a reason why you're not telling me what you're doing. So they confessed to doing this drug trial. And I just said, so all these symptoms that you've been asking me about, which don't seem to make any sense. The only thing that makes sense is the drug you're taking, this experimental drug. And they were like, yeah, I think so. Now, to me, that made me quite cross, because I would have taken that person out of that trial within 6 weeks, because the symptoms, they went from not having any problems walking up and down stairs, for instance, to not even being able to get upstairs within 6 weeks. So these aren't small symptoms. Constant pains in the chest area, which to me is such a big flag you would not believe.
Yeah.
So I think we have to start listening to our own bodies. And even if you've got an expert saying something and they're very convincing, if you've got a problem, you've got to dig your heels and say, yeah, I hear what you're saying and I appreciate everything, but it doesn't make any sense for me. And I think that's sort of a summary of what comes across when I listen to your videos, is how you were confused by it all, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing, is especially when you're diagnosed with something and it gives you a bit of a shock, you worry. And so and certainly back then, I was quite blue pilled. I didn't really question things too much. And I think that we trust those professionals. When we're in trouble, we're a little bit scared, and we want to do right by ourselves, but we end up listening to people that have absorbed the wrong information, and they aren't qualified to give you meaningful advice, because they're often just giving you a drug, a magic pill that only, obviously suppresses your symptoms. And interestingly, when I first started taking these steroids, they're pretty miraculous in the beginning, that the effect that they have while you're on them, at least. That's the thing with steroids. The moment you come off any steroid, those sort of so-called magical effects that they have, they just instantly wear off the moment so you have to continue to take them. Everybody knows that with bodybuilders. The moment you stop taking it, you're not going to maintain that kind of composition of muscle mass. So yeah, it's interesting, because at first I was thinking, this is great, my flares aren't so bad and I can kind of cope a bit better. I can even go to work on a flare, because the frequency of my bowel movements were significantly reduced. But every time I flared, it could be like, because it wasn't that often in the beginning. I think people might not realize that it starts with sort of bouts of diarrhea and blood. But this might last 2-3 weeks, and then you're back to feeling like a normal person. You can just, go out. Nobody knows you've got any problems. I don't know that I've got any problems. There's no pain or even discomfort. But when those flares come on, I remember there was sort of like a funny feeling, almost just coursing through my veins. You don't feel quite right, and your body gives in, and then you flare up. And yeah, they can be quite intense. And these obviously just got worse. And I think that drugs, they can kind of, when you suppress things, they come back with vengeance. And I think your body's almost like trying to fight the drug as well, which is crazy. And then obviously the fiber and the plant proteins, the seed oils, even spicy food, dairy would have maybe caused me issues, and certainly alcohol. I mean, you can't afford to be consuming any of these things when you're suffering that chronically with IBD, And what's amazing is that, considering it's a gut problem, it's right in your digestive tract where food travels through. They didn't even really talk about food other than drink a beer a night, one doctor said, and the other one said increase fiber and take these medications. That's the actual advice that I had. That's what I took away. I can't remember anything else. I think actually the first thing that the first doctor said was, if you think it's bowel cancer, you can forget it. And so it was it's all a bit funny, the attitudes and their advice, because at the time there was these bowel cancer awareness adverts. And I suppose he was getting quite a lot of patients going in and being a bit paranoid, and maybe got a bit fed up and he took it out on me. I don't know. But obviously I was young, and so, yes, it would have been unlikely. But it's not very helpful. And, what did I learn? Doctors are supposed to teach and guide us and be open, but they're very sort of prideful, and they don't like to be wrong. And obviously recently I've had my final surgery, which again wasn't to do with carnivore, just in case anybody's wondering. It's been on the cards for practically 8 years, where they'd left just the little stump that's connecting to the anus. So the rectum and the anus, just 5 centimeters of tissue. And so in my mind, okay, this has to be removed, get it done within 10 years, because that's, to be safe. And it'll be a quick in and out situation, because I've only got to remove 5 centimeters of tissue. Well, this surgery I've just recovered from was bigger than the last. It had sort of other things, other complications, where they deemed it safer to put stents in both my ureters and this kind of stuff. And so it was very invasive, and it was very inflammatory. My body wasn't happy at all. I think the fact that I've been very strict carnivore as well for a long time, well, 2 years now, basically. So close to 2 years before I had the surgery, you almost build up extra sensitivity. So I think if I went in there and had an Ensure shake, and now you're full of all these steroids and all these drugs and the anesthetics, and then you start eating off the menu, I think I would have felt terrible, Lucky for me, obviously, I had my mum, my dad, and Lucy bringing foods and things like that, and Richard, your electrolytes and all that kind of stuff. So proper clean stuff going into my system, and that helped. I recovered very fast, and again, I owe that to carnivore, because last time I was in hospital with a slightly smaller surgery. I know I had my whole colon taken out, but in terms of the scar tissue in terms of what actually went down. It wasn't so inflammatory. And I was in hospital for 12 days, and it took me about 4 days to walk, and I wasn't eating until about 6-7 days, where this time I walked 20 hours after my surgery. I was eating about 2 days later. I went home in 2 days less time. And as soon as I came home and everything was removed, all the medications came out, everything, it's like I just recovered like that. And I was actually back at work cleaning windows 5 weeks and 3 days, or 5 weeks and 4 days after my surgery, which is crazy, really. You know, that wouldn't have happened last time. And I can only really think that carnivore has everything to do with that. You know, all of the foods that I was eating is exactly what I needed to build myself back and allow the skin to heal. I've got a very nice, healthy scar, you know, that healed super quick, and no problems, no infection, no weeping, no anything. So it was just an ordeal that I had to face. And I'm just glad that it's behind me now, so I can kind of move on with my life and close that chapter for good.
Yeah, Lee, thank you so much. I mean, can I just deal with some of the comments in the chat? We are looking at the chat. I am starring all the questions that are due to come up. We do have guests as well, and I want to thank people for the super chat, which, like we say, is really handy. We will get to every question. We've got 24 hours now. One of the things you might have noticed is we don't just glibly go, yeah, that's all right, or we've got a video about that. We try to answer everything. So if you put a question at 8 o'clock and it's still not answered at 8:30, it's not because we've just ignored it. I've got 77 questions already starred to be answered. All right, and we're only 46 minutes into a 24-hour live stream, so we're going to try and get to everything. If we don't get to your question, you can always watch the playback, don't forget. And also, I'll be chunking this into, there's going to be 24 videos at the end of this. There's going to be basically 24 different individual hours, and it'll all be time stamped. So if you put a question on, say, let's say at 8 o'clock, and we haven't answered it by 8:47, and you've got to go, well, you can then find it maybe in the next section or the next section, because it will be out there. So I know a lot of people are looking on other channels like Anthony Chafee's channel. Thank you so much, Anthony. I know you're not there at the moment, but you know, it's great that you're streaming this to all your subscribers, which is really great. So if you've got a question for Anthony Chafee, I'm trying to keep it for when he comes on. So that's that. Sorry to monopolize, Rich. I just want to ask Lee one quick question, and then you can get in and ask him some questions, or if you've seen something in the chat, Lee. But one of the things that's interesting about your journey is you can categorically prove that meat does not rot in your colon. So if you want to just tell me how you can prove that.
Yeah, 100%. So interestingly, when I came out of the hospital and I came home, I was quite, I was looking forward to eating the food that put me there without even thinking about it. I just went back and ate all the same foods. And so for a long time, I was eating pretty much everything. I had curries, burgers and chips. I had salads. I had sort of spag bowls and lasagna, all these kind of cliche dishes that we all eat. And I was noticing for the first time, obviously, as I've got a bag and you've got this little peek window and I empty the bag and things like that. So all of a sudden, I'm seeing the state that food's in by the time it would enter the colon, because as it goes into my bag, that's exactly the point where it would now be entering the colon. So I'm seeing all these different plant materials that are indigested and intact. And the interesting thing, obviously, is where it hasn't reached the colon yet, it's quite liquidy. And so what I see is something completely different to what I, even myself with my colon before, would be able to see if I sort of stopped and look behind and think, oh, right, okay. So everything's totally different. You're seeing what's swimming around in fluid, if that makes sense. And all I could see was like mushrooms and pineapple nuts and seeds and all these different sort of broken up pieces of plant that you could tell what they were because there was chunks of it. You know, you got like broccoli florets and big bits of pineapple and stuff like that. Yet there was no meat, there was no, you know, fish and butter, all that stuff. It doesn't end up in the bag and you can recognize it. It's completely broken down and liquefied sort of thing. And so it's funny, I'd never really questioned all of this stuff until I had the bag. And now I'm back on the standard diet kind of thing. I'm eating a mixture of everything. I'm now noticing all these plant materials in the bag. And so, yeah, and some things are definitely worse than others. And so when I would eat pizza, things like mushroom, onions, pineapple, whatever, these were really, really bad. You know, potato starch is pretty bad, but it's kind of soft like a banana, so it's more pliable. But certain things would give me problems, and the amount of times, you know, I'd have obstructions and like indigestion and blockages and things like that from like mushrooms, mango, pineapple, like cabbage, anything like that. Certainly raw. If you're going to eat like raw vegetables, that's super inflammatory, just because it doesn't break down whatsoever, you know, and it's just this roughage that's going to be traveling through your gut. And obviously now I'm thinking, oh my goodness, you know, where I had my colon, all these problems, these ulcers, all this stuff was like traveling through, probably irritating the hell out of it, which it did. You know, things like nuts and seeds, they almost act like sandpaper because they're really quite rough. You've got like sharp edges and corners that are just probably really irritating my bowel. So no wonder I struggled so much. And certainly when they gave me all this advice, you know, I was eating more of that stuff. I was making sure that my plate was really colourful and it had all these whole plant foods. And so when you're eating whole plant foods, whether you cook them or not, they are a problem and they don't digest. Even the, you know, whether it's soluble or insoluble, it all ends up in the toilet. It really does. And I've seen it. But I've swallowed chunks of meat. And, you know, if you look at a lion, if you look at a dog, when they're eating meat, they've also got very high acidic stomach acid. You know, they're very low pH and very similar to ours. You don't see them sitting around chewing the meat all day long. And again, their stomach acid, it breaks it down entirely, effortlessly. So it's not a problem. But the moment they eat plants, you'll see that. You'll notice that the plants are in the stool. And so if we don't digest fiber and we don't digest even the proteins, those things are not only pointless in you know, in consuming them, because they're not going to offer a benefit, but they actually incur and inflict damage on your gut, and exacerbate. If you've got things like IBD, diverticulitis, IBS, constipation or diarrhea, it can exacerbate your symptoms of these problems. And yeah, I've done experiments over and over again, and there's no way I want to go back to eating plants, because having a bag is like a problem enough without having these plant indigestible portions of the plant struggle, you know, to even come around and out in the bag. And so, yeah, if you wound up with a bag, you know, all the more reason to go carnivore, because it just makes your life easier. You don't have that kind of discomfort all the time where you feel the food struggling as well. So,
Richard?
Yeah, just listening to Lee's story, it's interesting that we have Lee speaking at an event in September, and yourself and myself, which we're going to put a link into the description. But Lee will be there for lots of questions and Q&A. It's going to be a 2-day event specifically towards, you know, the carnivore-based lifestyle. It's going to be an intimate event where all the speakers are there to network and speak with all of the guests and speak about their experiences. So if you want the opportunity to speak with myself, Stephen, or Lee, and many other amazing speakers, there is a link to that in the description on my stream, and I'll pop it into the comments also. But it's an incredible story. It's it baffles me how damaging these products are. People think that we are absolutely mental when we explain to them that all plants contain phytoalexins, plant toxins, some of which, you know, will kill you immediately. And most plants on the planet are poisonous to one species or the other. An animal can fight back or it can run away. Plants are rooted to the ground, so they have these defense chemicals in there. And they do all sorts of things. They cause slow damage, they cause long-term damage, and some of which you can kill you with an incredibly low dose. I'm working on a video, so I have this on my desk. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is a pack of flaxseed. If you were to consume that much flaxseed, you would die. Without question. Flaxseed contains a cyanogenic glycoside called linamarin, which breaks down into cyanide. Yet we consume these products thinking that they're good for us. We add them to our bread or our cereal or our smoothie. But they are toxic. you know. And it's I quite often use the analogy, and I've got a cup here which isn't coffee, by the way, because I have quit coffee. There's nothing in there, but you know, if I was to hand this to you and it was full of rat poison, this is going to kill you dead, would you drink it? You know, the answer is going to be no, you know. But if I was to say, well, I'm going to put this much rat poison in there, but then I'm going to fill the rest of the cup full of vitamins and minerals, and I'm going to add stevia and erythritol or whatever you want, sugar, it could be anything. It's going to be the nicest tasting drink that you've ever tasted, but it does have this much rat poison. But that isn't enough to kill you. That much rat poison won't kill you. Would you drink it? And the answer is still going to be no. Yet, we consume these compounds just because, you know, we use that term, well, the poison's in the dose, you know, and it's just stupid. And this isn't a dig at anyone who is still consuming vegetables, because we're all on an individual journey. It's taken myself an awful long time to gravitate into carnivore. I came into this through ill health also, Stephen, for the same reasons, but I've incremented these changes, you know, and I used to eat lots of vegetables, but they are toxic and they are damaging to the body. And I think your story is an incredible story. You know, it's a shame that you've had to go through all this, but I think that, you know, positives are coming from it because your story is so compelling. Your reach is incredible on YouTube, especially. And I think that the word that you're spreading, you know, is a positive word, and people will listen. The proof's in the pudding, as we say.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's just an incredible story, and it never ceases to amaze me, and shock me every time that you tell it. But no, thank you for sharing.
No worries. Yeah. Can you believe some people will just put that BS? No. Who
I
is
know.
this? I would just make up, you know. I've got a picture of me standing there with a bag, and like, this is just a good old laugh. I thought I'd pop on today and just lie about plants and fiber, and yeah, it's non-essential for a reason. You know, we don't require fiber for that benefit that everybody talks about and feeds the gut. We get the exact same benefit from, and actually better. It's more of a thorough version of that benefit being in ketosis on a carnivore diet. You're not inflaming your cells and your tissues, not irritating your gut, but you are nourishing every colonocyte in your gut with the ketones circulating in your blood, rather than relying on the fiber to come in contact, which also means you're destroying microvilli in your small intestine. It means you're destroying your, you know, wearing away at your gut lining and all this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, it's just not worth it. I don't know why anybody would like to eat all that fiber anyway now, you know, especially when you stop farting and my bag doesn't fill up with air, and that is just convenient, you know.
Yeah, I think I want to show a question here because it's one that comes up, and although it seems an obvious thing to answer, we'll cover it. Caroline's asking, as someone new to carnivore, any advice for having kids age 4, 7, 13 taking part? Is there anything I should be concerned about? I want to flip that after what Lee said, for instance. You know, yeah, there's things to be concerned about in not eating carnivore. I mean, did you do this question? And this is not being horrible to you, Caroline. This is just trying to make people think differently. Do you ever question Pop-Tarts, cereals, you know, food colorings, the amount of sugar and fructose in fruit juice, which is easy for me to say? You know, there's lots of things that you take for granted, like drinking net zero Coke. Well, no one asked questions about that. I literally saw somebody yesterday with a big jug mixing a zero Coke with a protein shake and just saying, you know, there's no extra calories in this. This is fantastic. They were quite big as well. So they didn't look particularly healthy. Well, what you're asking, is there a problem in eating something that humans have eaten for 300,000 years? Is there a problem? You know, Lee's obviously caught some sort of animal, as you can see behind him. He's been hunting. And that's what we did. We've done that for 300,000 years. And when you do stable isotope testing of long bones and teeth are a really good thing from any relic. Any human remains from any continent over any period of time will show you that we've eaten predominantly 80% animal protein and fats, at least 80% for 300,000 years as humans. And all these modern diseases, there's a clue in that phrase, are from modern foods. And fruit is a modern food in the way it is presented now, and how it's been changed to be hardy and sugary and addictive. And same with veg. You know, a lot of veg is just a mixture of one and the other, and it's more hardy and it's sprayed with pesticides. So 4, 7, and 13, should you be concerned about anything? No, nothing at all. I don't see there's any problem with any of the carnivore diet, because it's all whole foods, one ingredient food, however you want to word it. And that's pretty healthy. But I'll let the other guys have a go at this as well.
Yeah. Do you want to jump in?
Well, I mean, I think any carnivore that struggled with their health and finally gone carnivore and sort of found a robust health for the first time in their life, I think hearing this, a lot of us get envious. So, you know, if you've got a child and they haven't been eating carnivore, it's like, oh man, I wish I knew this earlier so I could have stuck my kid on an animal-based diet sooner, you know, and anyone like me, Richard and Stephen, we wished we'd found carnivore much sooner. I wish that my mum and my dad knew what I knew so that I could be carnivore for life. So no, absolutely no issues whatsoever. Your child's going to thrive. The body is designed to, you know, take on all of those nutrients from animal products and animal sources.
Yeah, for sure. And just reiterating what Stephen said, I mean, we can see through nitrogen isotope testing up to 1.5 million years ago through Homo habilis that we were predominantly meat eaters also. But this is an evolutionary appropriate diet. If we look at the cell in the body, 70% of the cell on the average human cell is water. So 70% is taken up with water as far as weight goes. Out of the remaining 30%, 18% of that is protein. Then we have the next highest, which is a lipid, which is around 5. Only 2% of that of the weight of a cell is polysaccharide or sugar. You know, that should tell you everything you need to know. Our bone, for example, is made of protein. It's mineralized protein. It's protein and minerals. Every cell in the body is made of protein and fat. This is how we are designed to live. This is an evolutionary appropriate diet. You know, if any advice for the kids? So, Karen, is it a case of trying to get them to maintain the lifestyle? Because I have a 9-year-old who I wish was carnivore. I do think it's important to give them the choice rather than forcing them into a lifestyle. I do educate her and make sure she understands what real nutrition is. In fact, in school recently, they asked every child in the class which was more nutrient dense, you know, vegetables or animal proteins, and she was the only one that said animal proteins. So super impressed. She knows that the animal proteins are where we get our nutrients from at the age of 9. It doesn't mean that she loves to eat beef with me every day. But what I do, my shop is done in my local butcher. I go to my local butcher and that's it. That's where all of my food comes from. But I take her to Lidl supermarket and I let her buy anything that she wants as long as it's a single ingredient food. So as long as it's a single ingredient food, she can have it. And this includes fruit because I want her just to eat real food first and foremost. But constantly reinforcing the fact that animal proteins are where we get our nutrients from. Vegetables are not as nutrient dense as we're led to believe, and we can get deeper into this, I'm sure, over the next 23 hours, as we do have 23 hours left to go. Jonathan, how we doing, man?
Hey, not bad. You? How's it going? Been following in intently. It's nice to see you all.
Yeah,
you too, man.
Yeah. See, on that screen there, all from the UK, and everyone thinks there's no carnivores. Well, we're monopolizing the screen. And for those that are listening on the audio podcast, Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle, has appeared. He's in the house. So, Lee, do you want to stick around? Are you all right to stay for a bit?
Poke me if you want.
Stick on, Lee. Stick on. Yeah, it's funny. We're actually all from different corners of the country, if you kind of think about it. So we got Richard from Wales, me from, I guess you could say, on the southwest. Lee's a bit more southeast, and Coach Stephen, I guess you can just monopolise the north of England, or the north half. So you're north to me anyway. Yeah. So,
well, Jonathan, I've got a question that I've been saving for you, if you wouldn't mind. I will look at what are you showing on the screen, and let's vocalise it for the audio people.
So for the audio people, this is a keto bomb. It's a raspberry keto bomb, which Richard actually promotes and produces. I do actually use these myself, guys. So I recommend checking them out. So I'm going to be using this straight after this session. It's got caffeine, a few electrolytes, beta-hydroxybutyrate. I'm going to use it before the gym because, I'm going to need the energy today because it's pissing it outside. I'm going to need that sort of like motivation, that mental kind of hit to sort of get me going a bit. So I've been finding it helpful, honestly. So yeah, just thought I'd mention it.
Awesome. Appreciate
Great.
it. I've got some lined up on the desk ready for the next 23 hours.
Well,
That
100
energy for the
milligrams per
brain.
hour.
The good stuff.
And so what's the benefit of having, by the way, for people listening, I'm just being devil's advocate. I know the answer, but we're going to ask questions. So Jonathan, what's the benefit of having caffeine like that rather than in a cup of coffee?
Oh, caffeine itself is just the poison that stimulates us, inhibits the breakdown of, I believe it's adenosine
Triphosphate.
triphosphate. That's the one. That's it. Cheers, Richard. I forgot that. Basically it means that you get more cortisol, more downstream hormones circulating in one period of time. It's useful. It doesn't have the anti-nutrients that are associated with coffee itself, acrylamide, things like that. I'm personally of the opinion it doesn't make a massive difference between coffee and caffeine. I think it's like a very small 5% thing maybe. But I find it tastes nice. It's flavoursome, and I know Richard and Stephen, they're not big on coffee at the moment, so it's a nice little change. You get a bit fed up after a while just having black bean soup every day. So this is a bit more interesting. So we've got the added benefit of the BHB as well, which is great for, I find it helps with mental clarity, which is quite odd. And it does seem to reduce inflammation in the days I've used it versus not. So there we go.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it does. I mean, being ketogenic, we produce beta-hydroxybutyrate as we become adapted. Once we've upregulated the monocarboxylate transporters and specific enzymes, BDHA, Cat and Scott. But yeah, I find it fantastic. I'm certainly going to need it today for the mental clarity and to keep me stimulated. But yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
What about you, Lee? Do you do anything to stimulate yourself?
Not really. I've never been a coffee drinker either. So it's funny because as a window cleaner, I always get asked, "Do you want a hot drink? Do you want tea? Do you want coffee?" And I'd never got into that habit. So especially over here in England, they think I'm weird for not drinking tea. But yeah, I don't know. What do I do for an energy boost? I probably do the opposite and don't eat or drink anything.
And again, that's the same result. So this is going to increase beta-hydroxybutyrate. So you're creating it endogenously opposed to putting it in from an exogenous source.
Yeah.
And that's what being ketogenic and carnivore is, isn't it? We're producing high levels of endogenous ketones. The advantage of an exogenous form is that we just flood the body with it immediately. It gives us, so that we look at energy from beta-hydroxybutyrate. It's not a stimulant per se. It's pure clean energy. So we don't get the crash. The caffeine we may get the crash from, but the beta-hydroxybutyrate, we don't. It's a pure clean energy. It doesn't work the way that the coffee does, where we spike and crash.
It's not suppressing anything.
Exactly, but it's also a stimulating molecule. So it'll stimulate the production of further beta-hydroxybutyrate within the body once it's been used up, but interesting stuff.
Cool. Right. Here's a question from Jay Duckley, I think. Hey guys, I wanted to know your thoughts on sarcoplasmic versus myofibrillar hypertrophy, but I think that's one for Jonathan, really. And Lee, at any point you want to duck out, you can. I'm trying to be polite. If Jonathan wants to have the whatever.
Jay's actually asked me this question before. I've seen it from him before about twice.
Okay.
What I will say is sarcoplasmic. I haven't answered this question though. I think because but basically sarcoplasmic hypertrophy, you're looking more at the cell swelling side of it. So in terms of the body itself, you have more sodium come into the cell, more potassium, more other minerals, more vitamins, things like that. It's just a cell swelling inflammatory process. Myofibrillar hypertrophy, pretty much a similar kind of thing. Like the cells do get bigger, but they actually just multiply. So someone like myself or Richard, we've both resistance trained for a long period of time. So in that time, we've gained more myofibrils. So if I went off training for 10 years and Richard did for 10 years, we came back, we'd make a quicker comeback in terms of our muscularity than most other people, because we're competitive bodybuilders. Is what we do. Now, for Lee to go from where he is now to see where I am now in terms of muscularity, it would take him significantly longer because he hasn't already been that size. So the muscle cell quantity is still there. It's just the cell swelling, the sarcoplasmic hypertrophy side of it is lesser. So, for example, if I take a week off the gym, despite my mass intake, not energy intake, mass, being significantly, it'd probably actually be lower because I'm not eating as much, not going to the gym, not exercising as much fat, so on and so forth. I'd actually lose weight. If I stopped training right now for a week, I'd lose weight. Then if I started training again, I'd gain that weight straight back. The intracellular hydration would just pop right up. The body would hold more blood volume, more water volume, and that'd be perfectly normal. The body, the water content of the body and the blood content of the body is dictated by the necessity of the activity that a person that is living in their body is trying to do. So me, I'd have more blood cells. So we look at, for example, an endurance athlete, they'd actually have more red blood cells to deal with the activity that they have at that point in time. So yeah, that's the main critical difference is one's more cell swelling and one's more cell number, cell amount of cells basically. There's a bit more nuance to it, but that's the main difference.
Yeah, I suppose it's important because and Rich mentions this as well. When you have glucose, you get that pumped look. So sacroplasmic hypertrophy, I suppose you could just summarize, it gives you more of a pump than say myofibrillar, which is more about dense and hardness. I mean, I've got a bit of that, but if I had carbs, my bicep would look a little bit bigger this morning because it would be a little bit swollen by, there's more fluid.
I'm gonna show you guys what I carbed up on before my show this year.
Go on, then.
My carb loading. So it was these. I was actually using ribeye or brisket, but the Mason
Survival.
Yeah. So these are like beef jerky things, very clean, salt, beef fat, brilliant. Like the buttery, like you eat them and you think that's a nice snack, like way better than what you'd imagine. I'm sure you guys have already tried them, but yeah, that's what I carbed up on. So protein and fat, just eating backstage, like nibbling a bit. Low density, low volume. They're great for endurance athletes, great for people that are physically active, that have to eat a lot of food. Because it's obviously dried, yeah, maybe you miss out on a few little tiny percentages of this here and there, this vitamin, this mineral, whatever. But largely speaking, the nutrient density is all compact within that food, and it's small. And if you have big appetite like me, you have to eat a lot of food. Brilliant. See, I get that cell swelling, that pumped up feeling from brisket and jerky, basically.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm going to go on to a question which is open house for everybody. Now, Jonathan is called Carnivore Muscle, and Lee Copus is Kent Carnivore, but we can answer questions about everything, and obviously Keto Pro that can answer anything as well. Right, so we've got here, hi. If a diabetic starts carnivore diet and her sugar level drops, what should she do? Well, if you're diabetic in your medication, then you should speak to your practitioner and make sure that your dosage is correct, because your dosage of medications is always in relation to carbohydrate intake, or that, I mean, that's very basic, but we look at how your insulin is working, however you want to view it. If your blood glucose starts to drop, then you need to medicate in a different way, possibly with less medications, so you don't get into insulin shock and actually go into hypo. But of course, this the broad answer to this is your body wants roughly 1 teaspoon of glucose in 5 liters of blood. That's what it's trying to get. That's your normal blood glucose level. Diabetes is chronically raised blood glucose. That's it. That's all that is. All right. So if your blood sugar level drops, is it dropping to where it should be? See, this is the thing. If it's double what it should be, let's say it's 2 teaspoons, your body will release more insulin to bring it down. Well, what's your body telling you? Well, that 2 teaspoons is toxic. It doesn't want 2 teaspoons. It wants 1 circulating at all time. So you're going to put your insulin load up. So I'm trying to make this very basic, but if anyone's got a better take on it, please feel free to chime in.
Not really. I mean, you're just going to potentially start overdosing on your medications. So you're just not going to require so much. Same as if you've got type 1, so you're going to you don't require so much insulin if you're not eating so many carbohydrates.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Let's go into the next question then, which is here. This is about willpower, not the person willpower, but the abstract. So strict carnivore at the start of the year, 8 weeks in, lost 17 kilograms, felt amazing. All it took to break me was a binge on a weekend. Now I feel I have no willpower to get back on. Any suggestions? Wow. You know, the first part of that question should be enough to get you back on. Really? You lost 17 kilograms and felt amazing. So my little bit before everyone else chimes in is remember what your reason why is. Because, boy, if I was doing this for 8 weeks and I was new to it and I lost 17 kilograms and felt amazing, I'd want to be back on that. That's all I'd need. I just need to write that on a piece of paper, put it on my fridge and think, and have a picture of when I was 17 kilograms down and think, wow, this is so worth doing. That for me, I don't think it is about willpower. I think it's about shifting in more things than that. But I'll let the other guys have a chime in.
This is a good question. Yeah, I'll touch on it quickly. So I did a contest prep a few years ago. I think it's 2021 when I won the Mr. Wales competition. And yes, Richard, I won the Mr. Wales competition. And I dropped, I believe it was 16 or 18 kilos in 6 to 8 weeks. So if someone is coming to this way of eating, they're not a bodybuilder, they're not perhaps well versed in like diet, exercise, training, how to manipulate body fat, and they've lost 17 kilos in 8 weeks, congratulations. You've achieved what an advanced bodybuilder has achieved that knows exactly what they're doing. So I'd take that on your stride and just say, okay, the next day, get on with it. Some people, they know they're going to binge and they're almost better off just eating an apple or something, or just something a bit off, just because it keeps them in a good sort of mental state. It keeps them motivated, some people. But write down your goals, write down how you felt before, during, and after this binge. What was your score? If you felt like 10 out of 10 before, then you're eating it. Oh, I feel 10 out of 10. I'm eating Pop-Tarts and brownies and, I don't know, roast potatoes and beef dripping, which are very nice, I think. But if you're doing all that, then you think, okay, well, after that, I felt like crap. And I feel worse the day after and the day after. My knees are swollen, I'm inflamed, I'm sore, I'm tired, I didn't sleep well. You've just lost 3 days for that one moment of bliss. So look back at it in that kind of angle, and that's probably what I would do personally. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think understanding some of the mechanisms behind it. Sugar blocks the prefrontal cortex, our body's ability to make sensible decisions. It's a drug. It's arguably more addictive than heroin. And I've got to be careful what I say there, because I've had a lot of flack from saying that in the past. Yet you see a lot more people addicted to sugar than you do being addicted to heroin. It does act in the same way as a drug does. It's highly addictive, and I believe it's one of the most addictive compounds on the planet. Simply understanding that it's that addictive and it blocks our brain's ability for reasonable thinking should allow us and empower us to make better decisions. Try not to keep anything that's going to be tempting in the house. Remove it. If you have the ability, don't buy it. Don't have it in the house. When you wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning and you have those cravings, it's a lot more difficult to jump into the car and drive to McDonald's or a local garage for a bar, which I have done, by the way, when I was clinically obese and type 2 diabetic myself. But you're a lot less likely to do so if it's not in the house. If you have other family members, put all of the sweet treats into one cupboard, mark it as their cupboard in your mind. And I know this sounds stupid, but I promise it works. You tell yourself that that's not your cupboard. You're not allowed to go into that cupboard. And a similar sort of process in regards to the fridge also. Understanding that these things impact our neurotransmitters, and our neurotransmitters are what allow us to feel happy, sad, so on and so forth. Sugar, which we mentioned earlier, just before you guys came on, sugar increases insulin. Insulin drives and pulls all amino acids out of the blood except for tryptophan, leaving tryptophan available for synthesis. And tryptophan is the precursor to serotonin. So it's another pathway that makes us feel good, along with dopamine, which affects the mesolimbic pathway. These things are reward pathways. They make us feel good. but they're short-lived. So every time we consume a sugary treat, we have a dopamine or serotonin fix, but it's short-lived because it's not natural. But these compounds are produced naturally from amino acids, tryptophan, tyrosine, and phenylalanine. And in order to create them naturally, we need to avoid compounds that are going to block cofactors. So it's not enough just to eat those amino acids. We need cofactors like zinc, iron, magnesium, vitamin B3, B6, B12, so on and so forth. Things like lectins and phytic acids, which are found in lots of these sweet treats, biscuits, breads, pastas, rice even, and lots of other plants, nuts and seeds. They can block the absorption of these compounds by as much as 100%. Even if we look at grains, in particular breads that are treated with glyphosate, 95% of the neurotransmitters are created within our gut. And they're done so through a pathway called the shikimate pathway. Glyphosate blocks the shikimate pathway. So just consuming vegetables that have been, sprayed with glyphosate, and let's take vegetables out of the scenario, grains, which are incredibly detrimental, and nobody should be consuming grains. They cause intestinal permeability, autoimmune disease, so on and so forth. But the glyphosate will block that shikimate pathway and our body's ability to create these neurotransmitters naturally. So this is how much of an impact these compounds have on our body's ability to make us feel good. So just by removing these and eating more animal proteins with natural fats and being mindful that every time, as Jonathan said, every time that you consume this compound, it puts you back a couple of days, that should be enough to allow you to maintain the journey and stay on the straight and narrow. This is all about the rule and not the exception. Consistency is key. It's people quite often think that it's restrictive. And how can you live such a restrictive lifestyle? I don't find it restrictive. I love eating steak every day, and beef mince and lamb and pork and chicken and so on and so forth. And you don't need to be as strict as maybe some of us are. You can be a bit more flexible, but you need to be predominant in real foods, removing those compounds that are going to lead to those sensations, particularly the grains and the seed oils. But understanding those mechanisms, I think, is an important part of it also.
That's fabulous. It's fabulous. Right. Don't forget, guys, you can use the private chat if you want to say something to me off camera. If you've spotted a brilliant question you want me to jump to, that's fine as well. Right. Now we've got this question here. Hi. All carnivore for 18 months, lost 50 pounds, 10 pounds to go. So that's great. Feeling good and healing well, which is also brilliant. Apart from recurring gout, inflammation in knees and feet, is this normal? Black coffee drinker and pork eater. Right. So you see, now you've led us up the garden path of what you think it might be. And I think we've got some difference of opinion in the room, but personally, I would take the coffee out. And I think I'm going to echo what Jonathan said about the acrylamides. I am now a believer that the acrylamides are the problem. It's not the caffeine so much. I think it's the acrylamides, because I had this. So I don't want to bore people with this too much, but suddenly my soccer activity went up, and it was like my feet seemed to not fit my football boots anymore, which is a sign of inflammation. I took the coffee out and all those pains went. I put the coffee back in and all those pains came back. So I did an interventional experiment for myself. So for me, that's what I would try. I'm not saying it is that reason, but I think that would be my first port of call. And I think that might be why you've mentioned it. And then pork, obviously, many people think about the linoleic acid or the omega-6s, but I'm not going to monopolize the conversation because we've got two great guests. So let's hear Jonathan, Lee, what you want to say. We'll start with Lee and then Jonathan and then Richard.
Well, I think it is quite common based on what I've heard, and I think it's just exposing your previous diet. I think the general advice here is colchicine to be prescribed, an appropriate dose while you are transitioning. Anyone who's got gout, I think that at the end of the day, the only way to fix your gout is to go carnivore. Essentially, you don't want to be continuing to damage your liver and your kidney, which are the reason why people get gout flares. It's not about purines in foods, but if your liver and kidneys damaged, it's not going to be able to deal with the purines and foods, flushing out uric acid, etc. So it will fix. It's just going to take some time. So you might want to go about taking some colchicine or something like that to manage your symptoms until you fix your gout, because this is the only way to genuinely cure gout. Medications aren't the answer, and eating carbohydrates and things that damage your liver and kidney function aren't the answer. So just hang in there and maybe take some medication to reduce the symptoms.
Jonathan.
Nice one, mate. Yeah, I think it's probably not the coffee. I think it's probably not the pork. I think it's something which people experience, which is apparently the second or third most common cause of gout, namely the crystals that form within joint tissues to exacerbate symptoms of inflammation and pain. And I'd probably say it could be some form of oxalate dumping. It could also be maybe you've changed your diet and you've done something differently. Maybe you're sweating more. Maybe you're depleting more calcium. Maybe these factors are compounding to have an effect in such a way that you can no longer dissolve, absorb, flush out oxalate crystals from your body. Now remember, everyone talks about oxalates. It's not just oxalates. Oxalates are a problem. They are easy to be measured in foods. You can find out where they are. Richard always brings up really good points about things like gluten and other anti-nutrients. So it could be any of those things. So I think your body is just in a pinch right now. I think if it's recurring, I think it probably shift, but I think you could be experiencing maybe oxalate dumping. But my first port of call based on this information, assuming you've been going steady for 18 months and you're getting gout and inflammation around the knees, feet, your diet's probably quite clean, I'd imagine, from what I've read before. Then I'd probably say get a blood test, see what's going on. Find something in your blood which is messed up and extrapolate from there. Then obviously do the obvious, which is rule out any obvious things which are perhaps deleterious. So the coffee could be one of them for some people. It could be that. I don't think it's pork, to be honest. I think pork's grossly overstated. Even the bad quality stuff they talk about in the US where they're fed a higher lactic acid diet. Me and Stephen have talked about this before. It's probably not that. I don't think it's your omega-3 to 6 ratio. I think it's something within your joints causing damage. So some kind of crystal. I'd look at doing other things as well, like grounding, just to enhance your glutathione pathways, which are improved whenever you try to detox yourself using a proper human diet, and do all the life hacks, the grounding, what sort of thing. So yeah, get a test, see what's going on. Maybe add even calcium, dairy back into your diet. Maybe that will slow it down. Maybe that's an issue there. Who knows? Honestly, impossible to answer.
Richard.
Yeah, some fantastic answers there, and I think they're all worth taking note of. In regards to gout, fructose and fructans are usually the biggest contributor, but this is irrelevant for you, so I'll skip those part in regards to monosodium urate crystals, etc. But gout is inflammatory in nature, usually caused by insulin resistance. But in this case, I should imagine that you've reversed that. Alcohol, milk, can also cause it. So if you are consuming A2 milk and dairy, that could be a contributing factor. I would come back to the coffee. We'll circle back to the coffee in a bit, actually. But coming back to what Jonathan said, it makes perfect sense that if you've been living a carnivore lifestyle for that long, that it could be oxalate detox. To which I wouldn't personally. I'm not a lover of calcium as supplementation. I think we get plenty from the diet. The cells in the body need calcium to magnesium at roughly a 1-to-1 ratio. And I'm always hesitant to increase that calcium because excessive calcium consumption can lead to increased risk of cardiovascular disease by as much as 15%. I know that the standard protocol for dealing with oxalate detox or oxalate dumping is to put calcium back in because it has a high affinity to calcium. It'll bind to calcium. But if we look at, if it is an oxalate issue, one of the biggest conditions with oxalate detox or dumping is a condition called hypokalemia, which is where we have low potassium. We're on a lifestyle where we're consuming salt or sodium. We're adding Celtic sea salt to our meals. Sea salt depletes potassium, and calcium also causes similar issues. That it depletes magnesium. So we're in a deficiency. So the best thing that we can do, in my opinion, to mitigate this is to increase potassium citrate. Potassium citrate has a high affinity to oxalate. And we know this because it's just led to that state of hypokalemia because these oxalates are binding to the potassium. So a good magnesium or potassium citrate supplement will help with oxalate detox, and it's a known contributor to helping recover and reverse from gout attacks also. So whether it be monosodium urate crystals from gout attacks or whether it's from oxalate detoxing, so oxalate crystals, I think magnesium and potassium citrate would be a goer there. The acrylamide, I mean, coming back to what Stephen mentioned in regards to the acrylamide, it's a potent neurotoxin. It's a known carcinogen. In 2018 in California, the 7-Eleven stores had to put a Prop 65 warning on their coffee to say that it's extremely hazardous. In the same that we do in the UK with cigarette packets to say that cigarette tobacco smoke causes cancer and so on and so forth. I've suffered with severe issues in my legs recently, which removing coffee has allowed me to recover. And Steve, similar issues. It's caused severe pains in my muscles and joints. I've lost grip in my hand. I couldn't walk up the stairs. It affected my gait. And this was to do with the acrylamide, I believe, or mycotoxins. Basically, the symptoms I was suffering from were the same as motor neurons disease, ALS, which was quite scary. So, but I was drinking a lot of coffee. Now, acrylamide is accumulative. So if we are only consuming 1 to 2 cups a day, then your body can detox this. I was drinking 4 to 5 cups a day, but I was consuming 2 double shots in each cup. So 4 coffees per cup basically means I was consuming the equivalent of 20 cups per day. Now we have a problem. I've removed it. And all of these issues, inflammation, especially in my, I used to get in the bottom of the arch of my foot also. All of these cleared up within 2 weeks. I'm just over 4. In fact, it was 4 weeks on Friday. I've been coffee free. I'm struggling in regards to not having that uplift of energy. And you probably notice I'm not my super buoyant self. But I've noticed my energy levels are quite stable. Steve laughing there. I'm sure you'll get a blast of it later. But I don't reach the highs, but I'm not crashing to the lows also. So look, there's lots of contributing factors. I mean, there's some amazing advice there. But either whether it be oxalate or whether it be monosodium urate crystals, magnesium citrate and potassium citrate could be the answer if you wanted to keep the coffee in. And it's not a sales pitch, but as Lee knows, I produce these electrolytes that contain those compounds specifically to address those issues. And I think that's the one that you had, wasn't it? Was the unflavored, and the one I'm drinking today is my cherry berry. But that's not a sales pitch by any means. But I do create these products because I believe they're number one on the planet. But yeah, a couple of options there. So there's a few takeaways. I think some food for thought, pun intended.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's time for me. I need to go. But I've just noticed Jacob's popped up here. Anyone please help? Ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. We're in dire need of help. God bless. So just some quick advice. Gluten and wheat proteins, you don't need that. Seed oils, you need to get rid of that. Spicy foods, dairy, but indigestible fiber. So unfortunately, you need to transition. Whoever's suffering here, they need to transition slowly but surely into a carnivore diet and gravitate more towards a PKD diet, paleo-ketogenic diet, which is essentially a lion diet that when you look at your plate, you've got sort of 1 part fat, 2 parts protein, and you need to just, commit and stick with it. You will fix your gut, you will go into remission, and you won't, need your continue to take medications, and you'll certainly avoid surgeries. So that is my advice, but I'm going to go, guys. So all the best, enjoy, and appreciate you having me on. So
pleasure, Lee. Speak to you soon. Take care.
Nice to see you, Jordan. Nice to see you, Jordan.
No, I'm Kent from Lee. I'm Kent from Lee in England.
Oh, Lee. Yeah, I know the place. Yeah, great county. Take care.
See you later. Bye. And off he goes there. So it's nice to have 425 people watching live at the moment, which is great.
Yeah,
And now we can talk about Lee behind his back. No, not really. So what a great guest, And I think, just for those that have missed the bit about the colostomy bag or the bag that he has, I think his channel is worth watching if you still believe in fiber. Honestly, he's the best channel for that, because he's got some physical proof. And every nurse I've ever spoken to, and I work on the GP referral, general practitioner referral list for many years. Every single nurse that deals with bags will tell you there's always plant material in there. It's never meat. Never meat. Right. Nice question for us three from Karsten. And here we go. Why do we need less calories? Bad word, I know, on carnivore versus high carb. Well, firstly, let's have Jonathan, as he's the guest, Rich. I could see you chomping at the bit, mate.
I was going to say
loud,
let Jonathan jump on because he's the guest.
All right.
Yes, so I've seen a massive variance in my clients that follow a carnivore diet. I've noticed people tend to eat less over time. I think, in my opinion, based on experience, that they apply more biohacks. They actually absorb more photons from the sun, because they're more into biohacks. People that come along this sort of road, like, they look at diet, and most people think, oh, diet, is everything. Then people like us who sort of refine it a bit. Oh, there's a bit more to it. You might get an extra 20, 30, 40% here doing this, that, and the other. So people will go out in the sun more, ground more. Their body's more efficient. Therefore, there's not as much mitochondrial damage, not as much quantum tunneling, and a lower gradient of overall loss in terms of nutrition because of things like leaky gut. Now, how much that comes into it is hard to say. Based on studies we do have, it seems that animal foods, particularly animal proteins, have an absorbability, and digestibility rate of around about 95%. Compare that to plants, optimal at best, perfect processing, perfect preparation, fermentation, what have you, maybe 90%. And even then, you're not getting all the other nutrients as well. So what you'll notice is, if you eat, for example, a 10-ounce ribeye steak, and say that had, I don't know, but say it had 400 calories in it, that 400 calories of nutrition would yield more nourishment. Therefore, you don't need as much food. Your appetite will be less. Therefore, your body, in terms of your output, would adjust. So your respiration rate, your heart rate, all these things will start to go down. So when Stephen's talking about, your blood glucose goes down, your body's in a less inflammatory, toxic overburden. Therefore, it has less to waste and it becomes more efficient. So that would be why someone would tolerate a lower food mass diet in a carnivore state versus a high carb state. On a high carb diet, when I was bulking up, I'd be eating, at the time it would look like 6,500 calories. Now for me to gain weight, if I chose to, 3,500, 4,000. If we looked at protein and fat with 20 grams of carbs I have each day or something like that. So that tells me, yeah, there is a massive fluctuation in it. Which just goes to show, it doesn't really matter that much what calories you're eating, because the calories that I'm eating now, in terms of the food I enjoy a lot more, and it makes me feel better. I don't need as much. So my body is a more efficient machine. So in a bodybuilding perspective, it's brilliant, because you're eating less mass of food, roughly half of the mass that I was eating before. So I'm probably eating about, honestly, now I'm eating way more meat than I used to, about 2 kilos a day. But if I added in carbs to the mix, it would be something like 3.5 to 4 kilos of food mass per day. If my body has to deal with double the amount of mass in terms of the digestion efficiency going through it, and the food going through my digestive system, it's not going to be much fun for my body to deal with. So my body's wasting energy. The goal is not to eat as much food as possible, guys. It's to eat the exact diet which yields the best physical and bodily health outcome, mental health outcome, well-being result. So I think people look at sometimes these numbers, these things on a piece of paper, these charts, these macros, these percentages, these ratios, and I speak about it a lot, but the problem isn't so much that, it's the other stuff. It's about not being reductionist, not being in the mindset that we need to track this number. That's what I think is more important. And intuition is a really great tool, and we follow it, and when we do follow it, our body rewards us, just as long as we give it the right signals, the right food. So that's my take on the caloric model. in terms of the carnivorous versus carbohydrate state.
Brilliant. I mean, can I just put a little analogy in here, Rich, before you get to your answer? Is that okay? Because I use this quite a bit. If you imagine that petrol or gas for your car was 100% efficient and went into your engine and was combusted and moved your car 100 miles, let's say, all right, then you was able to add an additive to bulk out that petrol, gas, whatever, but it couldn't be used by the car whatsoever, all right? And you had a 50% gas, 50% useless fluid in there, all right? We'd have to use twice as much to go as far. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Your body is made of protein and fats, and if you put protein into the system, it's going to make structure in your body. It's going to be used for all the things it needs to do, and fats will go in, and it will be precursors to things that your body needs, but both energy and structure. And carbohydrates don't do either of those things. So your body will always want protein. There's a thing called the protein leverage hypothesis. Yes, that's still a theory, but it makes total sense. Your body wants protein because it needs to make structure. So if you've got something that is 100% protein, let's say, it's going to be very easy to get to your needs compared to something that's 50% protein. You're going to need twice as much because your body's going to have to sift out all that rubbish as well that doesn't get used. And it all makes total sense. This is why people say, I'm pooping less. Well, of course you're pooping less because there's less waste. So if you go back to the car analogy, the thing that clean burns, you won't have a bad exhaust. If you've got something that's 50% efficient, your exhaust is going to be all black and sooty and it's going to come out. So yeah, when the vegans say I'm pooping a lot, yeah, great. I've got a car that's got lots of black soot coming out every time I change down in the Kia. So, that's a different way of looking at it. And calories, by the way, for people that are listening on the audio, every time we say calories, pretty much we do the air quotes, because calories are a unit of heat. They're not nutritional. Anyway, right, Rich, you'll go.
Yeah, look, you guys, I think have nailed it. The only thing I'd add to that is a bit of personal experience. When I was clinically obese and type 2 diabetic, I was consuming around 2,700 calories per day. Now, or when I gravitated into the lifestyle, ketogenic, more carnivore, again, same as Jonathan, I was consuming in excess of 6,000. On average, it was between 4,000 to 6,000. I don't know how much I consume now because I don't track. Again, as Jonathan said, I eat intuitively. If I'm not hungry, I don't eat. I eat when I'm hungry. Once I'm halfway through my meal, if I'm full, I stop eating. I listen to satiety signaling. I don't fast per se. Yet, I'll go 18 hours a day without eating. But the reason that I say I don't fast is I don't force a fast. Again, I eat intuitively. So I eat as nature intended, and I eat when I feel hungry. The issue that comes with a lot of the foods that we consume, the processed foods, and even coming into plants and things, they contain lots of anti-nutrients. The plant toxins, the phytoalexins, lectins, and phytates. They block the absorption of vitamins and minerals. Lectins, for example, will bind to the microvilli line in the gut. If you think of the microvilli as being little fingers in the gut, and nutrients come in and they bind to this microvilli, and this is how we absorb our nutrients. But when lectins come in and they bind to the enterocytes on the microvilli, they cause this. They cause a reduction in the surface area, basically meaning less nutrients are absorbed. If less nutrients are absorbed, we eat more because we're not receiving the correct signaling to say that we've received the adequate amino acids, vitamins and minerals, and so on and so forth. So we eat more. And it's as simple as that. It's when you eat clean, as Jonathan and Stephen said, the body absorbs more nutrients. We become more efficient. We get more bang for the buck. There's less waste, and so on and so forth. It's just eating as nature intended, keeping it clean and simple. And it is as simple as that.
Great answers. That's really good. So I'm going to go straight to the next question, if that's all right with Jonathan. Jason's asking, on a standard diet, I find it hard to wake up. I feel groggy, hungover, and it takes an hour for me to wake up. Would or could keto remedy this?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, even a ketogenic diet will do the job. I notice for myself, and a lot of people with neurodivergence, it seems to be getting that carbohydrate intake low does the job. Then for other people with autoimmunity, it seems to be more so the carnivore side does the rest of the work, like the heavy brunt work, the lifting. I've noticed for myself that as long as I keep my carbs, when I say carbs, I'm talking about dairy, eggs, the small amount that's in other foods I eat, maybe caviar, fish. There's a gram of carbs in some fish, believe it or not. Stuff like that, milk even. I'm having always below 50 grams, but if I exceed 50 grams, so I think one day I'm going to be greedy and have a big bowl of Greek yogurt that's like 2 kilos and put Keto Pro protein powder in it, bam, like that.
That's it.
So we're talking about like 100 grams of carbs here, guys. If I, have too many carbs, I'd say for me it's about 50 grams or more. That's when I start to feel inflamed. My body starts to feel a bit slow, but I hold a bit more weight than what my body is meant to. So the next day, despite increasing my mass intake of food by maybe, 500 grams, I might wake up 2 kilos heavier. Doesn't seem to make sense, but my body will, if I keep doing that diet, it will maintain that 2 kilos extra. So there is a fine limit in your body of how much carbohydrate you can take in. And that's whether you're muscular like me, muscular like the guys above, fit and active, you do loads of endurance work. There is a fine limit somewhere. So you find that for yourself. So what I'd probably do, Jason, in your situation is transition slowly over a period of about, 3 to 6 weeks, depending on how your diet was beforehand, maybe even 8 weeks. And just see where you start to get that improvement, where your body weight's just about stable, but if you eat a bit more, then it flies back up. So you can use your body weight as a way to identify and leverage your carb intake around what you want to eat each day. So I know a lot of people say, I want to eat the keto diet because it gives me more choice. Fine, fair enough, it's better than what you're doing before. But finding that bracket, that range of carbohydrate is what's going to be important. So for you, Jason, it might be 20 grams, it might be 10. I believe Dr. Ken Berry's sort of stance is keep it below 10 grams if you can, or 20 grams, which is perfectly possible if you're just eating eggs and, half a glass of milk each day or something. It's perfectly possible. But that's my take on keto diet, groggy hungover. I'd look at deuterium depletion as well, just look into that whole topic. That's probably quite a nice one to look into. I'll probably look at that probably third outside of the diet, appropriate light exposure. Then I'd look at the water, deuterium depletion side. What about you guys? What do you think towards this?
Well, Jonathan, I was going to make the most of you being here actually and go on to the next question, if that's okay, because I think you've covered it pretty well, don't you, Rich?
Yeah, spot on. I'm sure we can circle back to things. I'm sure these will come back up again and again.
Yeah.
What I will add is look. I know this is a carnivore live stream. Just to add really quickly, most of us didn't begin being carnivore per se, and that's what this person is getting at, is maybe to start beginning with a ketogenic lifestyle. So what I've done, I've just literally posted into the comments a link to a shopping list on my website, which is a traffic-like system of all the foods that you can eat, which are in green. Others are in amber, which are the vegetables. Ideally, we don't want to be eating vegetables, but again, for variety purposes. And then there's a red section. It's all self-explanatory, but I've highlighted the compounds that are higher in oxalate and lectins, so you can maybe try to gravitate around those, but always prioritize protein. Protein in nature comes with fat, and every cell in the body is made of protein and fat predominantly, as Jonathan just said there. So nothing else to add, but I'm sure we can circle back to these. We've got another 22 and a bit hours, so I'm sure.
Yes, yeah. But we've only got Jonathan for 20 minutes or less than that, or 10 minutes. So yeah, this is a really interesting question, and I thought he would have a nice take on this. So this is Z. She's saying mostly housebound for over 4 years, fibromyalgia, Sjögren's, heart disease, 6 weeks, carnivore today. Most symptoms have gone. Isn't that amazing? Had cheese and reacted badly. Should I do the lion diet? And the reason I'm really interested in Jonathan's take on this is because he's one that doesn't like these knee-jerk reactions. Why go lion? Why not just take cheese back out? That's sort of how I'm leaning it. But let's hear from Jonathan.
But you guys know me too well at this point. Yeah. Both Richard and I will have a useful insight to you, Z. Both Richard and I have both suffered with fibromyalgia or fibromyalgia-like symptoms, serious chronic fatigue. So yeah, I've been bedbound for 20 hours a day, and I know exactly what it feels like. I know what it feels like to struggle to breathe when you get up in the morning. So yeah, I've been there, and what I'd probably say is I'll just keep the cheese out. I wouldn't deliberately go strict, because when I say strict, it's not the right word. I wouldn't say the word strict is the right word for lined up. I'd say more refined. Refined might be the right word. So if you're being more refined in terms of eating just beef and lamb, maybe you're missing out on oily fish. Maybe that's what's going to help you more. You know, I mean, some of the things you mentioned, I mean, fibromyalgia, that could be just part of that could be pro-inflammatory from having too much seed oils in your system, pro-inflammatory omega-6, which, although omega-6 is essential fatty acid, there are some that are particularly more deleterious than others. Maybe your body just needs that gentle switch. 6 weeks is not a long time. And for me to experience a lot of the chronic fatigue benefit in terms of remission, alleviation, mitigation I do experience right now is it took me about a year, if I'm honest, and it doesn't sound pleasant. It sounds like, I've got to do this for a year. Well, it's do that for a year or suffer. Choose one. You choose one. So for me, it's an easy option. It's an easy option to say, maybe I don't be strict for 6 weeks straight to try and do something. Maybe I'm 95% strict, but I do that for a year. I commit to a year. And you'll hear from people time to time again, it takes at least 3 months to sort of really nail down your diet. Then I'd say beyond that, you're looking up to about a year for most issues. Some are more tricky to sort out. Luckily, yours, apart from the Sjogren's disease, which is quite problematic. I mean, I do hear about that a lot. Not many people seem to know the answers to that one, which is frustrating, but you're in the best diet you could possibly be to put that into remission, if it is possible. So I don't think there's a way around that. But yeah, I would personally dump the cheese. The cheese isn't essential. It's not the essential thing you need in your diet. I'd keep in the eggs for the cofactors, choline, great brain food, which people don't realize, high in B vitamins, high in folate. You could also have with those issues that you've mentioned, some kind of methylation pathway issue as well. So say you go strict line diet, okay, you've reduced your folate intake by about 2/3. And if you have that polymorphism, which I have, which means I have a high requirement for folate, I also have the same for calcium, I'll feel like crap. And it might not be a week, maybe a week goes by, you clear out your system, your digestive system's fine, okay, you're trotting along, then bam, something hits you again, you don't feel good. You have a bad reaction, then you start binge eating. It's all about slow, methodical interventions, getting the right test to underpin what the problem is, then seeing what intervention that goes alongside that to make the best effect. So that's what I would personally do. But what do you guys think? Strict line or what?
Do you know what I like there is Jonathan's always straight to the point, eat clean or suffer. You decide.
Yes.
I don't mess around.
It is as simple as that.
I'm autistic, so my viewpoint is this is what you need to do. I can see it in my head. Like I've worked with enough people now to know you'll suffer and suffer and suffer until you just get your head on straight and stick with it. Yeah. I see it so many times. I have to just be very, Yeah.
I get this. Sorry, Steve, go on.
I was going to say one of the things I try to do is read the question back to people and let them realize they're answering their own question very often. They know this is what Jonathan's also trying to get people to is they know the answer. They just got to trust themselves, because if you read that, right, mostly housebound, fibromyalgia, heart disease, 6 weeks carnivore, symptoms gone. Most symptoms have gone, right? So that means you're doing something right. Had cheese, reacted badly. That's as far as I would go. Should I do line diet? No. Going back to what you were doing, just take the cheese out. To me, that's how we try to answer the questions. I just need to jump in because I just want people to realize that this is going out on many streams. There are many, many questions, many comments. I am trying to keep up. I'm not after any sympathy. This is not the world's smallest violin. When you've got 450 people watching and you have got over 100 comments coming through, and we try to do proper answers, if you've posted at 8:30 and it's taken us an hour to get there, that's because we are trying to give proper answers to everything that is fair. And also we have guests who we have for a speciality as well. So, and Dr. Chafee will be on later, I promise. Yeah. Sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, sorry. Also, just to be it sounds obvious, but very clear of people. We don't come on here just to give you like a 5-second answer, like Stephen mentioned earlier. That could be dangerous. I've been harmed by these 5-second answers that take, oh, just eat meat till you're full. Oh, just do priming. Oh, just do that. All these little things, like, no, we need more context. So what we're doing is we're teaching how to examine your own experience. What am I doing right now? What is or isn't working? And what would be the best course of action? And we're all committed on Carnivore Team GB. Obviously, not all of our panelists on Carnivore Team GB are here right now. But when we give answers, we're committed to giving people safe, effective advice that does the job. I mean, if we don't know, we say, this is what you need to look at, this is where you need to go. So looking at the starred chats right now, we have 41 starred chats. We're 1 hour, 55 minutes in. Some of these go way back. So we are doing our absolute best to answer the questions. So try and listen in carefully as long as possible so it gives you a bit of incentive, because maybe your question will be in an hour's time, but maybe we're about to answer it from someone else. So stay tuned.
Spot on.
Go on, Rich, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to tell you to stop mourning about all of these fantastic comments that we're getting. But
and Jonathan's I don't know if his internet went or whether he's just decided to go. But anyway, yes, we will have the wonderful Phil Escott coming in 5 minutes. I think Jonathan there has done his time.
Okay, brilliant. Great to have Jonathan. Jonathan will also be at that conference that Stephen and I are speaking at, and there is a link for that. Also, coming back to what you just mentioned, Steve, you and I have a school group, a group on school. It's a private network. It's $4 a month, which works out less than $1 a week, I think, isn't it, if you look at it per 52. Stephen and I go live in there usually every Monday at 8 p.m. I don't know if we're doing it tonight. I haven't spoken to Stephen about it yet because of the 24 live, but we go in there for an hour every Monday for live Q&A, where we can really get into the weeds in regards to questions. It's a little bit more difficult on YouTube with questions because of the back and forth, but it's a Zoom type meeting. There's usually 10 to 20 people in there. Some remain anonymous and type questions in. And there it is. There's lots of free courses. There's a fantastic course that Stephen and I have written in there for an introduction into the low-carb ketogenic way of eating, which involves incremental changes. One video each day, adding in one change per week as you gravitate and understand. And we educate in regards to why we are making these changes. And there it is, the Fat Club or the Healthy Living Club. Fantastic course. We used to charge £50 for that course, and it's part of the free content when you join our school group. And I'll pop the link in the comments there for people if you want further advice. And also Stephen, myself, Jonathan, and most of the guests that come on also offer coaching. So check out the links in the description for that below. Just really quickly coming back to the last thing about the cheese, if you don't mind. There he is.
Hello. I
just wanted to say that the casein in the cheese can still cause intestinal permeability, which is going to exacerbate those issues. So I think what Stephen and Jonathan have said in regards to just removing the cheese and going back to what you were eating prior to that, there are other compounds that can cause issues. But if you're not suffering with them, then there's no need to remove. You could do a full elimination protocol and reintroduce them. But I'm thinking, as the guys have already said, if cheese is causing the problem, then why restrict and remove other compounds that could be conferring a benefit, as Jonathan says, with choline and eggs? Really super important for every cell in the body, the production of acetylcholine neurotransmitters. We need choline. We can't live without it. Just take the cheese out.
Yeah, just take the cheese out. Can we just say for the audio podcast people that Jonathan has magically reappeared? So I'm assuming there was some sort of connection.
Back once again with the Renegade Master.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If Phil can hear, by the way, Phil, we can see you in the sides behind the screens, but we couldn't see your camera. So, Jonathan, did you want to wrap up your little section? And do you want to stick around for a bit to banter with Phil?
I'll say hello to Phil in a second. Yeah. I just want to say thank you to Stephen and Richard for setting this up. It's the second annual original Carnivore-a-thon, hosted for 24 hours, which I must commend them both on. It speaks testament to the longevity and endurance that these guys have. Now, we always say about, how Dr. Chafee, he's always up on these live streams like 3.5 hours. If I interview him, I'll chat with him for about an hour in the video. Then we'll chat for 2 hours after. And I'm like, well, isn't it like midnight over there? No, he just carries on. So these guys are doing the same job all the other big doctor names are doing. And they're doing it free of charge. So I do recommend checking out these guys' services, their websites as well. They do have really good, useful resources, information, including the school app that Coach Stephen runs with Richard. And they've both got, I know Stephen's got ebooks. I know Richard's got some great blog posts on his website, so check that out if you haven't already. Then once you've done all that and you've supported these guys for all their free hard work that are dedicating towards you guys right now, which you guys do not have to pay for at all, I'll just say subscribe to my channel, which is just at Carnivore Muscle, and you'll find me there. And I'm nearly 10,000 subscribers, which means I can nearly call myself an influencer.
Right, we're going to get Phil on now because he's pulling faces there about all this. So just for the audio people, we now have Phil Escott.
Hello, boys.
And Richard's muted, but that's the best way to have
Hello,
Richard.
Phil.
Keep me muted. How are we doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, I've been listening to the live stream for a while, and just well done, guys. Just great stuff. Yet again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
What
coming
about
on.
Jonathan, eh? Was he a good guest?
I was
Yeah,
very
that's all
naughty. I had to hold back twice today, guys, from people in the comment section. I promised, I think I promised Richard's, partner that I'd be polite to people. So you've been spotted, guys, if you're in the comment section making rude comments and showing these guys disrespect. I'll say no more and I'll leave it there and just try and keep it on a good note. But thank you very much for having me on, and it's nice to see you, Phil. Richard, thank you very much. Your thing's coming through the post soon. And Stephen, I'll see you soon. All right, take care, guys.
Cheers, man.
Thanks,
Take
John.
care.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Adios. So, Phil Escott, for those people that don't know you, give us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm honoured, first of all, to be part of the UK GB Carnivore thing that we do every Tuesday with the boys here. And I guess I'm best known for the autoimmunity stuff, particularly arthritis and, rheumatoid and psoriatic and whatever. I wrote a book called Arthritis, the Best Thing That Ever Happened to Me about 10 years ago now. I can't believe it's 10 years ago. About my journey. And I hadn't actually found carnivore at that time. I was sort of, pretty meat heavy with a few healthy veg. And it wasn't until 2015 or so that I discovered carnivore, and have been carnivore since then. And I help people out on consults with autoimmunity and whatever. And I was running the Big Fat Challenge with Ben. Actually, we still got that up, but we just don't do the calls. I do them via my Substack and whatever now. Just loads of interviews and this and that. I'm amazed that I get asked onto podcasts and stuff, and it's a load of fun to have got to know all the people in this space, because it's a great one to be in. Everybody seems to be extremely sane. You get into other sort of militant dietary cults and they seem to be a bit barking mad and arguing, but everybody's so chilled in the carnivore space. It's cool. So that's me, really. Yep.
And a very nice bloke and a good sense of humour and a drummer. There's a lot more going on. And you've also got this ancestral health thing in August. You're keeping your light under the bushel, aren't you, there?
Yes, thank you. No, that's why I put the Linktree thing up under my name this time, because there's, excuse me, there's so many things going on. And Ben told me we're down to one room left on our Spanish conference in Spain in October with Anthony's going to be there, Anthony Chafee, and Natasha Campbell-McBride, Sophia Clements. Ben's going to be speaking there. I'll speak there. And Heather as well, she's great. She's been Ben's missus at the moment, and she's absolutely brilliant on all sort of neurological stuff and, sort of head trauma and all great stuff. Honestly, she needs to come out a bit more and speak more. She's brilliant. But yeah, one room in Spain left, but loads of places for our August Ancestral Health Festival, with these two chaps speaking. And we've got Nikita Stark on Natural Birth. She's brilliant. And who else have we got? We've got Dr. Sarah Pugh, of course, who is just a proper genius on all the quantum stuff, and become a good friend. She's hilarious. And Darren Nesbitt, and we'll even be playing with the Daz Band. So yeah, there'll be some music and butchery demonstrations and lots of good organic food to cook over fire pits. And but yeah, all kinds of stuff going on. Natural movement stuff. Have a look at the link. It's in my link tree. You'll find it. But yeah, looking forward to that one.
Anything you want to say, Rich?
No, super exciting stuff. I was just about to say, Phil, do you want to post that into the comments, or do you want me to find it and post it?
Yeah, I can post that into the comments. I can do that. Can I?
Right.
Oh, I see. I'm just nowhere near the bottom. Oh, join the. You see all this nonsense.
Right. Well, we got questions now. I just want to reiterate or iterate, use the word properly, because I haven't said this before, or maybe I have. That we are trying to do all your questions, but there are hundreds, literally hundreds. I am trying to keep up. I absolutely promise. Right. Okay. So Susan is saying carnivore, 1.5 years, best on lion diet, gaining weight. There is some stress and emotional eating, larger portions, and other foods. What can I do? Fast, waiting until there is less stress? Thanks. What do you reckon, Phil?
Yeah, it's a common one that we found in the Big Fat Challenge. You know, emotional eating is huge. It can be it's, although larger portions, no other foods. That's cool. That's not so bad. You know, if you're just getting the meat in, but it can be so connected to childhood, the rewards that we were given by our parents. You know, we connect chocolate with love and stuff like that. It's a crazy one. I mean, if you're gaining weight, then again, it depends what kind of weight. I guess that if you're gaining fat, that you probably are, you know, or, with 1.5 years on the lion diet, you probably all the, you know, the muscle and bone density has come up already. So I guess it's complaining about fat. But I don't know. There's several ways around this, aren't there? Because as I always say, that women are a lot sort of more complicated hormonally than men, and so they get a more of a difficult time with the weight gain. But it could be worth, I would say, it could be worth trying a leptin reset. You know, Jack Cruse's old method of taking in 50 grams of protein and a bunch of fat, if you can, within half an hour of waking up. I don't think it's a good plan long term, because I think we should eat when we're hungry and stop when we're full. Simple as that. But I've seen it quite often when women have a weight gain sort of blip, or they have a plateau in weight loss, in fat loss, that a leptin reset can do a lot, because it is sort of pretty much a master hormone that controls a load of the rest of them. So if you are still a bit leptin resistant, maybe that could help. I don't know. What do you think, guys?
There's me muted again. Yeah, it is a common one. You know, as you say, we do gain more muscle when we eat more muscle meat. Bone density also increases. Bone is mineralized protein. It's made from protein and minerals. So living the lifestyle, we go into, you know, we can gain weight. What tends to happen with most people is that we lose a lot of weight. We get right to the bottom, and then we sort of bounce back, if you like, and we gain a couple of pounds, and that's perfectly normal. But there's a lot of context that's missing here, isn't it? I mean, is it a case of eating too much? If I want to gain weight, I'll eat, you know, excessive amounts of fat. Increase in protein never seems to lead to extra weight gain if it's leaner. It is the fat that leads to that weight gain if we eat it in excess. But also the opposite is true. If we are not consuming enough fat, this can also lead to weight gain. So it's a fine balance, and it depends on where you are currently. Lots of other contributing issues. Coffee can lead to weight gain, even though it's a fat mobilizer. Excessive amounts will lead to an increase in cortisol, which can lead to weight gain. excessive amounts of training. If you are hitting the gym and working out beyond an hour, this will also increase cortisol and lead to weight gain. If you are excessively fasting, believe it or not, that can also lead to an increase in cortisol. So it seems to be two opposite ends of the same argument. So it could be eating too much or not eating enough. Or maybe not even eating, the right types of food. But again, without extra context, it is difficult. So, I mean, depending on where you are on your journey there, Susan, I mean, take on board the advice and try to do the opposite to whichever you are currently. But we need fuel. So under eating seems to be a bigger, especially with women. Women tend not to do very well on OMAD and excessive fasting. I find personally, and you guys may have something to add to this, but women seem to do better on 2 to 3 meals a day. Men seem to thrive better on 1 to 2. And that's not to say that you can't eat 1 meal a day, but it's finding that sweet spot and it's finding what works best for you.
Brilliant answer. Yes. Well done, guys. So someone here is commenting, carnivore for future. Obesity is an outcome of a nutritional deficiency, creating hunger, and you eat same equal more deficiency, more hunger. Fulmouth, 637 pounds today, 245 pounds, 5-year carnivore. And this is one of the weirdest things. I am an obesity and diabetes specialist practitioner, and in the obese, I would often say, you are malnourished, and they'd never understand. And I say, you're eating and eating because you're eating the wrong things, and your body is saying you need to eat more because we need more protein, we need more fats, and you're stuffing cereal down your neck, and you're doing all these things, and you're not satisfying your body's need for protein and fats. So therefore, you are obese but malnourished. And that's basically what that comment is saying. So I do appreciate that. That's fabulous. And that's it.
Well done. Absolutely brilliant result there. Yeah. Fantastic.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Is it absolutely brilliant? Right. We'll go to the next question then. Oh, by the way, people have commented, it's very UK centric. That's because it's a 24-hour live stream and it's the morning here. It's 10 past 10 in the morning. It's midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning elsewhere. So, right. Okay. Maisie, Scotland. You're in Scotland at 8. Seriously difficult to sleep on carnivore, 4 hours at most, enjoying the other benefits, but I'm constantly tired. Carnivore, almost 4 years.
Yeah. The sleep thing. Well, I think, quite often when people go on carnivore or keto, they tend to sleep less. I think maybe the repair gets done quicker. That might be a reason for it, and you don't need so much sleep. But 4 hours, could do with boosting that up a bit, I guess. For me, the first thing I always look at is light, people's light exposure. Even people who come along and say, "Oh, I put my blue blockers on at night and I'm still not sleeping." It's very important to get out in the morning and to get that initial light that we're supposed to see, around dawn, to get that light in to trigger the melatonin production, so that you have some there to release at night when you're hopefully you got blue blockers on or some little red lights on or candles or something like that. Our house is beautifully dark in the evenings. The only light we have is in our snake cages. We got 3 snake cages in the living room, vivariums, and they've just got little red LEDs that I turn right down for their sort of sunset, if you like. And that's the only light we have. And I've found it so much easier to sleep. And I also actually use one of the Bon Charge sleep masks, even at night. I haven't been doing this for a while, but for a long time. But Andy Mant sent me one, and I thought I'll try it out. And to get things absolutely pitch black, if you don't have proper blackout blinds, it can make a huge difference, I find, particularly if you're trying to get a bit of extra sleep or a bit of kip in the day. If you need one, if you haven't slept so much at night, which is okay to do. But I think for me, it's about light. If you go onto my channel and have a look at a video I did a while ago, it's just called 10 Top Tips About Sleep. But I go into a lot of detail there, and then a link to a blog post where I think there's another like 23 ideas. I've had so many issues when I was really autoimmune and in terrible pain of getting sleep sorted. And I remember the first day I put blue blockers on, and I had my first cold bath as well. And I was shivering, and I thought, I'm never going to sleep. And 11 hours later, I woke up in the same position. It was just the best sleep I've ever had. My body needed it so much. So, you know, a bit of cold thermogenesis at night seemed to work for me as well. But there are a lot of tips in that one. I would say I'd go into the light. I don't really understand the connection between carnivore and not sleeping. So does anybody have any more ideas about what could be tweaked on the diet for that? Because it didn't make much difference for me. It was getting the light right that sorted me out.
Yeah, I'm not muted. Just checking. I gave a spiel for about 20 seconds earlier, Phil, and I was muted, so it was wasted. I suffered with trouble sleeping initially when I gravitated. And for me, it was two main issues and some fantastic points there. And those are some points that I need to introduce and implement myself. I don't do enough grounding. I don't get enough morning light. And that's something. So we've all got levers to pull. I regard myself as being a strict carnivore, and we look into these other mechanisms, levers that we can pull when we gravitate into this lifestyle, isn't it? And these are things that are levers for me to pull. But the biggest contributing factor to me was not eating close enough to bed. Now, I know this goes against what everybody else will tell you, but try it. Try a small bolus of protein about an hour or two before bed. Even closer, if you want to, it could be just an egg, or it could be a piece of cheese or something. Because hypoglycemia can cause issues with lack of sleep. This is why some people report eating carb allows them to sleep. And this is where the confusion comes in, that they've taken out the carb and now they're not sleeping. It's not to do with the carb per se. It's to do with the elicitation of insulin, which we can achieve through the amino acids, alanine and leucine. The other is an electrolyte imbalance. When we gravitate into this lifestyle, we are removing lots of important minerals. And then we reintroduce things like sodium, because as we gravitate in, sodium is lost through the 4 points in the nephrons in the kidneys. So we replace the sodium. Steve grinning there, because that's one of my famous lines. The sodium depletes potassium. So that puts the potassium out of whack. And then, we maybe even be supplementing with calcium, which depletes magnesium. So it's a whole issue with electrolyte balance. So you could try supplementing with some potassium and some magnesium. You can get that in one supplement, or you can do it separately. Potassium citrate is the one I'd recommend, because that will also help, as we discussed earlier, with monourate crystals and oxalate detox, as well as replacing the potassium. And magnesium glycinate is the one that I'd preference before bed. But it could be one of those. It could be hypoglycemia or an electrolyte imbalance. Implement those and try the advice that Phil has offered as well. And I'm sure that the things will begin to improve. It is common to require less sleep. Like, the amount of sleep that I get now is far less than I needed to get before. But the fact that you're suffering with fatigue, it could be a fact that you're not getting enough fat even. It could be something as simple as this. Fat is incredibly important. So maybe look at the fat ratio. Maybe the cuts of the meat that you're eating are too lean. You could try implementing lamb. Lamb, I think, is well underestimated. We're told grass-fed beef. And this comes from the States, isn't it? Because carnivore sort of is big in the States. Grass-fed beef is incredible, and I eat lots of it. But lamb isn't as readily available in the States, but it is in the UK. And lamb, in my opinion, is better for you in regards to B vitamins, and it's better in regards to omega-3s. There's around 10 times more omega-3s in lamb than we get in beef. And omega-3s can help with inflammation. So if it's an inflammatory problem, Then it will offset those omega-6s and help block inflammation. Plus, it's fuel for the brain, DHA and EPA. So few items of pieces of food for thought there.
Absolutely brilliant.
One really quick thing that people forget, apart from also getting iris on the computers and getting that blue light out of your eyes and off your thyroid and whatever, don't think of sleep as a whole sort of 8 hours or whatever. Think of it as cycles of about an hour and a half, and then it stops you panicking. I generally sleep about 3 sleep cycles and then wake up, and that's like 4.5 hours, isn't it? So mine's a bit less, like 1 hour 20, my sleep cycles. So think of it as like trying to get 4 or 5 sleep cycles a night instead of one continuous lot and then panic, oh my God, I can't get back to sleep. Just get up for a bit, chill out, put some shades on, have the screen on red, watch some crappy film or listen to a podcast or something. And then when your eyes start to go again, go back to bed. And that's really quite ancestral, that biphasic sleep thing. I think it stops you worrying about going back to sleep. There we go.
Spot on.
Yeah, and for those, we did talk about sleep in the first hour. If people want to go and look at the playback, obviously after the 24-hour live stream is finished, because you should all be here for 24 hours watching. We did talk about sleep there quite considerably. And we're here for a further 21 hours, 40 minutes. So it'll probably come up again. For those in the chat that are repeating the comment, we've got lots and lots of comments. We're not ignoring you. And yes, the mental health study that's been shut down that Ken Berry has sent a petition around, please don't keep posting about that, because we've got Dr. Ken Berry potentially coming on. We don't know when, because he's traveling and his PA's there. So we're trying to actually get the guests that we've got on to talk about their particular thing. And Phil is an expert in things like autoimmune and arthritis and all that sort of stuff. So we're making the most of having Phil on here. And as you can see, he's a thoroughly good chap as well. And sometimes he can have a very esoteric answer. So I'm going to put this very simple question on, see what he reckons. When you burn fat, where does it go?
It goes to energy, doesn't it? And then you can... I'm going to defer this one seriously to Richard, because he understands the biochemistry. You go for that. I'll just waffle on that one. Go for it.
Gee, thanks. Yeah. So it's, if we look at a cell within the body, fat is already in the cytosol of the cell. Glucose is different. Glucose needs to enter the cell through the GLUT4 transporter, but fat is already there. So it has less to go through in order to enter beta oxidation. So it'll become, it'll go through carnitine palmitoyl transferase 1 and 2. It'll become carnitine acyl, and then it'll enter beta oxidation when it comes out of the carnitine shuttle, and it'll become acetyl-CoA, to which we get energy, basically. So it enters beta oxidation and we produce energy. Now, interestingly, if we look at ketone production, acetyl-CoA would normally enter the citric acid cycle, and then this is how we create ATP. But acetyl-CoA will build up because oxaloacetate, and you did ask for the scientific answer. So oxaloacetate during the citric acid cycle is used for gluconeogenesis. Gluconeogenesis is almost like glycolysis in reverse, bar 2 or 3 different factors. So it's very similar to the production of glucose in reverse. Pyruvate goes into oxaloacetate, and then so on and so forth, but it's reversed in order. But in order to do that, the oxaloacetate is used up, which means the acetyl-CoA builds up. So acetyl-CoA doubles, and then this enters HMG-CoA. So HMG-CoA is a pathway that is shared with cholesterol production, but HMG-CoA is how we create ketones. This will enter ketone production, and we will produce 3 different types of ketones: beta hydroxybutyrate, acetoacetate, and acetone. Acetoacetate and acetone are literally just wasted. We breathe out. So this is where the fat goes. We breathe the fat out and we pee it out, or we use it, as Phil said, as energy, as heat, if you like. But when we upregulate, beta hydroxybutyrate is the ketone body that's preferenced. So when we waste ketone bodies through the breath and the urine, they're not utilized for energy purposes. They're wasted. But another process that happens is an uncoupling process of a compound called uncoupling protein 1. This stimulates our white fat to act as brown fat does. And what this means is that the white fat, which stores, so white fat in the body wants to store energy, brown fat wants to waste or burn energy. Through this uncoupling process, it tells our stored white fat just to waste energy. So I'm ketogenic or carnivore, all of us are. We are literally sitting here breathing out fat, peeing out fat, not quite this second, obviously, because that would be disturbing, but but we're also just burning. We're wasting fat through heat. And that's even before we look at energy production. So we have the ability just to burn this body fat quite as literally as Phil just said. We waste it through those processes. But when we create beta hydroxybutyrate, which is created in the liver, so it leaves the liver through a transporter called the monocarboxylate transporter. It goes through a series of enzymes called BDHA, CAT, and SCOT, and then it will enter the target cell. So say the cell within the muscle, for example, in the arm, then it will go back through another monocarboxylate transporter. It will go through those series of enzymes again, BDHA, CAT, and SCOT, and I believe it's in that order, where that will enter the citric acid cycle and be used for energy. So that's where fat goes. Does that answer? Does that answer the question?
And there was me thinking it went through a wormhole in the space-time continuum.
Spot on.
So yeah, you've got the breakdown of triglycerides.
I've probably missed a few I probably missed a few steps in there in the excitement, but yeah.
Yeah. I was just summarizing for people there that might got lost. Breakdown of triglycerides enters the bloodstream, converts to acetyl-CoA, then it is produces carbon dioxide, water, and you breathe it out or excrete it out. Basically, the word waste is also in there. We all have a waste pipe in the respect that we sweat, we generate heat, we urinate, we do other things. So, it doesn't just disappear. Think of body fat differently. Think of it as, stored food energy or stored nutrients, because it won't necessarily be burnt for energy. It could be used for something. So, for instance, when people come this way to eat and they've got a thyroid that's packed in, or then they're quite anxious, that fat will be utilized and liberated to make things as well. So lots there from that one very simple question. So you were going to say that though, weren't you, Phil? That was really what it was on the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, I was word for word. I was going to say that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Right, here we go. Great answer, Rich, of course. Right, Tanya. Hi, guys. Can you please explain low cortisol on the carnivore diet? My cortisol is 286 now, while low range is 350. Says who, by the way? Sorry. Anyway, I feel fatigue. I don't fast, don't drink any coffee. I eat dairy and meat. Use magnesium. Thank you. Right. So the first thing is, yes, we got Phil here. I just want to say bloods and normal ranges, we need to rethink what people tell us the range should be. But anyway, go on, Phil, fire away on cortisol.
I think the main thing here is really what Stephen said, that, all these tests can get very confusing. And I would plug Stephen's book and say, go and find out what blood results should be like on carnivore, or why they're so misinterpreted otherwise. I think, you feel fatigue and you've got that level, so you're thinking it's to do with cortisol, and everybody keeps on going on about cortisol. My cortisol's trashed, this and that. To me, it's how you feel, and are you getting enough fat? How long have you been on it? Are you fat adapted? I would think more about that than explaining the low cortisol, because, as Stephen says, those levels, what is normal when you're on carnivore? I'm real simple on this. I just go by how I feel. And if I'm feeling fatigued, I'll look at, my sleep patterns. I'll look at if I'm getting enough fat. I'll look if I'm stressed at something that might be messing my sleep around. I don't really think about cortisol. I just don't, that's my answer. I just keep it real simple. How do you feel? What's going to fix that? I don't look at numbers at all. But there's nothing wrong with looking at them if you're interested and understand it. But, you know, don't put it above how you feel. It's like people with thyroid issues. So often the thyroid can go crazy after going carnivore. Their doctors freak them out, you know, like, oh, you can't go carnivore, your thyroid's blowing up. And they'll come to me and they'll say, oh, you know, I've got these awful results. So, well, how do you feel? I feel great. Well, there you go. Your thyroid's doing what it's supposed to do. And I think, you know, levels of whatever do what they're supposed to do when you're on your ancestral diet. Ride it out and, you know, look for other reasons. Am I being too simplistic on that? I just like to simplify.
No, simple is good. No, simple is good. We want straight answers, really. That's why you're here, because we'll have, you know, a nice little yin and yang. Did you want to add something, Rich, before we bring Ben in, or should we bring Ben in?
Yeah, bring Ben in. I can jump on this really quickly, but let's bring Ben in.
Yeah, because we want to see this wonderfully handsome, hunky guy come in. Ben Hunt.
Yay.
Yes, you.
Hello,
Yes,
Nathan.
How you doing, man?
All right. I've been enjoying the show so far. Been watching from the start, pretty much. So, yeah, great stuff.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
I'm impressed.
Fantastic.
So Rich has just said, the infamous, I can give a quick answer on this. So fire away, mate.
No, look, just to echo what everyone else has said, the ranges don't really mean an awful lot. Feeling fatigued, what I would say, Tanya, is are you getting adequate electrolytes in regards to sodium and potassium? We need sodium and potassium to create energy. All minerals are important, but we seem to miss this when we live carnivore. We seem to restrict specific minerals unless we are eating nose to tail, eating the cartilage off chicken bones and the connective tissue of muscle meats, and creating and making bone broth. We can be devoid in these essential minerals. Just check those. Be sure that you are consuming adequate electrolytes. If not, it's okay to supplement. I take supplementation of electrolytes daily. As you guys know, that I produce them and manufacture them. And this isn't a sales pitch, by the way, but I do this because many of us don't eat the way that we did ancestrally. You know, we don't bash the bones and eat the cartilage from the bone, and we don't store our meat on rocks and drink spring water. You know, it's the diet we live today is far different to what it was previously. But electrolytes, that's the short answer.
Thank you very much. So, Phil, we'll bid you farewell. Did
Yes,
you want to end?
Yeah, I just stayed around to say hello to Ben, and we've been chatting a bit this morning anyway, so I know he's coming on, so I shall hang around on the YouTube and watch this. So, yes, thank you so much for having me on, guys, and just brilliant. I don't know how you do it. I'm glad I got on early on when you're still quite fresh. Amazing thing.
No,
All right,
cheers. Gentlemen,
Cheers.
pleasure as always.
Bye-bye.
Take care, man. See you soon.
Right.
Ben.
Yes. Ben.
I'm feeling my age today, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Is that 32?
51. I refereed a rugby match yesterday, like top national level schools match, and I can barely walk. So I'm happy to be sitting down and just using my mouth. Hopefully I'll make some sense.
If you can barely walk, you might get into the England football team. Anyway, right. For people that don't know you, Ben, would you give yourself a little introduction?
I'd love to be able to, but I don't know me either. I've run the Big Fat Challenge with Phil, who you just saw, since the start of 2023. It's 2024 now, isn't it? So that's a 90-day carnivore challenge, help you through the adjustment period, which is a lot of fun. And I also write about, I actually came into this through regenerative agriculture, and I got into that through growing vegetables. So I've got quite a unique path into carnivory, and I wasn't destroyed by vegetables like Lee, for example. But yeah, I got really interested in soil and sucking all the evil carbon out of the air as well, which is something that I've done a U-turn on in the last few years. I don't think that's an issue now at all, because I know that the natural world has checks and balances built into it. So I know that the more carbon dioxide you get, the more plants you'll get. And that's exactly what we're seeing. About 90% of the world is getting more plant cover right now. And the more plants you get, the more life there is generally, the more animals you'll get and whatever. So it's all prone to balance. But yeah, that brought me going along to conferences about soil and looking after the land. Opened my eyes to the benefits of meat for the diet. So I just, as a curious person, I decided to look into that. Came across Phil and his Facebook group, and we started working together a few years ago. So that's the beginning of that story. But more recently, I've got a lot more into the philosophical side of carnivory as well, and being hunters naturally. I think you've both already said that we can track back our meat-based diet for at least 2 million years. Our species is around somewhere between 200 and 250,000 years old, apparently, according to science. And 95% of that time, basically, has been in the Paleolithic. So, which was featured at least 2 major ice ages with short interglacial periods. We are currently in the most recent nice, warm, pleasant interglacial period. So most of our time on Earth as a species, but never mind the pre-human, is we were either in icy conditions with long winters, long cold winters, or dry conditions and eating meat. So as hunters, it's got me to thinking, well, how does that actually affect the way that we think and the way that we relate to each other? And then more importantly, from switching away from being nomadic hunting people to sedentary grain munching people, how has that affected our psyche and the way that we relate to each other, the way that we relate to the natural world? So yeah, I don't do one thing. I'm fascinated with it all. Was that an introduction?
That was a brilliant introduction, yes. And that's the thing. I believe you and Richard have a festival that you're organising, which I think you should really talk about as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, we decided to that we were planning to do a carnivore conference in October this year, but that then changed, and so we decided, come on, let's do it. Let's do something in by the end of this year. So we're doing one in the middle of September. I think it's the 14th and 15th of September, called the Carnivore Conference. You can go to carnivoreconference.co.uk and get in early on the tickets. Lovely venue. Stephen, you'll be speaking. Richard, Jonathan, that you met, Phil and Lee, the whole gang's going to be there, and several other people as well. So yeah, that'll be 2 full days. Get all your questions answered, and you don't have to be. It's not exclusive for strict carnivores. If you're into keto, paleo, low carb, just curious, then come along and hang out and get all your questions answered. So Phil and I did a couple earlier on in the year called War on Health, which were just really, really good fun. And both you guys obviously spoke at the Easter one for that, which was fantastic. Lovely vibe.
Cool. Rich, do you have any questions for Ben?
Just to reiterate what you said there, the events that you and Phil held that Stephen and I spoke at were fantastic. Very good vibe. And I think that's what you're looking to recreate in this one, isn't it? Is an experience where guests can spend time with the speakers. It's a very intimate event. And it's going to be fantastic. I've just popped a link in the comments there now for guys to book. But Stephen did a fantastic talk on bloods and how to look at blood testing and so on and so forth, and things within the blood. He's got a fantastic talk this year. Mine is going to be, can I tell them what mine's going to be, Ben?
Please do. Yeah.
So, we look at toxic compounds in plants, but nobody ever speaks about how much it takes to cause damage or how much of that compound is going to kill you. And that's what mine's going to be. So I'm going to explain to people quite literally how much. And we mentioned this earlier, but as we're probably 2 hours further in, I'll mention this again. This is part of what I'm going to do a presentation on. This is linseed, flaxseed. This is high in a compound called linamarin, which is a cyanogenic glycoside. If you were to eat that much of this pack, you would die. There is enough cyanide within that amount to kill a human being. Yet it's a compound that we add to foods constantly, thinking that it confers a benefit. And that's what my talk's going to be about. This is how much of this compound, if you eat it in one go, will kill you. I won't go through my story of the rat poison thing again. Maybe we'll save that for hour 8 or 9 again. But it's going to be fantastic. So get your tickets booked. I look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Now, we've got tons of questions. So I'm going to ask ones that I think might be relevant to you, Ben. But if you feel like you don't want to answer, we can pass it on. We've got a question here about migraines, which you may have come across when you were doing the Big Fat Challenge and all that. But anyway, can you give me advice on migraines? I don't have them for months, then can have 3 to 7 in a few days. I've just started EMDR and got one just after doing the very first session. Could this be normal?
Well, I'm going to say exactly what Phil said and defer to Richard on that, because I know that Richard suffered from migraines in the past and still occasionally. I haven't. I've had like 1 or 2 in my entire life. So it's not something that's come up frequently, actually, in our experience with the adaptation. So, yeah. Sorry, I have to dodge this one. Rich?
And probably just for clarification, for those that don't know, EMDR is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, for those that don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rich.
Look, there's lots of contributing factors in regards to migraines, and I still suffer with migraines. So, when I do a lot of my talks, I explain to people that I'm completely ailment and medication free. I'm completely medication free. I still suffer with migraines, usually 1 to 2 migraines a year. But I have noticed that more recently, because, until recently, I've been increasing a specific compound, which has caused more again. But there's lots of contributing factors. The biggest for me were the grains. The grains were causing intestinal permeability, which was leading to migraines. Wheat germ agglutinin, which Ben knows all about. I'm sure you can get into more detail in this, but wheat germ agglutinin will travel the vagus nerve also, which we've seen in surgeries called vagotomies. This is a toxic compound which causes loads of issues. It could be an electrolyte imbalance, particularly excessive amounts of calcium, which is another problem when we gravitate into carnivore. For the less strict of us, we consume lots of cheese and eggs and A2 dairy. Eggs are fantastic. Eggs are a fantastic source of nutrients, choline, which we've mentioned earlier. But they do contain around 24 milligrams of calcium. If you were to eat 5 eggs, that's close to 100 milligrams. 500 is where we want to be, but we need to be matching that roughly with magnesium also. We don't want to be going over excessive amounts of calcium. Because it's excitatory. It's excitatory to the muscle and to the brain, and it can cause a difference between glutamate and GABA. It can affect the glutamate to GABA ratio, which is another contributing factor. Cheese and raw dairy, super high in calcium, and we're not offsetting this with magnesium. So those are 2 or 3 massive contributing factors, but just living a ketogenic carnivore-based lifestyle and the production of beta-hydroxybutyrate has allowed me to reduce the neuroinflammation, because that's one of the benefits of BHB, or beta-hydroxybutyrate. It blocks a pathway called NLRP3 inflammasome, which is inflammatory cytokine in the body. It allows us to reduce inflammation and combat many of these issues. So again, just to reiterate, I still suffer now and again. The biggest contributing factor to me, though, is lack of sleep and stress. I'm self-employed. I work 7 days a week. Lack of sleep and stress come hand in hand. So I'm surprised I don't get a lot more migraines, but calcium for me, I've noticed recently, is a massive contributing factor. So again, it just reinforces, you've probably noticed my hate for calcium over the last couple of months. and that's another contributor. And again, acrylamide, acrylamide is compound in coffee. So it's not just one thing. If you're a migraine sufferer, there's lots of contributing factors. And this is just about gravitating the journey and trying to manage each and every one of these pillars and pulling the levers as best as you can.
Yeah, on the subject of that, sorry, Stephen, that the lectins traveling up the vagus nerve, they've not only found these chemicals traveling up the nerve, but there was a study in Denmark that ran from 1977 to 1995, so 18 years that ran, and they tracked people who'd had vagotomies. So for whatever reason, through an accident or through surgery, the vagus nerve, which is actually, I think it's a bundle of like 2 nerves, had been severed for one reason or another. That group who'd had the vagotomies, they found a 47% reduction in Parkinson's disease compared to the national average in Denmark. So that's just one of the outcomes. The Danes have also found that mothers who consume less lectin, that their children are far less likely to contract, I think type 1 diabetes, I think it is as well, which is fascinating. Yeah, it's type 1 diabetes.
Toxic.
Yeah, I mean the vagus nerve, the vagrant nerve, because it's all over the body, goes all this way and that. And I think Dr. Paul Mason talks about an interesting experiment they did on dogs, which proves the movement up the vagus nerve, but we won't get into that because it's a bit of a sad experiment because there's a lot of dogs were sadly sacrificed for it, but it did prove the connection between Parkinson's. Right, here's one for you, Ben, I think, and I will go and visit the facilities. It's not that I don't want to hear your answer, but we're here for 24 hours, so we do need to do those functions. So Alex Mack is saying Celtic sea salt ? Why would one consume the English Channel ? Have you seen what's in it? Like Himalayan for me.
That's a really good question. On the subject of Himalayan salt, I know that Dr. Jack Kruse is very critical of the pink salt. He says that it's dead and it's inert, and there are supposed to be enzymes in there that can help you to make use of some of the salts within that. Obviously, one of the worst sources of what we call salt isn't really salt, it's a salt, isn't it, which is sodium chloride. And basically the reason why table salt is sodium chloride is because that's the most abundant 2 ions in the whole thing, and they've taken out all the more valuable ones. Basically, is that sodium and chloride are cheap. And so what's tended to happen historically since the Industrial Revolution is that they would put mills, factories, for dyeing wool, whatever it was, they'd actually site them near the salt mines because the salt was a very important, or different salts, very, very, very important resource in a lot of industrial processes, lots and lots of processes. And then, so they'd take out all the salts that they needed, and they'd have a load of sodium chloride left over. So they thought, well, let's package it up and call it salt, table salt. And that's why so many people have excess sodium, allegedly. So the idea with sea salt is that it's got a much more natural balance of all the salts. So basically, all a salt is it's a metal ion and a non-metal ion together. But I think that's the simple answer. And so what you get when you mix an acid and an alkali, let's say hydrochloric acid and sodium hydroxide, right? So hydrochloric acid is HCl, and sodium hydroxide is NaOH, right? So the H from the acid, and that's what pH measures, is the excess hydrogens. That combines with the OH, the hydroxide from the alkali, to make water, and then you've got sodium and chlorine that make sodium chloride, table salt. So that's why I know we're well off the topic, but this idea that certain things you put into your stomach can make your blood more or less alkaline, I just don't buy that at all. And you pour a load of calcium carbonate or stuff into your stomach, you're just gonna get excess salts and water produced. That's all. So the idea of neutralizing your stomach acid is actually a very, very poor idea. But basically, we all came from the sea, right? We have our blood plasma is very, very rich with a lot of different stuff in it, and it's not a million miles away from seawater. I'm also quite a fan of the aquatic ape theory. I think that's really interesting. Have you guys up on that one? This idea that maybe it wasn't so much bone marrow and smashing into skulls that helped us to get big brains, but it was a seafood diet. And there's quite a lot of evidence to say that humans may have evolved around the edges of land and the water. For example,
Patrick Holford goes into this, doesn't he? So
he's big on that.
He's big, yeah.
For example, we've got webbing on our fingers and toes, right? Yeah. Some of us more than others. Okay, but there's half an inch of webbing there. Now, no other ape has that webbing. Also, when you're in the bath for too long and your fingertips and your toes and the bottom of your feet go all wrinkly and white, apparently what that does is it increases the surface area and helps you to grip onto things in the wet. And all the hair on our body follows the direction of flow of water if we were swimming along. And human babies will instinctively hold their breath when submerged in water and stuff like that. So very, very interesting. But there's definitely a huge role for omega-3s in brain function as well. So Jack Cruz says that the Himalayan salt, because it's kind of mined, lacks some enzymes that are actually important to help us to get the maximum value out of it. Plus claims that because it's tends to be extracted with dynamite, that there's actually explosive residues as well on this stuff also. So for me, I go for Celtic sea salt every time.
Yeah, I ditto that. I used to be a big fan of Pink Himalayan, but it's a non-organic salt. It's created from many years of geological activity. It's non-organic. It's far less bioavailable than Celtic sea salt. For Celtic sea salt, salt has been created through organic material, either from things in the sea that have broken down or the compounds that have been taken through life. And this is what we get from Celtic sea salt. So Celtic sea salt is organic. It's way more bioavailable, and Celtic sea salt is microplastic free. Also, so not just way more bioavailable, but it's far better for you. If you're going to consume any salt at all, one over the other, Celtic sea salt would be mine. Pink Himalayan, I think, if that takes your preference, is better than no salt. But yeah, be under no illusion, Celtic sea salt is far, far better for you than a Pink Himalayan, without question.
Cool. I've got another question here, which Ben may have some views on. 2.5 months into strict carnivore. After a month, I realized that I was not getting sunburned. Would love to hear your thoughts on this. I've not heard a good reason why this happens.
The only reason that I'm aware of is actually the cutting out of the seed oils and the excess omega-6s, which have natural inflammatory properties. It's a very, very common symptom or lack of to report. And I know Phil would talk about this as well, because he actually pretty much ruined his solar callus. So he still can't really handle much sun, but 10, 12 years ago, he would burn to a crisp within minutes in strong sunshine. He's a little bit better now. I will go red in the sun, and then the next day it's brown these days. Yeah. And I put it down to the omega-6s.
Yeah,
I think it's as simple as that.
And I can tell you the mechanism as well. So when UVB hits the skin, the body will synthesize cholesterol to make vitamin D, which is a sunscreen. So it's vitamin D that's produced from cholesterol in the skin that acts as protection from UVB rays. Vegetable oils oxidized omega-6s, linoleic acid, for example, looks so similar to cholesterol that the body mistakes it for cholesterol. But it's not fit for human biology. And we know this through a condition called cytosterolemia. So feel free to search that while you guys are listening. Cytosterolemia, begin with an S. Cytosterolemia is a genetic condition, inherited condition, in which the body can't detox plant sterols, i.e. these phytosterols, these vegetable oils, which goes to show how toxic they are in the body. The body is actively trying to remove these compounds. In a normal state, though, we don't extract enough. The body will try to extract as much as it can, but we still retain about 2%. So when UVB hits the skin and cholesterol tries to go to work to create vitamin D, there's no actual cholesterol there. There's no cholesterol because it's plant sterols. So we're not producing the adequate amount of vitamin D, and now we burn. We literally burn, we cook through these vegetables, through these cooking oils. We're burning our skin because we do not have adequate cholesterol. And that's what vitamin D is. Vitamin D is a sunscreen. It's not a vitamin, it's a hormone. And many of the attributed benefits of vitamin D are not actually coming from the vitamin D itself. They're coming from the activation and increase of a compound called nitric oxide, which comes from the UVA rays. So when we're in the sun, UVA and UVB hits the skin. The UVA is increasing nitric oxide, and nitric oxide is a potent vasodilator, which is associated with longevity. So when we see that people with high vitamin D are healthier, the vitamin D is a marker of good metabolic health. We can't become healthier by taking a vitamin D supplement. It doesn't work that way. We have high vitamin D because we're healthy, not the other way around. We don't become healthy because we have high vitamin D. But the vitamin D comes from the UV, the UVA, the UVB rays as they hit the skin, and is synthesized from cholesterol. This is why we need to drop the vegetable oils. The vegetable oils that are high in this oxidized omega-6 linoleic acid. We need to eat real fats, butter, tallow, lard, ghee, fats as nature intended. But that 100% spot on, Ben. That is, I used to burn, and now I no longer burn.
Yeah.
Let's get another question.
Sorry, can I just jump in with another couple of points on that? One is when you do synthesize the vitamin D, which is a very bad name because it's not really a vitamin. It's more of a hormone anyway. When you do synthesize that, it happens on the surface of your skin. It doesn't happen within the skin cells. Yeah. So it's very important that if you are in the sun, you get that good ultraviolet exposure. When you're done sunbathing, don't go and jump straight under the shower, because you will literally rinse off all that vitamin D that your body's just made. So you need to leave it on there for a few hours to soak into your skin, and that's when you'll get the benefit of it. And the other thing in there, another reason to avoid the plants as well, is the plant sterols. So these kind of phytosterols are the equivalent. They're the plant's equivalent to cholesterol, which is the animal kingdom's really, really useful structural molecule. And the plant sterols are very, very similar in structure, such that when you consume these, your body will mistake them for cholesterol, and it will try and use them to build the cell walls, to build the hormones, including vitamin D, and it won't work properly. So just, if we're keeping score of reasons not to eat plants, that's another one to chuck in.
Yeah, cool. I'm just trying to make the most of having you here, Ben. So here's the next question. Does eating meat have any impact on telomeres?
Yes.
There was a study, I think it was about a year ago. Now, if you type that into Google, it will say that you need to eat plants, fruits, stuff, grain, whatever, to increase the length of your telomeres. If you don't know what telomeres are, then the classic description is, the little plastic bits on the end of your shoelaces that stop them from fraying. Every time, all of our cells can divide, right? Or most of our cells, but when they divide, the telomere gets slightly shorter, and that's also a reason why adult stem cells are useful, because when they turn into a new cell, they can turn into any cell in the body with the exception of eggs and sperm. They start off with full length telomeres, which means that they can subdivide multiple times over potentially years without running out and leading to ultimate cell death. Now, this study, they looked at all kinds of things, all kinds of lifestyle factors, and the only one that had a statistically significant correlation with telomere length was consumption of red meat. Right? I can't point you to the study itself, but I think Uncle Google will probably bury it and make it hard to find. But that's my understanding. Nothing else has any positive difference. There you go.
There is. So I can send people the link to that anyway, if they want that. Right.
Excellent.
Now then, we're going to remove that from the screen. We're going to remove that question. And in the side of the stage, we have the wonderful Dr. Robert Kiltz. So let's bring him on.
Hey, my brothers, how's it going? Nice to see everyone.
You too, my man. How we keeping?
Oh, awesome. Beautiful day in paradise. Now that I'm here with you guys, nothing better than this.
So,
Awesome.
Ben, thank you so much for your time. Do you want to just give us a little outro from your section?
Just that anyone who's watching this would love to see you at the Carnivore Conference. You know, meet all of these guys. Rob's not going to be there, but a load of the people that you've already seen today from the UK will be there. Just go to carnivoreconference.co.uk, get your ticket, and we'll let's hang out for the weekend. It'd be great to see you.
Awesome.
Brilliant. Thank you
Brilliant
for your time,
stuff.
Ben.
Take care,
Okay.
guys.
Cheers, Ben. Take care,
Great
man.
job today. See you.
Adios. Right. Dr. Robert Kiltz, for those that
Right.
don't know you, can we have a little introduction?
Well, I'm just another fellow human being on the quest to be healthy. And as a physician, I found out that my advice as a physician was aiding in my and other human beings' unhealthiness. And I learned about paleo, keto, and then about 15 years ago, almost carnivore. And what better way to share health and wellness than being on social media, which is really the new healthcare menu.
Absolutely. Rich.
What would you like me to hit Robert Kiltz with? I know we had you
Oh,
on.
welcome back.
Yes, welcome back, because we had you on this time last year. Wow, how quickly 12 months has gone.
It's the measure of these dates. It's like every appointment I have on an annual basis, I decided to cancel them all because between last one and this one, it's just way too short. But
Yeah.
you know, it is a short life, and we want to do the very best to make ourselves the most healthy. And just in finishing up, as a fertility physician, I've learned that we're all suffering from the improper human diet for way too long. And I've just been so enthused by the environment of both the keto world, the carnivore world, but the general health and wellness that people are talking about online has been a game changer. You know, I can only see so many patients in a day, but we can touch infinite people in this modality. So I think this is absolutely, and I encourage anyone who's experienced the benefits of both keto world and the carnivore world, the faith world and the fitness world, to share your story, because I think that's one of the most important things we can all do.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So being the fertility expert, if any of you guys have any fertility questions, pop them in the chat. Stephen with his hawk eye is on the mark there.
I do have
Robert-
a question that's
Oh, there we are.
been posed.
Fantastic.
Yeah, which I think we might be able to get Robert to answer here, because it's sort of around female issues. Nadine was asking, still haven't been able to get a definitive commentary on whether or not the hormones in dairy pose a danger for women's breast tissue.
Well, I imagine women, human beings like other mammals, have hormones, and so when you eat another animal, it has some hormones inside of it that you're going to consume some of those. You know, most of us are looking for regenerative and well cared for animals that aren't given all these external hormones or antibiotics. or other substances that may be harmful to them and possibly to us. But I don't think that's our biggest problem. Plants are our biggest problem because plants also contain hormones, by the way, because the phytoestrogens, androgens, and progestins, along with many other chemicals, essentially the birth control pill, which contains estrogen, progesterone, was developed from plants. So I would say that we have far worse chemicals and hormones in the plants we consume than you're getting in the beautiful nutrient-dense animal products that you consume.
Cool. Sorry, Richard, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. It's just that question's been hanging around.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I'd just like to put an anecdote in there. A colleague of mine, or now a friend who came to me as a client initially, he reported recently that his sister, and I'm sure he's listening to this. If he is, feel free to comment in, had tried IVF for, I think it was something like 9 years unsuccessfully. He passed on words of wisdom from Stephen and I's lives that we do, as you know, every Sunday on YouTube. She made these changes begrudgingly after being worn down for a long time, because it does take a long time for us to wake up to these suggestions. 1 year after living a carnivore lifestyle, she's now pregnant after 9 years of paying IVF and not being successful. Have you got anything to add to this? I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense, but from a hormonal perspective, have you got any insight in regards to the mechanisms behind this?
Inflammation is the cause of all disease. Inflammation is primarily caused by plant sugars, plant antigens, lectins, oxalate phytates, and more. Plant chemicals, estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, are all plant chemicals. And then the fermentation of those plants in your gut via the microbes that are not good for you, by the way. And so they basically damaged every cell of your body. And last I looked, your ovaries and your testicles are cellular components, organs of your body that get damaged. So it's not per se the hormones. You know, everyone focuses on hormones, but it's actually the cells that either make the hormones or the cells that are affected by the hormones and having the receptors there. But basically the damage isn't to your hormones, it's to your cells that either produce or are the receptors for those hormones or many other functions. Again, a sperm that can't move becomes an infertile sperm. An egg that can't be released becomes an inadequate egg. You might have the eggs in the sperm, but it's not working. So ultimately, think of inflammation as the global cause of all disease. Infertility is just another disease. It is actually the most important thing that we're all alive for, because all this work we do on YouTube is about showing ourselves off. It's the feathers, the colors, the sounds, the things that we all use to attract the mates, because there's nothing more important than attracting a mate and reproducing in life, because that's the prima need of the universe, is to reproduce. And I see exactly that story. I have so many of my clients that many of them have never seen me. They hear these stories online. They go keto or carnivore, and they suddenly better sperm, better eggs, better embryos, better environment. They conceive and deliver a baby, even after many failed IVF cycles. At CNY Fertility, my job is affordability, access, quality, and integration. So I am a standard medical doctor. I perform lots of surgeries and lots of IVF and those sort of things. But if I can help you clear the inflammation and heal yourself by these simple ideas of keto carnivore, which is kind of crazy, and it works.
Yeah.
Okay, got a great question from Sarah here. 30-year-old on carnivore and looking to get pregnant in the future. Would you still recommend a prenatal supplement? And if so, what nutrients?
Liver, organ meats, eat the fatty meat. That likely is the only supplement you need, along with vitamin G, which is gratitude. I think faith is the most important part of it. I am having a baby in the future. Of course you are. That's the reason we're all alive. And what prenatal supplement? Faith first. Thank you, God, Lord, Creator, for the day, whatever your gratitude of that thing is, and enjoy the life you're living, and carnivore. But again, organ meats I think are important because likely we utilize the organ meats and the fat, and I would say raw fat over cooked fat, and even raw organ meats over cooked organ meats are probably have more minerals and vitamins that your body needs: copper, magnesium, zinc, iron, just to name a few. But I don't focus on any particular supplement personally. We do sell an organ meat supplement for those people that don't want to take them. I think that they're something we did consume, and I think they'll help tremendously.
Yeah.
Excellent. Just rattling through some questions, Richard, if that's all right with Robert as well. People have been dying to speak to you, mate.
Don't die.
Rachel has a
Yeah.
Rachel says, I have a female issue. Carnivore since early Feb. Had one normal cycle in February and then no period since. Any idea what would cause this and what can I do to reverse it? Before carnivore, it was regular.
Well, I don't know Rachel's age or other predisposing factors that she may have been living with for many years. So, you know, it could be that you've already done the damage that's caused damage to your hypothalamus, the brain areas, the pituitary, and then the adrenal ovarian axis, which are important communicating cellular structures that really define normal hormonal production and ovulation. Those are factors. But carnivore, I don't know what carnivore means. I hear people on carnivore eating fruits. That's not carnivore. And carnivore is fatty meat. It's not lean meat. I eat tenderloin and chicken and fish. There's no fat there. The fat is the most important thing to eat because it contains every mineral, every vitamin, every amino acid, every fatty acid, and every simple sugar your body requires. And it's fat that kills the microbes in the gut, which are not good for you, by the way, and allows the glycocalyx and the glycobiome to heal. So I would say that, you know, either the damage was done or your age is already past when that tip over period of going into menopause. But I'd say a lot of it is lean meat is not good for you. Fatty meat, eat less frequently. And if you're over exercising or too skinny, that's not good either.
Yeah, just to add to that really quickly, fantastic there, Robert. I think that a lot of women do extended fasting, which causes issues in regards to cortisol as well. That can cause problems with menstrual cycles. So don't over fast. And
can I comment about fasting? If you have fat on your body, you can fast long because the adipose tissue in our body contains every mineral, vitamin, amino acid, simple sugar, and fatty acid. We're built to bring on fat, store it, and we're likely built to go a lot of time without eating because you and I don't go out and hunt and gather. It's provided for us in abundant ways. So again, we didn't purposely fast. It was seasonality and things like that. So that's where I differ a little bit. Fasting to me is one of the most amazing things you can do because when you empty the gut, see that too many people are living with a gut full of food. The gut full of food is mostly plants and protein, which are both fermenting in the gut, and they both go to the liver via insulin to convert it to fat. So, again, I think fasting is one of the most amazing things you could do. We're actually doing a 5 to 7 day fast starting tomorrow, and I do it twice a year. I think fasting is food freedom. And last I looked, I've seen no one drop dead from fasting as long as they had enough fat on their body. And so
I agree.
That's, again, I apologize for jumping in there, but
no, spot on. I completely agree. I think that sometimes people come into this with the wrong mentality and being uneducated in regards to fasting. I think fasting, if we look at the benefits of fasting, we benefit for autophagy, mitophagy, brown fat activation, lipolysis, insulin sensitivity. All of these are elicited when we are ketogenic anyway. But I think sometimes people will over fast. I fast. So when people ask me, do I fast? And I mentioned this earlier, I say no, but I usually go 18 hours without eating, but I eat intuitively. I eat when I'm hungry. If I'm not hungry, I don't eat. I don't force a fast. And what I find from female clients in particular is that they're in this pursuit for this super fast weight loss. they'll overfast, and now their bodies are not, achieving and receiving the nutrients that they need. So I just say, I'm a big fan of fasting, but just be careful with fasting. Fats and proteins make every hormone, every cell in the body, and I think this is where we need the proteins and the fats, and this is why living a carnivore or animal-based lifestyle allows us to thrive. But
well, interesting. LDL, VLDL, HDL are adipocytes circulating in the bloodstream. If you think about it, okay, they contain amino acids, simple sugars, and fatty acids, cholesterol, and all the minerals and vitamins. So, in actuality, the adipose tissue we store in our body is the nutrient rich cells of our body. They are critical. Obesity causes no disease. It's simply the storage. So you can go days, weeks, and potentially months without eating, including hibernating and nesting. Many animals do not eat for months and months and months because they've built up their fat stores. And again, inside that adipocyte are amino acids. And inside the adipocytes are simple sugars, glycans, and are the fatty acids and cholesterols and the minerals and vitamins. Your body is just saying like, okay, great. When you're in ketosis, you basically are simply reduce the stomach contents to near zero. Zero is probably the best. Now you're not feeding the sugars and the amino acids, which are basically they convert to sugar in the liver, then fat in the liver via insulin, which is the critical part of our liver and survival. So I just think, again, when the problem is that food is so abundant and the highly palatable and foods, meaning the hyperphagic foods are there because sugars, fruit, were available at certain times of the year, but only in limited amounts. And if you didn't eat them all very quickly, you'd lose the opportunity to build the fat so you can go through your nesting time. Bears will mate with a bear, and they will fertilize an egg, but that egg will not implant until that bear is fat enough. And then they cannot survive, nor will they build the babies, because they're going to hibernate. They lose no muscle mass, no bone mass. They lose only adipose cells. So I think we're misaligned in obesity. Adipose tissue is actually the very best thing you carry on your body, which is built for our evolution, which basically you and I didn't have the quick stops, the quick deliveries and all that stuff.
Spot on.
Absolutely. So we're just going to say, what time is it where you are, Robert? Because
I just got back from Nice, France.
Right.
I got in like last night about 9 p.m. and I was up since 6 a.m. Nice time. So I did get my 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. I got my 7 hours, which is unusual for me. I usually do 6 hours. So it's about 6. What is it right now? 6:17 in the morning.
That's fabulous.
Wow.
And you are one of the most brilliantly active listeners I've ever seen. I can see your brain absorbing information and questions, and you can't wait to outpour it, which is fabulous.
I just want to tell everyone that Richard Smith and Coach Stephen are two of the most inspiring human beings in the keto carnivore space, the fitness space, and I watch them religiously, and I think that the more we gain together, the better. Appreciate you guys.
Way too kind. And
Yes,
right back
lovely.
at you also. Right back at you also.
And the check's in the post. So, right. That's brilliant. So somebody's put a comment here, which is Dr. Kiltz is the only, this isn't true, but this is how they're seeing it, is the only person to talk about the vital glycocalyx. So why do you think that glycoproteins and glycosylation is the thing you're a little bit known for now, as well as fertility?
Well, my sister Marianne died of diabetes. And then I read a book called The World Turned Upside Down by Richard David Feynman. And basically it said that glucose is never required in our diet. Sugar is not required. So wait a minute, but sugars are energy, but it's not required in our diet. And then I said, well, if sugar is not our energy, then what is sugar for? Well, we know that in ketosis, you burn fat. Well, then I said, well, you mean you burn sugar sometimes and then fat other times? What if that is not true? What if we only utilize acetyl-CoA from fatty acids and we never use glucose for energy? Glucose, I said, well, we know glucose glycates, rusts, so it's very bad for us. So if I never eat it and I keep my glucose low, I'll be healthier. Well, then what's glucose for? Well, I never realized, I knew about glycosylation, which is the post-translational modification of a protein by adding a sugar to it to give it its proper shape, charge, pH, whether it dissolves in water or not, and its proper function. And so we're simply glycating because of our excess sugars and proteins, by the way, that are damaging our body. And so because of my sister's death and my best friend Dave Kilmer's death from medical school, he died at 52 of cancer. And I read the book by Thomas Seyfried and Otto Warburg's work on basically glucose is a glycating agent that causes cancer. But we talk about, sugars of burns energy, and then you switch over to burn fat. But that didn't make sense to me. And when I learned about the glycocalyx and glycobiome, and that basically there's a mucopolysaccharide layer, a sugar layer, that lines every cell of your body. It's actually the barcode. It says, come on in or stay out. You could not live without the sugars in the glycocalyx. And so we can live without eating plants, which basically all break down to sugar. And protein, by the way, is glucogenic or ketogenic. Basically, they both amino acids are sugar-like. And that's the part we're not talking about when it comes to proteins and amino acids. We actually have a very small requirement for amino acids because they're in the adipose tissue we eat. So why me? I don't know. I'm a crazy man a little bit. And in this world of fertility, talking about keto or a carnivore is kind of like, ooh, can't do that. But like everything else, my job as a physician, I get paid a lot of money to help people to heal themselves, hopefully, or we help them in either surgeries or drugs, dissections, all sorts of things. And I was like, well, but the reason I went into medicine was my sister Marianne and just seeing the suffering and my parents and many others. And so my mission as a physician is to dig deep and ask questions and not even believe what we say. It's like, wait a minute, you guys don't know what you're talking about. We don't. But yeah, the glycocalyx, the glycobiome is the bomb.
Yeah. And I think, this is this thing about not questioning science, which is something that's a terrible phrase that's been around for the last 4 years. If you don't question science, it's not science. It's just, we've got to keep asking questions.
And we have to question ourselves too, because if we chastise the standard world for every time someone says we need another scientific study, I'm like, isn't that how we got our problem ourselves into this problem? Another scientific study? I mean, it really is pretty simple. This is thousands of years old, this story. We don't need another study that says, oh, carnivore works. Well, faith, fasting. Again, carnivore works because it minimizes or eliminates the plant toxins. Okay? That's really the simple part of the story. You can live as a vegetarian pretty long and pretty healthy if you, in my opinion, you do more fasting and you add more fat. You cook the carbs well. When you cook a plant, you kill the microbes, bacteria, yeast, and viruses, and other microbes are all over the plant. You simplify the sugar. Simple sugars go to the liver faster and are converted to fat faster in order to lower your sugar levels in your bloodstream. That's really what's so important in this.
Great. And we've got another fertility-based question, which is understandable. Do breastfeeding women on a carnivore diet need to eat more, increase calories to maintain milk supply?
Well, how many calories do if you're thriving and surviving, your baby's thriving and surviving, you're likely getting enough calories. I mean, we know one of the biggest problems in life is losing weight, right? That's the biggest problem. People can't lose weight without a drug, a doctor dissection, or some crazy diet. And so I don't think lack of calories is our biggest problem. And breastfeeding, again, on carnivore is like the very best thing. Fatty meat. The breast tissue is made of fat. And remember, adipose tissue contains every mineral, vitamin, building block of your baby and your body. So I think that, if you're losing too much weight, eat more fat. If you're gaining too much weight and you're either move a little bit more or eat a little bit less. But, historically, we didn't get advice from a doctor or a dietitian. We just lived on the land of life, and eating a meal a day to me suffices for most of us. But the majority of the food we eat today is low fat. And that's one of the problems. We're getting a lot of protein and plant sugars, which are glycating, damaging our gut, so that our gut absorption is diminished, and it damaged that glycocalyx. So I would say that, again, if your baby's not thriving and not getting the breast milk, that's where you might seek out a nutritional consultant on keto carnivore.
Yeah, great. A few people talking about, we use the word calories. I don't believe in calories as such, because I think different macronutrients do different things, but people understand the word calories. We could say more nutrients, we could say more mass of food, whatever. So anyway.
Well, a calorie, I mean, let's just call it a calorie, okay? So meaning that, of course, there's lots of definitions of lots of things, but you want to increase your caloric intake, which is your energy in, or reduce your energy expenditure in order to gain more weight, if that's what you want to do. But again, you're right. If your glycocalyx is damaged, your absorption of those nutrients or the loss of nutrients is going to be affected by that. So, but you're right. There's a scientific definition of a calorie, but I think in general, we know what things have higher caloric intake, which are lower caloric intake, but nothing is exact as we think it is.
No. And I've got another question here, which is really broad. Why do women get hot flushes in menopause, and how can you lessen them?
I don't know that answer, but there's a thermogenic effect of inflammation that affects our natural thermogenic set point, and but it's likely related to inflammation of those centers that cause that. And fat is one of the best things you can do. To eat fat, eat adipose tissue, eat butter, eat raw is the very best thing. I'm not a milk fan, by the way, so I don't push milk. I think a little bit of cream or butter, but mostly animal fat, and uncooked animal fat is better than the rendered stuff, in my opinion. I think those will help. Look at the Elizabeth Bright, some others out there talk about it, but essentially, if you live long enough, and depending on the inflammatory state of your body, some people are going to get more hot flashes than others that are going to last longer than others. And for the reason is, we don't know exactly why some people more so than others. But I think when you reduce inflammation, you add more fat, and you get out in nature, sunlight. I love the cold water work, and I love the warm water work. Weights, walking, and wagyu, fatty steak, and meditation, prayer, and acupuncture, and chiropractic. I mean, there's some things that you can do, but sunlight, work out. I think that's really important. I'm not a big fan of, quote, exercise. Excessive exercise can be harmful, but you got to move in life. And the more you participate in life and you're doing something, get your mind off of the things that are going on in your body. And sometimes, wow, I didn't even notice it's gone.
Cool. DD, strict carnivore, chafee style, plus extra cold butter, 4 months, fit and healthy, on HRT, postmenopause, 4 years, trying to wean off estradiol patch and progesterone, but hot flushes come back. Any advice? So that's sort of covered that a little bit there.
Pull it. You can go to like a patch every other day, a patch of 3 days, every 5 days, every 7 days, push it out and out and out, or you just rip the thing off, because it's going to be hardship, but it's kind of like learning to run a marathon. It's going to be hard. when I'm sure you guys both know that through hardship you build a strong ship, and I know you can do it. It's like people don't die of hypoglycemia unless they're taking a drug or they got a tumor, by the way. So this idea that I'm hypoglycemic, I'm going to die, ain't true. And you're going to be fine even when you go through those hot flashes and you push through them. But it's like, get out in nature, go out sunlight, do a workout, and hang out with some good friends that can push you along.
Yeah. You mentioned hypoglycemia there. And one of the things that's a big sort of issue at the moment, it's not something I've bought into, to be honest, is people worried about insulin suppression. Because most people that worry about that, when I ask them, how are you feeling? They have low insulin, Robert. There's this term, insulin suppression. We can't produce insulin. And I'm like, well, it's on your blood test and you're fine and fit and healthy. Have you heard anything about this?
Well, yes. And I do my 5-day fast. My glucose is 50 and my insulin is less than 2. And I feel fine. I'm doing my workout. I'm doing my normal stuff. Okay. And so I think that once again, man, I'm feeling shaky and I'm feeling a little dizzy and lightheaded. I must be hypoglycemic. I go grab myself some sugar. I pound it down. And then sugar stimulates insulin because insulin's job is to convert sugars and amino acids in the liver to fat. That's all it is. And so, but I have heard about it. Again, we have psychologically misinformed humanity to believe in incorrect. It's called propaganda. And, it's like, oh, I need some sugar. Even in my operating rooms, in my surgery centers, my nurses are always grabbing for apple juice and giving crackers. And I'm like, I'm not there all the time. And so I can't control it 100%, but that's what everyone believes.
Yep. Richard, you're very quiet. We need to unmute you. Unleash the Richard.
Just let in the fantastic doctor spread the good word.
God bless you, Richard. Thank you.
Well, come on, Rich. You must have some burning issues on your thread.
So, yeah, just a couple of other things to add to some of those things. Omega-3s and saturated fats are really important during menopause. Menopause mimics the last phase of a cycle, so progesterone and estrogen drop, which can lead to things like hot flushes. But we need, as Dr. Kilt said, we need more saturated fats, omega-3s, selenium, coenzyme Q10. Eat as nature intended. All of these things are found in organ meats and animal proteins. It is quite literally as simple as that. Just get back to eating normal, and that it is.
It really is because ultimately again, no disrespect to anyone in this world of keto carnivore nutrition and all the science. I don't know what an omega-3, omega-6 fat is. I don't know what all these micronutrients really are, because ultimately I just know what my food is. And so we can simply eat the fatty meat, the butter, the eggs, and be healthier than anything. I'm a big fan of salt. I think salt is good for us. Find a really good nature's made salt. It's right from the beast itself, from the caves or wherever, the oceans. And I took a dip in the Mediterranean Sea, and it's so beautiful. I went for a nice walk, run, and I do light stuff. And the sea was drawing me. I got in. And then afterwards, I dried my suit in the bathroom, and there was salt all over the place. So it's like I could scrape it off the drying bar. It was really cool. But I think you're right. Fat is anti-inflammation. When you eat it, most people, again, they're carnivore. They eat lean meat or they cook their meat in a way that the fat is gone. I eat tremendous amount of fat. So when I was in Nice, I was like, can you bring me butter? Can melted butter. I mean, they couldn't. Finally, after 2 days of doing this, they gave me a big pitcher of butter melted that I poured off over a very good picanha with a lot of fat. And everyone else cuts the fat off. You must eat the fat to reduce inflammation in the gut. And the microbes are not good for us. The microbiome is actually a killer. People don't understand this. The bacteria, yeast, and viruses are the leading causes of disease in this world. And we propagate it as good, because it's there. but it's there because of a high plant protein based diet, which are feeding the microbes, which are causing tooth decay, tonsillitis, esophagitis, and then every other disease in our body. If you feed a cow fat, it dies because it kills the microbes in the rumen, and they cannot live without the microbes in the rumen. So you and I think, well, the probiotics are good for us based on what science to actually sell you another drug and an idea that question it. Would you put microbes in an open wound? You would not. And they're getting into our gut, they're getting into our bloodstream, and they're causing a tremendous amount of disease and damage.
Yeah, spot on.
I've never seen you so quiet, Richard, but I'm enjoying it. Someone asked a very quick question, and again, we're going to fertility. Obviously, should you wait until breast milk supply has regulated before transitioning to carnivore?
Oh, you should transition to carnivore the moment you're taught. You hear about it and you're taught about it, because carnivore is our proper human diet, as our good friend Ken Berry has coined. I mean, it's our ancient. It's what we came out of the trees not to eat the grass, but to eat the grass eaters. We are hunters like wolves and lions, and we realized that making tools and weapons and hunting in a pack was the best way to find the very best food. And however we transitioned to that, we likely ate raw meat, raw animals, and raw fat. And how fast should you do it? I mean, as you're listening to this, you should go like, these guys are crazy, but I feel great, but maybe I can feel greater. And that's the part that changed my life. Again, I learned from people like yourselves. I was watching, I learned actually, some of my patients were getting pregnant on paleo diet maybe 20 years ago. And I'm like, what is this? You know, I was already into Atkins and Weight Watchers and all the excessive exercise and stuff. And then when I then learned, I met Marie Emmerich and I learned about keto concepts. And that's where the world turned upside down by Richard David Feynman. And then I said, okay. And then I met some guy who was like, you guys were ripped, and said, I only eat meat and I don't exercise. And I'm like, that's for me. And I almost 15 years ago. And again, did it take me long? I was like, my favorite meals in the universe were always lamb and beef. I mean, that was my birthday, it's a gift. Here's some lamb chops or T-bone steak. That's what I got. Now, I didn't realize they technically weren't fatty enough, and they were probably overcooked. But this is the most important thing you can do.
Yeah. Excellent. Another comment here. And I think, sorry, go on, Robert, carry on.
No, you go that comment, but maybe it's the same one. I see iodine and magnesium deficiencies, but go ahead, you get that one. I saw.
Yeah, well, I think this is relevant. Anyone doing something about iodine? Elizabeth Bright talking about the importance of iodine. I mean, I talk about the importance of an iodine clearance test if you really, really want to know about. But yeah, go on, Robert, fire away.
Well, the chelating agents, plants get their nutrients from the soil and they chelate them. They bind to their roots and they bring them in. So when you eat plants, many of our plant products we eat are highly fibrous and they're non-digestible. So they're just chelating all the minerals and vitamins inside your gut and they're going right out the other end. So the very best source of getting iodine, magnesium, and all the minerals and vitamins is fatty meat and fatty organ meats. And so we basically, a plant-based diet is a chelating diet, meaning it grabs hold of those minerals and vitamins and takes them out the other end, and you're not the wiser. And then we're taking supplements. And then I'm wondering if all these extra supplements are doing the same thing, because if you're on a standard diet, you're just going out the other end, most of them anyway.
Yeah, just to add to that also, I think, what we eat, as you say, Robert, is very important. What we don't eat, I think, is equally as important. Cruciferous veg, broccoli, for example, high in a compound called sulforaphane. Sulforaphane, it competes for absorption at the thyroid for iodine. So these cruciferous veg can lead to goitrogens and hormonal issues. So, I mean, it's removing these plants is just as important, I think, as consuming the fats and the proteins.
Think about it. This is very good, Richard, what you just said. So goitrogenic foods. Just look up goitrogenic foods. What is a goiter? A goiter is a damaged, enlarged thyroid gland. It's either hyperfunctional or hypofunctional, and it develops cysts, tumors, and cancers. It is one of the most commonly diagnosed problems on the planet. Okay, and if you look up those plants which cause goiters, kale, asparagus, broccoli, cruciferous vegetables, peanuts, seeds and nuts, wine, all alcohols, coffee and teas, soy, all these things cause damage to your thyroid gland. Well, do they only cause damage to your thyroid gland? What if all those plants cause damage to every cell of your body? Brain, heart, liver, kidneys, spleen, bones, muscles. So if we already know the goitrogenic foods, how about tumorgenic or inflammatory foods which damage every single cell of your body? And we just been lied to. Now, look, if you can't hunt the beast, you're going to eat what you can. Well, we're hunter gatherers, but that's because hunting is not easy, right? Go out there with your bare hands and go hunt down a bull, right? It's going to take you down. It kills many a lions, by the way. This is one of the most important things that people don't realize is that killing an animal and eating it is a hard thing. Here we are as human beings in our modern world, likely secondary to the fact that we were able to hunt and eat those things. Now, we can get a lot of calories from eating plants, but to eat plants, we had to process them properly, either cook them, ferment them, or many other ways, or soak them. But we're dying of those diseases to the secondary to the plant-based diet because we can live on them, but not the healthiest, and not without some risk of dying of diseases that we're like. And what's the answer? You go to your doctor. Why'd I get this, doctor? And you say, unlucky. We don't know. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just for the audio people, what is the book you held up? What's the title of the book?
Well, I've got a couple of books. One is my Kiltz's Keto is Carnivore, and I do have a new one up, which is essentially a play on the baby's diet: bacon, eggs, butter, beef, Kiltz's ice cream, salt. Now, not all the time, by the way. You can have a fruit from time to time, but not all the time. The same thing with a little ice cream. But our Babies for Babies book is out there. For some reason, let me see if I've got a copy. I don't have a copy right next to me here, but you just go to drkiltz.com or Amazon. You can see some of our books and ideas are out there, which just share this in a way that I hope it's easy for us, because Occam's razor says the simple answer is the one. The simpler, the better. And that's the most important part to this story. You don't have to make it hard. I also have a fertility book, kind of everything about fertility, similar talk. I mean, I'm always, I'll go right to diet faster than anything. For me, it's always, what are you eating? I ask people I go through their history. I ask them about their past medical history, their surgeries, and have they had any pregnancies, how long they've been trying. And I ask them about their height and weight, and then their diet. And then the most common answer is, well, what do you eat? They eat clean and healthy and organic, which I don't even know what those are. Last I looked, do you need the beauty of ribeye steak or meat is like you don't. There's no cleaning, so it's the healthiest thing you could eat, and it has all the minerals and vitamins that you and your baby requires for health and wellness.
And the original fast food.
And
Nothing.
It was fast. It was fast. It ran from you, and you had to work to get it. But when you got it, see, the interesting part is that plants are live organisms, by the way, just like all animals. All of the universe is alive. All right, a rock is alive. It's changing. Atomic particles that are vibrating, that are part of our existence. But basically, a plant is a live organism. They're easy to kill, and they want it that way because they control you. They seed you with their DNA, and they control you with their chemicals, right? How many people get hangry for a ribeye steak? No, we savor it. We're patient for it. We know. We don't go crazy. People who eat plants, their brain goes crazy.
Yeah,
On the subject of you saying fatty meat, a few people are asking about fish. What are your views on fish?
Well, fish stinks. It's in it's the contaminated waters of the world. Humanity has toxified the waters of the world, and the fish are just getting contaminated. I don't consume fish of any significance or frequency. I will mainly do beef, some lamb, pork are my favorites. And that's what I think is one of the biggest problems in this world is that, and we're over grazing the fish population. But meat, pretty much we existed for thousands of years with our plot of land, our animals, and a small amount of plants. We focused on eating the meat, and I think eating that meat is really the fatty meat is that critical part of it. And eating meat is actually more affordable than people realize. You can get ground meat. You can buy a quarter cow, half a cow, or get yourself some land and raise your animals. That is one of the most important things. And eating less frequently is the best. And remember, the fat contains twice the calories of a protein or a plant carb, sugar. So you're getting more for less. I mean, go to the butcher and say, "Can I buy a bunch of fat?" And they pretty much want to give it to you.
Yeah, I did this week on Wednesday. So I went to my local butcher with a good friend of mine, Mikey Davis, who used to be a vegan. So he came to see me as a vegan 2 years ago. Very good Ironman athlete, and he was ranked in the top 50 in the UK. After seeing one of my talks on athletic performance, he came to see me after, and he started introducing beef liver and other animal proteins. He's now predominantly carnivore. So fantastic turnaround. Mikey last week won the European Championship. So he's gone from being 48 in UK to number 1 in Europe in 2 years of living the carnivore lifestyle. Anyway, that's just by the by. But we went to the butcher. So him and I are standing by the butcher counter, and a lady comes along and asks for some lamb, and she says, "Can you cut the fat off?" And no disrespect, but this lady was probably 4 times the size, if not 5 times the size of myself. And I just said, "Oh, do you mind, Chris, or Rich, whoever was there, do you mind if can I have that fat?" And she looked at me and said, "Why do you want the fat?" And I said, "Well, the fat is the most important thing." I said, it's incredibly important for hormonal production. I give the whole spiel. Anyway, she looked at me as if I was absolutely mental. And I explained to her that it was imperative to help with healthy living and weight loss. And I'm standing there, not obese, single figure body fat. You've got Mikey, this guy who was number 1 in Europe, super lean, ripped and shredded. And this woman just looked at me as if I was absolutely bonkers because I wanted the fat off the meat that she didn't want. But it's like the whole society is, what's the word I'm looking for? Blinkered, blindfolded. They are narrow-minded. They can't see what's right in front of them.
Well, propaganda. You're right. It's because we've been brainwashed. So that is a particular problem, because I still think the focus on protein is incorrect. It's fatty meat. That's what we should be eating, because we don't know. I don't know what protein is technically. If you look at a muscle cell, it's made of fat, right? A muscle cell is made of fat. It has amino acids in it, and it has some sugars, some glycans in it. But I'd say that you're absolutely 100% right. Brainwashed, bonkers, right? In the incorrect advice. But as you share it, this is what I think the beautiful story you're sharing is see, I do not believe obesity is a disease. It's a state
Symptom.
of the body. It's a state of the body that might be in your favor if there's a famine. Skinny is not in our favor in our historic environment. So I just don't believe that obesity is the cause of any disease. Obesity is a state we're meant to be in from time to time, depending on the environmental factors. But I would say fatty meat is what you want to eat. And if you focus on that, you'll get everything. But you're right. And so you got it for a discount, right?
Yeah, I did. So in fact, he gave it to me for free. So I had this tump of fat for free, and it was lamb fat. It crisped up incredibly well, and you're absolutely delicious. But just to reiterate what you said,
is that what you call fat free? Sorry.
But I'm actually recommending eat the fat raw, because when you cook it, you denature the particles. And if you look at Pottinger's Cat's book, Pottinger's Cat, basically cooked meat and pasteurized milk was not good for the cat and its future generations. So we are damaging the minerals and vitamins and the amino acids and simple sugars and fatty acids that are critical for our body, in my opinion. That's one of our problems, that if you eat the raw meat, but I do love it. I was at it when I was in Madrid last month, and in Madrid, the guy took the fat and he just left a bunch of fat on there. Really good. I was loving it, but he took a whole bunch of it, brought it back. He rendered it and brought it back to crispy little pieces, which is like savory.
So I eat raw fat. I love crispy fat also, and I think this is a question that comes up quite often. Does cooking denature your food? Yes, it does. But not many people are going to eat raw beef like you and I and Steve would. And I think it's more important just to consume that protein and fat rather than not consuming it. But just to circle back really quickly to what you mentioned there about the fat being super important. Nature provides us with a combo of protein and fat. It gives us this perfectly packaged present. Almost every protein in nature comes with fat. And this is why, it's sort of the opposite of what you were just saying, really. But I think if we prioritize fat as nature, protein as nature intended, by default, we get these fatty cuts. And I always push the fatty cuts. One of my favorite cuts of beef is a chuck steak, because it's incredibly fatty. And it's one of the cheapest cuts. I don't know what the equivalent would be in the States, but it's incredibly cheap. It's half the price of rump. And it's absolutely fantastic. But nature gives us this perfectly packaged present of protein and fat. What do we do in our wisdom? We cut the fat off thinking we know better. Protein should always be consumed with fat. And coming back to the point you made with a cell, a standard mammalian cell, for example, the weight of a cell is around, and this is a ballpark figure, 70% water. Beyond that, from the remaining 30%, 18% is protein, 5% is lipid, and only 2% is polysaccharide. So the cell is predominantly protein and fat. So this is where we need to be consuming our foods, as proteins and fats.
The phospholipid bilayer is the bilayer, which is fat, of every membrane of your body. So I would say that the majority of our body is actually fat. Without it, you dissolve in water. We don't dissolve in water because we're fat cells. And so fat is the most fantastic thing you can have. And again, my bet is we're fat phobic. We should not be fat phobic.
Spot on.
And I think if we can basically give positivity to all of us and realize the science is wrong. Obesity causes no disease. The cause of disease is a low-fat diet, which actually makes us fat. But while it's doing that, it inflames every cell of our body and causes the diseases that we're suffering from. And obese people happen to get more of those diseases because what did they eat in order to get fat? Lean meat, protein, and plants. And I think you're rock on, guys.
Yeah, spot on. I think I've lost my trail of thought there because Dr. Chafee's just messaged me on WhatsApp. So I'd lost my trail of thought. Apologies. But yeah, you're right. Fat is super important. I think the fact that it's called fat is the problem. We really need to think of calling it something different, because we think the fat makes us fat. Fat does not make us fat. It is the giver of life, I believe, and one of the most important.
Adipose tissue, tissue, muscle tissue. Remember, if you look deeply, you'll understand that fat is the most important thing in our body. Without it, you're dead. Anorexics die fast. Obesity does not die fast. And if you look at someone who's 400 pounds walking around, their muscle strength and their bone strength is better than most. And so we actually have it wrong, and that their muscles are enlarged. Their muscles are big to carry that body. and their bone structure is the same as yours and mine. The only difference is their fuel tank is far greater. And as we teach people more towards one meal a day, to me, that's the very best way, and do some fasting, you'll then begin to get some power of not being, food addicted, right? The ability to say, I don't need it today. I'm good. I can go days without food and feel the very best.
Yeah. And it's one of the best times I've ever felt in my life was when I did an extended fast. The longest I fasted was 3 days. I've spoken to a good buddy of mine who I know that you know very well, Ben Azadi, and we went into the benefits of max autophagy. And I think we came to the conclusion that in a standard state, max autophagy can be reached within 5 days. But if we are ketogenic, we can achieve this in a lot shorter space of time. But
the
best I ever felt.
The glycobiome needs time to heal. As long as you're eating food, even if it's in the keto world or the carnivore world, you are still damaging your glycocalyx of the GI tract. So resting is what you want to allow it to do. Autophagy is always happening in your body. You're just less poisoned. So when you don't eat, you're actually reducing the damage. It's kind of like your car, right? The more miles you put on it, the more damage you'll get to the car. So you have to give it some time to rest and digest. Again, my bet is we are built. Remember, your body is fueled only by fat. Your body is not fueled by sugars. Glucose is a glycosylating agent like mannose, sucrose, fucose, N-acetylglucose. I mean, there are 9 sugars that circulate in our body that are critical for the glycocalyx. And without it, you're dead. And so what's sugar for? Well, remember, if you eat food, amino acids and sugars, glucose levels rise, insulin levels rise, and then those levels drop because they're converted to fat in the liver in order for you to function normally.
Yeah, spot on.
Brilliant. Now, Richard, you're looking there as if Dr. Chafee wants to come in. Is that right?
Yeah, I just messaged Chafee on this. Apologies. Yeah, you were just asking a few questions. So I wasn't ignoring you, Dr. Kiltz. Apologies. But,
bring in Anthony, man. He's the man.
I think Dr. Kiltz has done so many lives. He knows what it's like when you've got messages flashing.
Oh, it's good.
I've got 3 screens in front of me with various things going on. So it's yeah.
But no, it's great, and I love how you continually put new information out there, Robert. I think it's just really interesting, and you're so not brave. Brave's not the wrong word, but you'll plow your own furrow. You won't listen to what everyone else is saying. You'll find out. I'm like that. If something doesn't make sense to me, I've got to know. It doesn't matter who told me. I mean, all the influencers out there that I love, if it doesn't make sense, then I've got to research it myself. I've got to come to my own conclusions and use my own experience and the experience of people I coach. So occasionally I say something and everyone's like, well, I've never heard that before. It's like, well, that's what I've come to. I've come to this conclusion, and this is how I present it. And I love how you do that.
Well, the question is, what's the ideal anything? I mean, there really isn't a one ideal technically. I mean, you can live on a vegan, vegetarian, Mediterranean, pescatarian, carnivorian diet for a long time. My parents lived to 94. They're primarily Mediterraneans. My grandmother, 104. And there are many people that live a long time. And we're not claiming that carnivore means you're going to live longer. We have no idea how long you're going to live on this diet. But it is quite remarkable. And I went into medicine in order to heal and help people. And, really the world today is each and every human being is their own clinician. And the information is available online today, by the way. And that's the amazing part of this. It's all available. Why don't you bring on Anthony? Bring him on. Bring the man on.
Is he there? No, he's not. He's not on there yet. But
not there yet.
Okay.
This is the beauty of what you guys are doing. We in medicine, it's like, oh, where'd you get your, MD degree? I mean, again, MD degrees doesn't matter. I've learned so much that's wrong. And again, even in the keto carnivore world, we all need to be open to maybe, again, autophagy. Does autophagy ever stop? It doesn't. When you're dead.
It doesn't, yeah.
And it becomes less toxicity less damage, because what causes damage? Oxidative stress, secondary to eating food. You can't, you no matter what you do, you burn fuel in an engine, it's going to damage the engine. Same thing going on in our body, but maybe it's a way we can, live it a little bit better and longer. That's what I love.
Steve, I hope you don't mind me asking, but after last year's live, we invited Dr. Kiltz on to our Sunday live to give that presentation on the glycocalyx and glycoproteins and things. And it's one of the best presentations I've ever seen on it. Would you be willing to come back on sometime in the near future for that?
If you don't, I'm going to be upset. I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It was a
Steve,
great
as long as that's
presentation.
okay with you, obviously.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I was trying to get at. I mean, I did a live Q&A without Richard, and somebody messaged and said, it was a little bit acidic, what their comment, and it said, my friend has just got over cancer and they're a strict vegan. What do you say to that? And I just went, that's great. That's great. And
think of plants as medicinal. Remember, the plants were the first way that we went around the globe, and the spices and plants. I mean, we went around the globe hunting for the healer, right? The fountain of youth, something to heal all. It's all, and most of the drugs today initially came from a plant-based scientific understanding. And nowadays we're able to make them synthetically, and that's the really big difference. But it doesn't. You can live a long time on a vegan, vegetarian, Mediterranean diet also. But if you're sick, my bet is we could link it to glycation, oxidative damage and stress, or some toxin, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, nicotine, caffeine, alcohol. Remember, you're making alcohol in your gut because you ferment. Proteins are fermentable, and so is sugar. So the microbes are fermenting a high protein diet. So if you look carefully, amino acids are fermentable in our gut. That's why I do not recommend a high protein diet. I recommend a high fat diet, medium to low protein, and low to no plants.
Cool. Somebody's asking, not for you, Robert, but for me, Shane, they're saying, Shane, we can't watch it all. Well, basically what's going to happen is once this 24-hour live stream is done, I sit sadly at that table over there and I cut it into 24-hour segments, and I do all the timestamps, so it's all searchable. So if you want to see, the person that was on 8 a.m. answer about fiber, you'll be able to find it. All right. So yes, we're doing 24-hour live, but we can cut it up into 1 hour chunks.
Tim mentions I'm in my 50s with 12% body fat and perfect healthy. Interesting. Again, I've seen so many people healthy then drop dead. Sarah Hallberg was one person who was healthy and drops dead in cancer. My best friend Dave was one. So the trouble is, this is where the plant-based problem comes in. Plants and proteins are glycating. They cause rust deep in our body at every cell level, and they cause all of our diseases, including cancer, dementia, depression, Alzheimer's, all these diseases. We just don't know when they're happening. And what we don't know is if you're primarily a fatty meat eater and you eat less frequently, we can't say yet whether or not you're not going to get these diseases. But certainly all my arthritis, psoriasis, migraines, kidney stones, bowel bleeding, hemorrhoids are gone. I've never felt better in my life. And so the focus should be on fat first, proteins, and then thirdly, sugars, and minimally. They're not our killers if you eat them small amounts infrequently, unless, and this is where plants come in, we have anaphylactic reactions to plants and shellfish and fish. But last I looked, ribeye steak, fatty ribeye steak, anaphylactic reactions, I've never seen it. The tick, again, it is very, very, very rare.
Yeah. Cool. Now, Anthony's got some tech issues apparently. So, Dr. Kiltz, did you want to go, or are you okay to hang on for a couple of minutes to say hello to Anthony?
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to be. Hey, I'm hanging out with you guys. Whatever. I love hanging out with you and Anthony, and I'll just.
Oh no, but it's great to have you. I mean, if we can lean on your expertise, it's fantastic. But you're also a really nice guy. And one of the things that happened last year, for people that don't know this, is Robert isn't saying all this just to sound good. He does really genuinely listen, because he comments on things that we do. And the second part of our 24-hour, he dropped a comment in, and I said, "Oh look, come back on. Will you come back on?" And he came straight back on. So generous with his time, and a fantastic person, good information, a great Instagram, very inspirational. So fantastic. Right. So I'm going to ask you one of the questions that we've got starred, if you don't mind. This is an interesting one for me as well, personally, because I had a calcium score assessed the other day. I know this isn't fertility, but I think you'll be interested in the whole talk. I had my calcium score assessed the other day, and the score was 1,114. I believe it should be a big fat 0. How do I get it down to 0? And for people that don't know what we're talking about, the coronary artery calcium scan is something that looks at your coronary arteries, and then it makes an estimate of how much calcification is in there. And I had that done before I was low fat, before I was keto, before I was carnivore, and mine was 639. Now, this little bit of story, because I know Robert likes stories, is just firstly to give you some context. So I was quite concerned about that, although I knew it was going to be high because of my high carb diet. And the consultant said to me, "It is high, but you need some context here. The guy I just saw, it was 3,000. So these are just numbers. These are numbers. How do you get it to a big fat 0? Well, my wife had a big fat 0, and she came to the same consultancy with me, and she just avoided things like bread and potatoes, and she had fatty meat, she had full English breakfast, all that without the toast, but she just had egg, sausage and bacon. So when I met her, I can remember saying, because I was high carb when I met her, how can you eat that and be so lean and so fit? So the point being, yes, a big fat 0 would be great. Mine was 639. Yours was 1,000, and somebody else's was 3,000. Now Robert can point us in the right direction.
I've been carnivore for almost 15 years, and my father had heart disease. He lived to 94, though. He had bypass surgery at one point. And I get a Christmas present from a friend for a CAC score. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll get this. I'm not a big test person, because all testing has inaccuracies. I want everyone to know this. You are going to die. There is no test that's going to tell you you're going to die in 5 minutes or 5 years or 50 years. We don't know that. Mine was 680. My repeat was 700. And I go to my cardiologist. He's now my cardiologist, right? And he's a big biker, and he also had a high CAC score. And I do the treadmill test, the cardiac echo, and I'm flying colors. You're fine. He says goodbye. And although he was still like leaning towards a statin because I have high cholesterol, but he was okay when he heard I was a carnivore, and he wasn't pushing anything. But then I talked about doing a CT angiogram. I'd already talked to Phil Avadia. I get my CT angiogram, and I've got a minor narrowing of my circumflex, but everything else is wide open. So accordingly, I don't have any evidence of any significant heart disease. But it's no test in medicine, in science, is 100% accurate. There's a positive and negative predictability. There's false positive, false negatives. I don't care what it is. Science, testing in medicine is the biggest business in the world. So again, does this mean I'm not going to die of a heart attack in 5 days? Or no one knows that answer. We don't, right? And there have been people who have major narrowing who live a long time. So our ability to predict 100% is very poor. I stuck to carnivore. I'm probably just not going to ever get it tested again. And that's the very best thing for me.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, when I got that score, I did all the online calculators, and I probably died 9 years ago, according to the calculators. I shouldn't be here. And other people, like you say, can be thinking they're fit and healthy and can drop dead. So I would have to say that, especially with the bloods I've done for over a decade of bloods, they are a proxy marker. They're okay. There may be a guide, but really how you look, feel, your energy levels, your sleep, what your skin looks like, all those things are possibly more important, really, than these numbers, which will be very different even an hour later.
And that's one of the things people don't realize is that I can do the test on the same blood 10 times on an analyzer. I'll get 10 different answers, or I can draw the blood 10 different times and I'll run at the same time, and it's going to be the same or all over the place. Again, there's a certain inaccuracy to all medical testing. We know that.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm really pleased that you're happy to give us a bit of time here, extra time. How long does it take to get fat adapted for energy?
You already are fat adapted. You're born fat adapted. The human body, the mitochondria takes acetyl-CoA from fatty acids all day long. When you are cachectic or sarcopenic and you have no fat on your body, you will drop dead fast, because fat is required so fast. In order to take glucose and make acetyl-CoA, you have to go through several pathways that do not happen in most cells easily, okay? And so I would say that you are fat adapted. You mean how to not be addicted to plants and protein is really the question. Remember, they're highly addictive because they're supposed to be. Because if you did not have an addiction to a plant sugar at the right time of the year, you wound up dead from famine. But you need to eat food. There's nothing wrong with people who overeat and get fat. They're actually survivalists, right? They're the reason we exist, because if you could not survive the famine, you did not pass on your DNA. And really, passing on your DNA is all that matters.
That is all that matters, really. Right. One more.
I think
Richard has something.
Yes,
there is a caveat to this, and 100% right. We are fat adapted. We've taught our bodies to become glucose adapted. I think beyond this, it takes a couple of days to deplete glycogen in a normal state for us to start using fat for food. But the key is becoming what's called keto adapted. And this involves the upregulation of the monocarboxylate transporters and specific enzymes and pathways. And this can take a little bit of time to get back into that state.
Well, I think that's wrong. And here's why. Look at, you've depleted your glycogen. Why would you ever deplete your glycogen? Your body is always making glycogen in your liver, right? So suddenly your glycogen depleted and your body says, oh, let's burn fat. It makes no sense. Again, that's what we've been taught. And we're holding on to that. I'm just suggesting you have fat on your body, correct, Richard?
I do a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so but
a little bit more than I'd like.
Well, let me ask you: do you have intramuscular fat?
Do I have intramuscular? Yeah.
Intramuscular fat. You do. Do you have intraosseal fat? Fat in your bone.
Yeah.
Of course you do. So to have no fat is dead. Okay.
Yeah.
So then you have fat. So if you ever checked your triglycerides or LDL, HDL, VLDL, how many people have you ever seen with zero? Never. It doesn't exist. So if you have fat circulating in your bloodstream all the time, why would the mitochondria say, well, wait a minute, I can take the glucose and burn it for energy? It cannot do that. It must use acetyl-CoA to do that. Well, how do you take glucose to make acetyl-CoA? How many pathways does that take? It takes a lot, okay? So again, I'm suggesting we do not burn glucose. So what's the function of the liver? The liver's job via insulin is to make fat. Now, is fatty liver common?
Well, it is now, isn't it? I mean, it's
always common. No, it should be, because the job of the liver. So what's the primary job of the liver that everyone says is the primary job of the liver?
Well, what everyone says is detox. But
okay, so name something it detoxes. And name a disease. Well, so name a disease that you could claim it's not detoxifying and that's the cause of the disease. There is none.
No.
It's wrong. Because I learned in medical school it detoxifies alcohol. Well, okay, so maybe we did get alcohol, but that wasn't our primarily food source for the first 3.5 million years, right? So again, we in the keto world say we switch from burning sugar to burning fat. What if that's wrong? That's the question. So the liver's job is to make fat. Would you say it does a really good job of that? It must, because fatty liver is the most common thing, correct? Right?
Yes.
So it does it really great. Now, if you have no insulin, can you make fat? You cannot. Okay?
So you need insulin to make a fat cell. Absolutely.
To make fat in the liver, not in the fat cell. What if insulin's job was not to put sugar into the cell, but was to convert sugars and amino acids in the liver? Now, the reason you can know this is, what does a liver failure patient look like? Are they fat or skinny? They're skinny. Yet they have plenty of insulin and glucose circulating in their bloodstream. Yet they're skinny, they're cachectic, emaciated. They have no fat in their body. Okay? So knowing those two things, you could surmise that insulin's job is to make fat in the liver, because if you have a non-functional liver, you can't make fat. Now, remember, what don't we all eat? We don't eat fat.
I do.
Right. But again, let's get back to the 99% of the world.
Yeah.
We eat fruits, fiber, vegetables, and fatty meat or lean meat is our primary protein.
That's lean generally, isn't it?
Lean, almost all. Is fish fatty or lean?
It depends on what type of fish, I'm guessing, but I mean, it's
take salmon and put it in a pan and see how much fat builds up. It doesn't.
Yeah, you're right.
It does not. Okay. Muscle meat in general, unless you're getting an A5 Wagyu or a very fatty grain finished beef, you're not getting a lot of fat, which is our biggest problem.
Yeah.
And so what is ketosis? Ketosis is a low sugar environment in your bloodstream because ketone bodies, beta hydroxybutyrate, is the most common one, right? And so the liver's job is to take fat, break it down into ketone bodies in order to deliver it circumferentially around your body, right? Well, why would it want to do that? Because what's the job of the liver? To make fat. Because if you cannot make fat and deliver fats all around your body, you will die. And so what if it's all a different story than we've been led to believe? But remember, it's hard for all of us, because I'm a scientist. My job as a scientist, wait a minute, I know the science, but it might be wrong.
Yeah, I think
and
we
this
should
is
always
what's
question
happening.
things.
If you look in the chat, right, there are people talking about what we are doing right now, and someone said this guy's argumentative about everything, and then someone else said exactly what I was going to say. It's about questioning everything.
Of course, it is.
Which is the
100%.
basis of science.
And
I think
the whole basis.
Look, this is where the glycocalyx and the glycobiome come in. Anyone know anything about it? 99% no, we don't know, right? Except my good friend Dr. Chafee, right? but it's really radical concepts. But I say our biggest job in this world, even as keto carnivores, is to question everything.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Always.
I mean, I was
Completely
lucky because I met Ivor Cummins at the beginning of my journey, and we talked about glycocalyx about 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is fascinating. But it's not being argumentative, is it? It's to-ing and fro-ing with ideas until you think, yeah, I get this. Or that doesn't make sense because of X, Y, Z. But anyway, we've got Anthony Chafee in the room.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, good. How are you guys doing? Good to see you, Rob.
Nice to see you, Anthony.
Yeah, dude.
Anthony, what time is it there with you?
It's 4 a.m.
So what a trooper! 4 a.m.
What a trooper. Yeah.
So it, I think a massive
Robert,
thank you.
Robert had a line until 6.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
Huge thank you for coming on.
Yeah, it's all good.
Massively appreciated. I know everyone is super excited. I think we've got how many people live currently, Steve?
600. Oh, don't like that number. That's better. 667 now watching.
I think it's 2062, is it? I've got on this end, but there we are. Whatever. It's
okay. Robert Kiltz, thank you so much for holding the fort.
I love you guys.
Looking forward to getting you back on the Sunday lives as well. So we'll make that happen.
I think in Wyoming coming up.
Yeah.
Are you going to Orlando?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you there first.
No, I'll be in San Diego and then Wyoming.
Okay, then I'll see you in Wyoming.
Yeah.
I won't see you in San Diego.
Yeah.
But I'll see you guys live. It's
Okay.
really a pleasure.
Sounds good.
Thank you very, very much for letting me share my crazy concepts. God bless you guys.
Well appreciated. Take care,
All right.
man.
Take
See you
care.
soon.
Cheers,
Bye,
Rob.
man. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Great to see you.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah. Right. Dr. Chafee.
Definitely.
I don't think
Hello.
you need an introduction, but it's nice to see you.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah, it's good to see you
massive
too.
thank
Yeah,
you.
good to
I
see you
know
both.
it's, super early in the morning for you. I know your
all good.
schedule changed, and I think many would have decided to opt out of a 3 or 3:30 a.m. wake up call to come on this. So thank you from Stephen and myself and everyone else who's listening. But nice to see you again. Welcome on board.
Yeah, good to see you guys too. Yeah, it's is what it is. You know, it's not a big deal. So yeah, happy to be here. How's it going so far?
Fantastic. I think we're 4 hours 20 in. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good start.
Yeah.
And then 19 and a half hours to go. But yeah, so
It's been brilliant. Yeah, it's been good. We've had some great questions. We got people lined up with questions for you, and a few people didn't read the description. And at 8 o'clock this morning, at 8 o'clock here, we're saying, "Where's Dr. Chafee?" So we've told them a few
Right.
times we were due on later.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I probably should have had that in the description. I think I forgot to put that in. But yeah, it as soon as I signed this up, it went on StreamYard and then disappeared off of my computer. So I actually didn't have access to it again, and so I didn't actually know how to manipulate it or anything like that. So sorry about that. Sorry about any confusion.
no worries at
Well,
all.
that's my fault. I mean, if it's not easy, then that's my problem. So I do apologise.
No, it's something to do with StreamYard. It's just normally when I put things up on StreamYard, when I go into StreamYard, I can access it again, and then but I wasn't able to. That's why I had to get Richard to send me the link again, because it was like it's not showing up on my StreamYard. I don't know what the hell's going on. So yeah,
Crazy.
All good.
Right.
yeah,
No
Are you
worries.
all right for some questions? Are you?
yes, of course, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Let's have a look at this then. Health, body and mind. Hi, Dr. Chafee. Could you please debunk these theories? It is said that fiber is needed to absorb toxins being eliminated in our gut. Then fiber is needed in women to eliminate estrogen.
To eliminate estrogen, I don't know. Well, I don't know how the fiber gets to the estrogen, but fiber. I mean, you don't absorb it, so it's not like getting in your bloodstream or anything like that. It's not getting to the ovaries, so I don't know what the argument is for the mechanism of how to produce estrogen. I've never heard that before, but it doesn't make sense, like why it would, because it's it's external to our body, even though it's in our alimentary tract. That's technically outside of our body. Estrogen, it's not our body. As far as the toxins are concerned, some people make the argument that we'll shed out some toxins in our bile, and then your fiber binds to bile and eliminates it. But just because it's in the bile doesn't mean that it's part of the bile salts and different sorts of emulsifiers that absorb fat, which is what the fiber binds to and then eliminates from the body. That is not a toxin. That is a necessary molecule. That's an essential molecule that we make at very great expense to our own body. And so we need that to absorb fat. And there's other things that come with the bile in that solution, like taurine. Taurine is it's considered a non-essential amino acid because we make it, but we make it in the liver, and then it goes out in the bile and then is reabsorbed in the gut along with fat. And so if you're eliminating out all your bile, you're also eliminating taurine. Taurine is not a toxin, and you can get very sick. You could even get extremely sick. You could die if you don't have enough taurine eventually. And so, no, I mean that's a normal physiological process. If there are toxins that come out and need to be separate from the bile and taurine and things like that coming back in through the body, then there's already a mechanism for that. You don't need fiber to do that. You know, you throw out the baby with the bathwater. You need bile, you need taurine, you need these sorts of things that your liver produces. That your liver is making that on purpose. It's not just to express toxins and then, oh my God, your body's just so stupid that it just reabsorbs these toxins. And if we aren't able to micromanage our own physiology, that everything's going to go to hell. So no, that's not going to happen. And when which toxins, people always say is like, oh, do a juice cleanse and this will detoxify you. How? Why? What? In what way? There are toxins in juice. There's sugar in juice. You know, those are toxins. And so, you know, it's people just, you know, throw around the word toxins as, you know, in a very, you know, general way. And but, you know, without any sort of specific discussion as to what toxins and why this is an issue, you know, it's sort of you know, just a moot point. You know, they haven't presented the argument clearly enough to actually demand a reply. But either way, we make bile on purpose and we reabsorb it on purpose because we're bringing in actual nutrients, not toxins. And the estrogen, I don't even know where that comes from, but no, that's insane. I have no idea why that would ever be an argument.
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to read the questions, and sometimes I think, well, that doesn't make any sense. But I thought maybe it was something that someone, you know, you'd spoken to someone online and heard.
Well, you know, that's the thing is that these people are talking to other people, and that those are the arguments they're getting back at them. Oh, you have to have fiber, or else you're not gonna get proper insulin in women. Like what, you know? But they just make these bold statements, and then people don't have any, you know, reason to say like, well, that's wrong. But you know, the question is, okay, what's the evidence for that? You know, what are you talking about? How does fiber get rid of estrogen? And you can ask very nicely, you know, maybe there's something going on. I just say, but okay, well, how does that work? You know, how do you lose estrogen from fiber? And then at least you can look at that and then ask that question of people. Okay, well, people are saying that you disrupt a woman's, and why is it a woman's estrogen? Men have estrogen too, just like women have testosterone. And so if fiber was going to alter the expression of estrogen in women, okay, would it be doing that in men as well? You know, it's just a strange concept in general. But you know, when you get challenged with these sorts of things, you know, it's actually fair to ask, what the hell are you talking about? Why would that do that? You know, what's the mechanism for that? You know, and why is it that, you know, there's only toxins in bile? Because there's all these essential things in bile that you have to have. So, you know, just eliminating out bile, why is that necessarily a good thing on its face when there's all these beneficial parts to bile as well? You know, so yeah, it's always fair to you know, bounce the question back to them if it doesn't make sense.
Yes, I think you're right there, because very often the question it's self-evident in the question. There's a bit of a lack of common sense, but that was not being derogatory to the person who posted the question. I think it's where they've seen that information from. Yeah, where they've seen that information from.
Yeah. So they you know, if they get that by someone, they can push back and just say, okay, well, how does fiber affect estrogen? You know, and then maybe they have a reasonable response, but or sounding reasonable to that person, but at least you know where they're coming from, and so then they can bounce that to us and we can say, yeah, no, absolutely not. That doesn't make any sense. That's insane. You know, so
right. Cool. YouTube user, what about Clabber? Well, Clabber, by the way, is something we don't really have in the UK, but just for those that might not know what it is, it's a sort of a fermented raw milk, a souring process at room temperature. You leave it at room temperature and it thickens. So can that help? Clabber help with healing the guts? I eat just meat, but I would like to add Clabber from raw milk. Thanks. But any views on it?
Well, if we're talking about like fermented milk, like, you know, like yogurts and, you know, kefir and things like that, Clabber's along the same line. I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing of Clabber, but if it's along those same lines, you know, potentially there's some beneficial bacteria in there, and the way that you would eat that is if you'd put that or yogurt or whatever onto a piece of meat, you chew it up together and you try to chew it thoroughly and get this bacteria sort of mixed in as deep into that bolus of food as possible. Then you swallow that all together, and that hopefully acts like a little Trojan horse and protects some of the bacteria from the stomach acids and digestive enzymes and sort of sneak it through so it can get past that and down into your lower intestine. And potentially, if you've just scorched the earth with antibiotics, or you're starting out and you don't have necessarily a healthy microbiome, then reintroducing some of those healthy bacteria could be a good thing. I do see a lot of people on a carnivore diet that take before and after microbiome tests and they improve dramatically. And like Benazati, talks about his experience with that. He's been clean keto, very heavily meat based, with just fruits and vegetables, non-carbohydrate ridden fruits and vegetables. And he checked his microbiome, and it was fine, but it wasn't anything spectacular. And the recommendation was, eat less red meat, eat a lot more fruits and vegetables and fiber. And so he did the exact opposite of that. He ate no fruits and vegetables, no fiber, and only ate red meat. And in 3 months, his microbiome had improved dramatically, and 8 new species had actually shown up when they weren't detectable previously. He wasn't taking ferments. He wasn't taking fermented dairy or plants or anything like that. It was just the meat. Okay, so why did that change so much? Well, what you're eating, your microbiome is eating. And so that's going to cultivate a different microbiome. And where did those new species come from if he wasn't taking fermented foods? My theory is that it comes from your oral biome, which changes dramatically when you go on a carnivore diet. So you have very different bacteria in your mouth, depending on what you're eating, just like in your gut, because you're supporting different microbes. And especially when you get rid of carbohydrates, the carbohydrates are what feed the bacteria that cause cavities and excess acids and things like that. And so when you're cultivating a healthy oral biome, well, then just like that, putting that yogurt on or clabber on meat and chewing it up to get those bacteria inside, just by chewing this in your mouth that has a lot of bacteria in it, but healthy bacteria, then that's going to get a lot of bacteria in those boluses of food. And then you're going to swallow that, and some of that's going to get through. So I think that's where you get those new microbes from. And so I don't think you necessarily need the fermented foods, but I don't think you, if you like it and you feel that it's beneficial to you, go for it. Some people do respond negatively to dairy. It can be pro-inflammatory, especially people with autoimmune issues. And so I would just caution them to, maybe avoid that. But, our oral biome, just like our microbiome, should be supported by our natural diet. If these things matter, and I think they do, then they should be supported by whatever we're eating that's natural for us. If we're just eating what we're biologically designed to eat, we should have the microbiome and oral biome that we're biologically adapted to have. And so all animals in the wild, they don't get rotten teeth, they don't get cavities when they're eating their natural diet. Same with zoo animals and domesticated pets. They're very healthy. Don't see a bunch of dentists out there scrubbing hippopotamus teeth and things like that. It's just their bodies take care of themselves. And in nature, if you lose your teeth, you lose your life. This is how it is. If you can't eat, if you can't use your teeth are so useful in the wild. They're used for defense, they're used for attack, they're used for hunting, they're used for eating. And so you lose our teeth, you lose your life. And so why are we accepting that our teeth just go rotten and fall out and have cavities and have to be micromanaged, disinfect it constantly because it's just this cesspool of disease and bacteria? There's supposed to be bacteria there. It's just supposed to be the right bacteria. And if there's the right bacteria in your mouth, I think you're going to get the right bacteria in your gut. And I'm planning to, you look at the Inuit. The Inuit have found to have very healthy microbiomes. And I've seen experts on the microbiome. I'm trying to get some of these people on my podcast, but they were saying that they actually really like the carnivore diet because it gives an extremely healthy and diverse microbiome. And so that's their study of interest, their area of interest, and they think that so they're like, and that's also another thing that's interesting about carnivore. So many people come from different directions. I came from a plants being toxic direction. they're coming from this makes the microbiome very good direction. Dr. Sean O'Mara came from this is the best way to get rid of visceral fat direction. Laszlo Borosh, Professor Borosh from UCLA Medical School, and Dr. Gabor Somolai, they came to carnivore because they're like, well, this is the best way to keep your deuterium levels down. It's really interesting, but all roads lead to Rome. And from all these different directions, finding that eating this way, eating in a species-specific, biologically appropriate manner, just seems to make everything better from all these different directions, which would stand to reason if this actually is indeed our biologically appropriate and most preferable diet.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm not a big lover of. Yeah, sorry, so for me to jump in quickly, or
yeah, go for it.
I was going to say, if you could read the next 3 or 4 questions, because the first one in particular, I think you and Anthony could have quite a backwards and forwards about it. But
okay, let me just jump in on this one really quickly. I'm not a lover of fermented foods in general, unless, as you say, you're coming from a damaged microbiome. Someone transitioning into the lifestyle may confer that benefit, especially as you say, if they've been taking antibiotics. But I think from reading the question when he was on the screen originally, I think that person was already eating meat. I don't see any benefit to adding that compound back in, because as you say, it's going to contain casein, which could lead to intestinal permeability. Ben Azadi, the thing that you mentioned, I had it. He came on my show recently, so that's available on YouTube, and we went through his data, and the alpha diversity in his gut, as you say, improved. And he paid an awful lot of money for those tests. And it was just proof positive that living this lifestyle allows us to gravitate into a healthier and more diverse gut microbiome. The shift from Firmicutes over to Bacteroidetes, which is more preferenced, it's achieved through the foods that we eat. Our gut is the environment that we put it in, isn't it? If we eat healthy food, we become healthier. Adding in like fermented foods and other compounds, you can alter the gut microbiome as long as you continue to add that compound. But I don't think we should. I don't think we need to. And again, we fermented that food to get rid of all of those plant toxins that we don't want in the first place. So just eat your meat. I mean, personally, I wouldn't put it back in. If you're thriving without it, I think it could be a tool to implement along the journey. But if you're already carnivore, I see no benefit to putting that back in other than variety. Now, the caveat to that would be that the gut microbiome would be already healed and the casein wouldn't be causing as much damage. But still, if you're living a carnivore lifestyle, I don't see any reason why you'd want to put it back in. Would you like me to read this one?
Well, I just one little quick thing on that. If as Richard said, like if you're thriving and you feel great and everything's perfect, what is there a problem? And so you check your microbiome and it's just like, oh, it could be tweaked in these sorts of ways, but you feel amazing and there's no issues. Could you feel better? I guess potentially, but how much of an effect does the microbiome have on our health? And how much of this is an association with what we're eating? Because your microbiome is going to change with what you eat. I mean, daily it can do that. If you just change up what you eat every day. And so, are all these bacteria directly influential on our health, or are some of them just associative? That this is just like, well, we see this pattern when people are just healthy in general, and you can just be healthy because you're eating a healthy diet. And how much of that is an influence of that bacteria can actually, change the expression of these genes and these, chemicals and serotonin and all these other sorts of things. So I think there's going to be a combination of that. But at the end of the day, if you feel great and you don't think there's something to improve, then, then whatever, and you can always try, you sort of add something back in, say, okay, well, I'm going to get these bacteria back in, and, you feel better or worse for having the clabber in there. And then you don't have to keep doing it. Once you have an established microbiome, once you have those bacteria in your gut, they'll perpetuate based on the food that you're eating. So you don't need to have these for the rest of your life necessarily, unless they're not being supported on the food that you're eating. And if they're not being supported on the food that you're eating, and you're eating, an ancestrally appropriate, biologically appropriate diet, they're probably not biologically appropriate and ancestral. It's like, it's probably not ones that you need. And so, that's the idea of prebiotics and probiotics. Prebiotics are the food that feed the bacteria, and the probiotics are the bacteria themselves. So the meat that you're eating is the prebiotic. So that's going to feed all the bacteria that are supposed to be there. Maybe there's some species of bacteria that are supposed to be there but aren't getting there. I think they'll probably get there from your oral biome. But let's say you introduce those through fermented foods from whatever source, and that gets reintroduced into your gut. Well, once they're there and you have this thriving colony that's living off of the things that you're eating, you're good. You're done. You don't need to keep doing that. And so, you could do some self experiments and add some in, but like Richard said, I don't think you need it. And once you're established and once you're doing well with it and you feel good, I don't think you necessarily need to add something in like that. And dairy can be problematic for a lot of people. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, spot on.
Fire away, Rich.
So, hi, Dr. I can't read and speak at the same time, but I'll give this my best shot. Steve, you were way better at presenting. Hi, Dr. Chaffee. I remember hearing you say that when building muscle, it matters what you ate that day before rather than what you eat after the workout. Can you elaborate on that?
Oh, I think what they're referring to is that a lot of athletes and people will say, well, I have to eat this, big meal. I have to eat a big breakfast. I have to eat a big something before I work out to give me energy. Or the night before I have to eat a big meal, have energy for the next day. And I always thought that as well. And so the point that I was making is that actually your fat stores are what you're going to be running on. And that was something that you've laid down weeks ago. So the way I've sort of termed it is the energy that you're using to play the game, play the match, do your training session today didn't come from the food that you ate yesterday. It came from food that you ate 2 weeks ago, right? So because you have these fat stores, this is something that I know that you've spoken on a lot, and Dr. Paul Mason, Professor Peter Bruckner, and Professor Tim Noakes, have all spoken about. But one of the things to think about is that even for like a very lean, high performance athlete at 65 kilos who weighs 65 kilos and has 6% body fat, just 6% body, that's very lean. They have 150,000 kilocalories of energy in their fat deposits in their body. You're never going to run out of that, not on a game day. So, you don't have to eat 2,000 calories and carb load and all that sort of stuff, because all you're doing is jacking up your insulin and locking off that 150,000 or more. I mean, most of us aren't 6% body fat. You're a high performance athlete. Yeah, you could be, but just normal people walking around probably aren't, and so probably have more than that. And so it's you eat the carbohydrates, you raise your insulin, and now you lock off that energy, and that's not available anymore. Now you have to keep eating carbs and things like that. So that's what I was talking about there, is that so people say, well, I have to eat on the day of a game, and it's just like, you don't actually. And I've spoken to athletes and professional athletes, and they're a bit worried, well, what if I have like an 8 p.m. game? When should I eat? And I was like, well, look at it this way. I mean, you have plenty of energy available, but if you want to eat, I would give it I would eat a smaller meal. I wouldn't fill up, and I would eat at least 5 hours before game time. It's interesting that Michael Jordan didn't follow carnivore, but he had a lot of coaches and trainers and doctors and things like that worked with him, checked his numbers, checked his performance output and things like that. And what they found was like the best diet for him on game day was a carnivore diet, and he would eat a steak 5 hours before his game, and that was what they found was his best sort of food to eat on the day of the game. And so, but at the same time, if he was in a ketogenic state, wouldn't even need that, but he probably was starting to sort of slip into ketosis depending on what he ate the day before, because now, 24 hours fasted at that point, or fasted from carbs anyway. And so that's what I meant by that. It's just that you have ample fat supply on your body, and you don't have to get all worked up on like, oh, I have to eat now because I'm going to work out tomorrow. I did that as well on carnivore, and my body was telling me, don't eat. This is stupid. We have plenty of energy. And I was very, very freaked out by that. And the next day I felt amazing and I had a perfect energy. And I was like, obviously. And so then that sort of clicked into me. So yeah, but then, you know, you do want to eat enough overall. If you're working out and you're lifting weights, you want to build muscle, then you do need to give yourself an adequate amount of food. But I still think that it's going to be dictated by your hunger signals and you're giving inputs to your body and you're trying to build muscle and your body's going to tell you how much it needs to build that muscle. It's, you know, you don't need to micromanage these things. And if you're force feeding yourself and you're eating past the point of satiety and meat tasting good, then the majority of that's just going to go into your fat stores. It's not going to just force your body to make extra muscle. Like some people say, you have to be in a caloric surplus to force your body to make muscles because it just is so stupid. It doesn't know how to make muscle on its own. Now, if it's a caloric surplus, then by definition, it's surplus to demand and it's going to go in your fat. And so it's not going to build extra muscle. It's going to build extra fat. And that's not what you want.
Yeah, spot on. And interestingly, that 150,000 kilojoules is roughly 10 times more than your counterpart at 6% body fat can store in glycogen.
Oh, yeah.
But just to give you some reference, you know, I'm not a professional athlete anymore, at least anyway, but I've recently gravitated from bodybuilding into triathlon, running and cycling. I run half marathons, you know, 16 hours minimum fasted. And fairly quickly for someone who's pretty new to running, I achieved a 1 hour 26 half marathon a few weeks ago, completely fasted. So no carb required and no fat the morning of that meal. More interestingly, since then, a good friend of mine, Mikey Davis, who was once ranked in the top 50 in the UK as an Ironman athlete, he competed. He was vegan at the time, and I'm sure you've heard me mention him a couple of times. I've been working with him for 2 years, and he 2 weeks ago, or was it last week, competed in the European Championships in a 70.3, which is half an Ironman. He completed that in just over 4 hours, and he won. He's number one in Europe now as a carnivore. He did that fasted, so that's 4 hours of high intense. So, I mean, I'm like half Ironman, a full Ironman, I think is a 2.4 mile swim. So I'm guessing it was a 1.2 mile swim. Then it's followed by a 112 mile bike ride. So I'm guessing that's going to be like a 56 mile bike ride at intense, you know, in high intensity also, followed by a half marathon, which he ran, I think, in like 1 hour 20 something. So he ran a 1 hour 20 half after doing those things, completely fasted. And living a carnivore lifestyle. So no, you do not need to eat on game day. Most certainly not. In fact, if I do, I find it hinders my performance.
Big time. I've always, you know, I figured that out just naturally, just how my body felt. You know, I never ate on game day, and I always told people I always play hungry. You always want to have that sort of that bit of an edge. I always sort of thought of it as you know, our hunter ancestors that were out. You get up and you just have that bit of things. Okay, I gotta go fight something. I've got to go kill something to survive today. And you have that bit of an edge, and then you eat something, your body just goes, right, well, you've done it, everything's fine now, and you sort of lose that sort of that edge that your body gives you in order to get up and you know, go fight something, go kill something, and eat it and supply food for your family. And so I always felt that I had a bit of an edge. I had better energy. In fact, I often would forego dinner the night before. I would just actually feel better, and especially if it was later on at night, I wouldn't eat, and I wouldn't eat like right before bed, which normally I wouldn't care whether I did or not. But on the day before games, I was the opposite. You know, everyone else is carb loading and eat a whole bunch of pasta, and I was doing the opposite. I was avoiding food, and then the next day I would not eat any food. And I always felt better for having done that. I would just drink water, just drink a bunch of water. And I wouldn't even take a bunch of, you know, energy drinks and things like that before that. It was just water, really. And I just felt I always felt the best when I did that.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. If we are in a hunger state, ketones are elevated, we become more focused, and we have higher energy on demand. It just makes perfect from an evolutionary perspective to be ready to hunt and kill our prey, I guess, you know. So, and we can translate that into game day. So, yeah, no need to eat before a game. And as you rightly say, I mean, maybe not even the day before.
Yeah, there's a book out at the moment called The Telomere Effect, and they actually try to reframe stress in that way as a positive challenge, you know, and they look at the things that we're led to believe are negatives, and actually saying, like fasting, has a positive challenge and definitely has an effect at a molecular level. Anyway, right. Let's get to the next question. If, by the way, if anyone's noticed, I'm a bit hoarse. England last night got through to the semi-final of the Euros 2020, and I'm one of those stupid men that shouts at the television when he's watching sports. Yeah, but they won anyway. Went to penalties, as always with England. Anyway, right, here we go. How do those bacteria in fermented foods like kimchi and yogurt manage to survive the stomach's acid?
Yeah, they probably don't in a lot of cases, but you could argue that if you're eating it with a bolus of food and it's not fully digested, or that all the stomach acid got in it, because it doesn't necessarily liquefy in your stomach. That's further on down the digestive process. So if there's bacteria sort of stuffed in the middle of this bolus of food and it's chewed up thoroughly, and it's with meat and other sorts of things, and it'd probably be okay. That's the idea anyway, is that you're going to sneak some of these bacteria through. But if they hit the stomach acid, no, they'll most of them will die. Some of them won't. Some of them do okay, but a lot of them will. And so if you're eating like fibrous sort of plant kimchi and things like that, and that the fiber itself actually blocks out the digestive enzymes and can block out and protect the bacteria and other sorts of things. Which is, I guess, if you're eating that in that context, may be helpful to get this bacteria through, but in general, it's not very helpful because it blocks out the digestive enzymes from the food that you want to break down and digest, and then can actually get in the way and be a physical barrier between broken down food and the lumen of your intestine, and so it doesn't get absorbed or as absorbed as well. And so people such as Dr. Robert Lustig stress that fiber can actually reduce the absorption of various nutrients by up to 30%. And so he's talking about this in the context of, well, that's good if you're eating garbage and you're eating a bunch of fructose and sugar and carbs, because it prevents 30% of that absorption. But, you're getting 70% of those fructose, sugar, and carbs. And so, is that a net benefit? Probably not. But, in that guy, it's, I guess, better than nothing, but it also stops you and prevents you from absorbing 30% of healthy things like meat and B12 and all these other sorts of things. So I don't think that's a great idea overall. But that's the idea, is that it's some of the bacteria will be stuffed down in the middle of this chunk of food and doesn't necessarily get exposed to the stomach acid. But there's people that argue that doesn't protect it, but I don't think one way or the other, and I think it has to get through somehow, because why else would these new strains of bacteria just show up in our gut, and when they weren't there before, unless they were just in such small numbers that they just were undetectable. But you can detect really, really small amounts of these things because you culture them and look at them in that way. But that's the argument anyway of how you would sneak these things through, sort of like a Trojan horse.
I get that. This is a very concisely worded statement come question. A benign tumor, no cancer, only ferments glucose? ?
No, I don't think it necessarily only just ferments glucose. Could still ferment glutamine. It depends on the tumor. But I have because the thing is that I don't know. I don't know that all of these benign tumors, because there are a lot of them, have been looked at from what sort of energy source are they making energy from? Where they have glucose, glutamine, other sorts of substrates. Cancer is that is when the theory goes, the metabolic theory of cancer, the mitochondrial theory of cancer, is that when the mitochondria get so damaged and so disrupted in their functionality that they can't actually carry out their normal processes of oxidative phosphorylation, they also can't carry out their required functions of stopping cell proliferation and killing the cell, apoptosing the cell when it's too damaged, and so they don't have that ability. So benign tumors, there are benign tumors that are precancerous and ones that are not precancerous. And so, what do their mitochondria look like, and why do they have this expression to grow more than other cells? It's a good question. Not all are going to act the same. Not all are going to have the same reason behind them. I don't think, but also I don't know. I have looked into other sorts of benign tumors that are relevant to my field in neurosurgery, which are meningiomas, which are usually benign, but sometimes it can be very aggressive and invasive. Like a stage grade 3 meningioma is sort of considered malignant and can spread around the central nervous system and be very invasive and aggressive. And so, leading up to that, I guess you could sort of think of these as sort of precancerous benign tumors that are just growing, because they're growing in the brain or in the spinal column, or around, there's a sac around the brain, the dura that goes around the brain. That's where they're growing out of, and they're sort of pushing into the brain, or the spinal cord. Then they can cause very serious issues that can kill you. And there are studies looking at ketogenic diets and improving outcomes and shrinking these things down. They're very preliminary. There aren't many, but that is a question that people have asked, and so at least limiting glucose in that context of being in ketosis does seem to help with that benign tumor as well. And I've actually seen patients that had inoperable meningiomas that had went onto a ketogenic carnivore diet and actually shrunk it back. There was one lady, it was sort of a base of the skull, very difficult to access the base of the skull, just any part of the skull. Skull is obviously meant there to be protecting the brain, so it's very hard to get into. And there's certain parts that are very hard to get into. And so like the base of the skull sort of, here's the floor, the sort of seats, down there, and it goes down a bit from here. But there's a sort of the base is there. You have to sort of get in underneath this thing. There's all these really, really important structures, all your cranial nerves and vessels and things like that. You're trying not to destroy and kill somebody, and or permanently debilitate them. And so she had one deep down in there, and it's actually growing into her optic nerve, and it wasn't operable. Certainly not the part that went into her optic nerve. And so she was starting to lose her vision, and she couldn't take this thing down. And so she just went on a ketogenic carnivore diet, and all of a sudden it actually started receding out, and actually her vision returned as well. So that's one patient, but it is a demonstration of what we're seeing, at least in these preliminary studies as well. But then a lot of other benign lesions, polyps in the rectum, in the colon, for instance, or skin tags, so basically polyps on your skin. These have been shown to be very influenced by insulin, and you have high insulin resistance, and you can actually have an overgrowth and expression of these benign tumors, and sometimes they're precancerous tumors, especially the ones in the colon. And then they largely go away. Is that because of the glucose and glutamine that you're interrupting, or is that because you're lowering down insulin and you've eliminated this growth hormone that's this anabolic hormone that's telling different tissues to grow inappropriately. So there's going to be a combination of these sorts of things, but I still think that it's a good idea to be in a ketogenic state regardless. And a lot of these benign tumors seem to resolve. Not all of them do, and so there's going to be a different mechanism going on in those ones.
Cheers, Anthony. I've got a big question here, which is in two parts. Hi, Dr. Chafee. Part one, diagnosed with pituitary adenoma, prolactinoma 5 years ago, wrecked me. Taking carbagine now. When diagnosed, T was 5.1 over 1.47 and prolactin was 6,500. Last July, T was 15.3 stroke 4.441. Sorry.
Nice.
Carnivore and gym since January the 1st. Bloods in March. T now 22.5 stroke 645. Prolactin 372. Thoughts on carnivore helping with the tumor, please. taking 8 Stem Enhance Ultra a day with Plasma Flow and Cyactive?
Well, it just sort of ties into the previous discussion on cancer and precancerous lesions or even benign lesions. Why are they growing? Why are the precancerous ones or the benign ones, why are they growing? Is this to do with the mitochondria? Is that these adenomas? Some of these things can be malignant. Some of these things can be very nasty. Some of them can be some of the different growths that you get, I should say, in the brain. They can be very aggressive and nasty, and others that they're not necessarily. But because they're in this very small, the cella turcica is a very tiny little bony compartment where the pituitary and part of the hypothalamus come down into, there's no room, so this just growing a little bit just smashes that down. So there does seem to, with different adenomas, there does seem to be an effect that ketogenic metabolic therapy has on these things to sort of shrink these down. And why do our bodies go wrong in the first place? There's so many mechanisms and so many things to learn and understand, but a lot of these things come down to the fact that we're putting in chemicals that don't belong in our body, putting in our body that don't belong in our body, and we're getting weird, strange expressions, and we're getting hormonal disruptions. We're getting things to grow that aren't supposed to grow and impact other things that are going to have a negative outcome. So I can't say for sure that just doing ketogenic diets or carnivore diets are going to help people's pituitary adenomas. Because I don't think there's actually I haven't looked into the data on ketogenic diets on pituitary adenomas. That's something to put on my list. Like the meningiomas, there probably is something, because there are thousands of studies on ketogenic diets and different issues and pathologies that go on in the body. But being on a ketogenic carnivore diet significantly helps testosterone. If this is something that's going to help shrink down your prolactinoma, then on top of the medications that you're using, or maybe even on its own, but I would not forego the medications, certainly not without better understanding of this. But it's going to shrink that, whatever is going on, it could potentially shrink that down and stop putting pressure on the pituitary that's going to screw up the rest of the hormones that are coming out of it. So that's an amazing recovery. You have this big prolactinoma. That's one of the pituitary tumors that we don't have to surgically resect unless they're apoplexy and bleeding and all that sort of stuff. You just have to get in there and sort of clean up the scene. But you identify that, then you actually just treat this medically, and it will keep that prolactin down, and that adenoma can shrink down just from the medication cabergoline. So that can potentially improve your testosterone and the expression of different hormones from your pituitary and hypothalamus on its own. And so, some of that recovery is just going to be from the medication shrinking this down, but you could potentially be further benefited by being in a, applying ketogenic metabolic therapy principles to this adenoma and potentially shrinking that down even further, and allowing even less pressure on the pituitary, and then fixing other physiological processes that are going to improve your testosterone past that. So, those numbers are great. For UK and Australia numbers, 20 to 25 for total testosterone is what you would expect a healthy 25-year-old male to be. And that 600 to 900 would be the levels of free testosterone that you would expect a healthy 25-year-old male to be. And so you have perfect numbers. You have perfect youthful, optimal young adult numbers, which is great. So, it's just it's a testimony to, whatever you're doing is doing well for your body. So keep it up.
Great stuff. We can get Richard back on this now because it's continuing the chat. While you're doing that, I just got to check on my dog. We're 5 hours into 24, Rich. So we've only got 19 to go. So
I mean, don't sell yourself short. It's only 17 hours and 57 at this point. So, I mean, really, it's like no time at all,
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got continuing a short discussion in the chat. If one is working out fasted, can that person deplete glycogen glycogen store enough that the body will break down muscle?
Hard no. What would you say, Richard?
Yeah, spot on. Muscle's precious. Coming back to the point that Jonathan Carnivore Muscle mentioned earlier in regards to sarcoplasmic volume within the muscle, a lot of the volume we lose, it is volume. It's not actually muscle. When people come off carb, for example, and they think that they've lost muscle, it isn't. It's just volume. So yeah, as Dr. Chaffee says, no. Plain and simple.
Well, okay. Well,
You know,
I was
well,
hoping
but-
it'd be a longer answer so I
Yeah.
can go and look at my dog.
Well, I'll give you a longer answer as well. So Dr. Volek did a study. It was the FASTER trial that showed that people that had been keto adapted for over 5 months, and these were distance ultra marathoner sort of people. So they were putting out a lot, expending a lot of energy and things like that. They found that they had better output on a ketogenic diet. They had also similar levels of muscle glycogen. They did a series of 3 muscle biopsies, and they had similar muscle glycogen prior to working out. And then the keto adapted group had better muscle glycogen post workout. And it took actually, and after 3 hours, then the carb group sucking down gels and things like that were able to sort of catch up and had similar levels. I think slightly higher, but I mean very slightly than the keto adapted group. So your body actually has plenty of glycogen in your muscles and liver. You actually run on fat as well. Your muscles can run on fat, and you talk about fatty oxidation and various VO2 maxes and things like that. It used to be thought that you cannot, you have to have carbohydrates to run above 85% VO2 max. And actually showed absolutely not. It's just, is what Professor Noakes says. He thinks that glycogen is just actually in the way, that we just sort of store excess glycogen to get it out of the bloodstream, so it's not being toxic excessive low levels of blood sugar in the body. And then you sort of use this stuff, you can get it out of the way so you can get to your preferred energy, which are ketones and fats. And then, so in these studies, I actually found that people had massive use of their ketones and fatty acids at very high VO2, but well above 85% VO2 max. And but yeah, so that you don't run out of glycogen. Tim Noakes did another set of experiments where they said, okay, well, different sorts of shorter sort of things, or even longer things, whatever. They were like, okay, well, maybe there's still glycogen in their system. So it's okay. Well, we're just gonna do a series of 800 meter hard runs, and those it's a lot of effort to run 800 meters as hard as you can. It's halfway between a sprint and just running hard, because it's high intensity. And so they just did like 6 of these things in a row, and it's just like you're gonna wear out any glycogen you had from eating a while ago, and so your body's gonna have to run on fat, it's gonna have to run on ketones, it's gonna have to whatever glycogen you're making de novo at that time. And they found absolutely no problem that they were performing at an extremely high level with by burning out all the glycogen. They had this very high level of ketone use. And so, you're going to make glycogen at least as fast, if not faster, than carb-fueled athletes sucking down gels. So first of all, it's not an issue, and second of all, it doesn't even seem to be the primary source for athletes, energy source for athletes anyway. It's actually sort of gets in the way. And so, when you start in that ketogenic state and you have ketones and fatty acids available for use, then you're actually going to be better off. And no, you're not going to catabolize your muscles at any stage until you run out of fat. That's something that it's a very strange one. But I've seen people make that argument. Oh, you have to eat carbs, or else your first fuel source is going to be your muscles, and then when you run out of that, then you'll go to your fat. I mean, what a dumb statement. How do you ever lose fat then? How do you ever burn fat? And why would fat is our fuel source? I mean, it's our gas tank. I mean, that's just insane. That's like saying that your car engine is like, oh, it's not going to run on the gas from your gas tank. It's actually going to start burning your tires for heat, and then that's what it's going to use first. It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. And so, no, that's a weird one that gets thrown out there, but it has no actual basis in physiology, and potentially just from that, like you're talking about, like the the water weight and glycogen that's in muscles, and that sort of goes down. And so say, oh, muscle bulk's gone down. No, it didn't. It just, it's just not, it doesn't have glycogen and water stuffed in it anymore, but the muscle tissue itself is whole and intact. That would be a really, really, really dumb way of making an animal, is that its muscles start breaking down before its fat stores, which are the energy source for all animals. The energy storage mechanism for all animals, that would obviously get used first. And so, like as Professor Ben Bickman shows, he's been studying insulin metabolism and that for 20 years now. And he's professor of biochemistry at BYU. And so, he shows very clearly that the body does not touch the muscles for energy until all the fat stores are gone. And again, you've got 150,000, calories stored in your fat for a very lean athlete at 65 kilos, 6% body fat. You're not going to run out of your fat. You're just not going to, until you become so emaciated and starving. Then you're going to start cutting into your muscles. But it's a long ways away, and certainly not going to happen at a workout.
Yeah, for sure. And just to add a little bit more to that, it's funny enough, molecular biochemistry is something I'm studying currently.
Nice.
Trying to get a bit better understanding. Try to get a little bit deeper into the weeds, as we say. But that mechanism that you mentioned in regards to the Volex study, I'm sure it was 12 weeks. I don't even think it was as long as 5 months. I may be wrong, because I know that there's a number of studies, but that's an interesting one. And it does highlight the fact that the lactate, and it is lactate and not lactic acid, because lactic acid doesn't really exist in the human body. Lactate is sent to the liver and is converted back into glycogen through gluconeogenesis. Lactate is one of the substrates that becomes pyruvate and then enters phospholynyl pyruvate and basically does glycolysis almost in reverse, bar 3 different sequences. So it's almost the same mechanism in reverse as glycolysis. And it'll send the glycogen back to the muscle at a higher rate than, as you say, even a carbohydrate athlete. And I did a run last year where I wore a continuous blood glucose monitor. My blood glucose, I think, was like 3 point something, which is classed as being pretty low. Before the run, there was another guy there who was, he must have been type 2 diabetic, because he had one on. His was like in the 6s or something. At the end of this, and it was only a short run, it was 10K. At the end of the 10K run, mine was in double figures. So my blood glucose, and I don't eat any carbohydrate, I don't carb load before an event. My body made that glucose within that run, to 3 to 4 times the amount that I had prior. His had crashed, his tanked, so it just shows how flexible the body is when you're highly adapted. And I think that study being 12 weeks just reiterates the fact that you don't even need to live the lifestyle for prolonged periods of time, but there is an adaptation process and period involved with upregulating those systems. But the body's highly intuitive. It's very clever. And we make glucose. Glucose is essential. We can't live without it. But we make all of the glucose that we need. The requirement for an exogenous source of glucose is non-existent. We make all of the glucose that we need. Professor Noakes, when you mentioned about the muscle stores being a dumping ground, I think is how he referred to it, because glucose is a toxin. It's a poison to the body, and it does this to save our life as long as we have enough for the glutaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis in the brain. And this is why it is said that athletes will bonk in an event. It's not to do with muscle glycogen, it's to do with blood glucose. And as you rightly say, so it's incredible how adaptive the body is when we gravitate and get back to our natural metabolic state. As Dr. Robert Kiltz mentioned, this is our natural metabolic state. We are fat adapted. We've taught ourselves to become sugar adapted.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt a little bit of flow, but I do want to get all the questions that people have done super chats for. Carnivore, 8 months for autoimmune, have gained fat, lot cellulite. Now I'm assuming that's lost cellulite, not that you've got a lot of cellulite. Weight trained for 5 times a week, eat 1 gram per pound of protein and fat. Fasting made it worse. So it might be the cellulite there. Lower my fat or increase my protein?
Have gained fat loss, cellulite, weight training, fasting made it worse. Lower my fat, increase protein. Not necessarily. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to maybe, some of the sort of the truncated sort of sentences and things like that. Just trying to understand exactly what is being asked. But no, I mean, I don't think you necessarily need to lower your fat and increase protein. I mean, you only have a certain amount of protein that you need. And, past that, and you have to start dipping into your protein to then use as an energy source, which is, less efficient and less optimal than just using fat. That's an essential nutrient anyway. I mean, you can sort of limit yourself. You can, limit how much you're eating, and you can, manipulate your body into losing, using more of your fat, and like if you're, but, I would only sort of do this in the context of like, Richard, you're prepping for a competition, like a bodybuilding competition or something like that. I don't think you need to do that in a normal physiological setting where you're just trying to gain health, because the thing is that it's not, you're going to suppress your metabolism. You're going to do other sorts of things to your body that aren't necessarily optimal. It's not like healthy to do that to yourself, and it doesn't set you up for, a long-term, gained a lot of cellulite. Okay. It doesn't set you up for like a long-term, for long-term success, where, you're changing things around, and then, you can starve yourself into a smaller dress size. Everyone knows that, we've seen concentration camps all around the world, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a good thing, and that's a sustainable thing to do for your body. And at a certain point, you have to start eating again. And if your metabolism is completely crashed, then you're going to put on fat, and your body's going to want to put on fat and store this energy, because it's going to try to protect you from the next famine. It is a bit weird that you've gained fat and you've gained a lot of cellulite, because it's normally the exact opposite of what people say. Most people, when they just go to a ketogenic diet, and especially ketogenic carnivore diet, they talk about how it just breaks up their cellulite and it goes away. And it seems to be a connection between insulin resistance and cellulite. And saying fasting made it worse. That's interesting that fasting, just not eating anything, would make your cellulite worse, make your fat worse. So I would wonder what else is going on. I don't think it's necessarily, reducing the amount of fat that you fasted, you didn't eat anything, and that seemed to make it worse. So I think there's something weird going on with your metabolism and your biochemistry and your hormones. And that, I think, probably the best thing to do is to keep going on a high fat carnivore diet and allow your body and your hormones to heal, and your metabolism to heal. I have patients that will be slow to lose weight or even gain weight when they start a carnivore diet, but you check their metabolism, the different sort of markers of their health and metabolism, they're all out of balance. I mean, they're just all out of whack. But then you check them 3 months later and they're better, and 3 months later and they're better, and they're better, and they're better. And eventually the body just says, okay, we're happy now. And the weight starts dropping off of them, and the fat starts dropping off of them. And so that's probably what's going on here. And I mean, this is sort of something that might need a bigger like a proper consultation to try to figure out what the hell is going on here, and doing blood work and things like that. And then you can at least say, okay, well, look, all these different things are sort of stacked up in this way, just give it time. But I would still expect it to be something that in time would normalize. And like you said, you did this for an autoimmune issue. And that's the most important thing is helping your autoimmune issue. And so, how is that? Is that helping? Is that better? Are you feeling otherwise? But it is a bit of a weird one. I would also wonder, exactly what you're eating and what you aren't eating. Is it, people say carnivore, and that can mean different things to different people. But especially for autoimmune issues, just being on a pure red meat and water diet, like just only beef and lamb and only water, people seem to do the best for autoimmune issues, and they'll do best for other issues as well, metabolic issues and etc. when they're on that sort of diet as well. So I wonder if that's what you were doing. But no, I'd be interested to hear what you guys think too.
Well, I think one of the things about cellulite is you only get that in females because their collagen structure, is more like a matrix rather than in a male. The collagen actually runs sort of like fiber by fiber, which is, so you get that aesthetics of cellulite doesn't tend to happen on males. So it could be something to do with collagen production as well, or lack of it, or actually strengthening and therefore exaggerating the look of cellulite. So that's one of the things I would look at, whether it is actually fat or the appearance of fat. Because if your collagen starts to tighten up, then the cellulite look can look worse. And then when you go through a little bit longer on this way of eating, that starts to, as you said, Anthony, it starts to actually just improve. So it could be just at the moment a little bit of aesthetics. And I think Richard might have been chiming in there with the fat calipers, or actually determine whether it is extra fat or whether it's just looking like extra fat.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go down the caliper route, but the caliper is one of the best ways to test to see if you are actually gaining fat. But reading that, I mean, there's not an awful lot of information to go on there. But training 5 times a week, I'd question how long you're training for. Are you training less than an hour? Anything beyond an hour is going to increase cortisol. That's going to lead to weight gain. If you're not eating enough, so if you're fasting, and only eating 1 meal a day, this can also be a contributing factor. Whether we're carnivore or live in a ketogenic diet, it can lead to an increased loss of water, leading to a loss of sodium. And when sodium levels in the body become too low, the brain will send signals to the adrenal glands to increase levels of specific hormones that regulate fuel balance. And cortisol is one of those hormones. That's going to lead to further weight gain. So excessive fasting, not eating enough, only eating 1 meal a day, over exercise, all of these can be contributing factors. Drinking coffee, which I know is a big bugbear of Anthony's, and to which Anthony would be glad to hear that Stephen and I have both quit coffee, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But all of these factors can increase cortisol. Training is fantastic. Working out is fantastic. We shouldn't be working out beyond an hour because of these elevated levels of cortisol, which can lead to wasted muscle also. So, eat as nature intended. But if you get a chance, come back with some of those answers. Let us know if you are fasting prolonged, only eating 1 meal a day. I believe, and I know this is counterintuitive to our, the amazing Dr. Kiltz just said in regards to fasting. I am a big believer that women function better on eating more regularly. Men seem to thrive better on fasting and 1 meal a day. I find women tend to do better on 2 to 3 meals a day. I don't know how you guys find that, but it's and it is different for everyone. But the trend, for me with my clients seems to be that women thrive better on 2 to 3 meals a day over prolonged periods of fasting. And overtraining, we don't want to be overtraining. Omega-3s, as Anthony just said, beef and lamb. Lamb contains 10 times more omega-3s than beef does. We don't have to eat fish for omega-3s. We can get plenty from lamb. The omega-3s in lamb will help with anti-inflammatory processes, help with hormonal function, along with the saturated fats, so on and so forth. And I don't want to steal too much of the airtime because I know you guys are paying for these questions for Anthony's time, but I think it's overtraining, prolonged fasting, and probably not even eating enough. But more context, we need a little bit more information, I think.
Well, especially when you're fasting and you're getting a worsening of problems, that probably is the demonstration that you're probably not eating enough as opposed to eating too much. Your body auto regulates how much you're going to eat. It becomes very hard to eat past where your body wants. It tastes bad. It starts making you feel bad, and you just, everything in your body is telling you don't do this. And so if you don't go past that, don't do that. But if you're not getting to that point, you might be under eating. And your body is saying, okay, we're in a famine. We gotta hold things back. And then you fast, and then it knows you're in a famine. And then it really sort of ramps this up. And then other, and then cortisol is a great point. And sleep is another big one. If you're not getting proper sleep, you're gonna screw with your cortisol, and you're gonna have higher cortisol. Something that our friend Dr. Tony Hampton has said in some of his talks, is that after if you average about 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night for 7 nights in a row, you actually give yourself prediabetes with the amount of cortisol that you jump up. But sleeping an average of 7 to 8 hours a night for another 7 nights will reverse that. So sleep is a very powerful tool in your health. And so it's a very important factor in your health. And so, don't neglect that as well. And so, all the, food is extremely important, but these other factors are extremely important as well. And so don't neglect those.
Yeah, I think the overtraining is one we see week in, week out on our lives on a Sunday night. People just think more is more, but it isn't. Sometimes less is more. And it really is that simple. You can overtrain, overstress. Try and think of your body having like a stressometer, and you got some good stress. And then just imagine like when you're looking at the revs on a car and it goes into the red area. You're doing that. You're just pushing yourself too much. Yeah, you may be going faster for a bit, but you're actually putting too much wear and tear on your engine to recover. And that's, that knits in nicely with the sleep as well. So, right. Okay. Isabel, who's a school member, which is our community, Richard, only 8 weeks into carnivore, and I'm struggling with sciatica for the past 4 weeks. Never had it before. Could this be something to do with oxalates or just coincidence?
I mean, it could be all of the above. Oxalates are something that I would consider them more of a diagnosis of exclusion a lot of the time, because they can sort of express anywhere in any tissue, and so you get all sorts of symptoms from it. But that wouldn't be my first guess, especially for this. But so if you sort of eliminate out everything else, you keep oxalates in the back of your mind, like, okay, well, everything else hasn't worked, so maybe let's try adding in some very low oxalate tea or whatever, as per Sally Norton suggests, around 50 milligrams of oxalates or something like that. And does that suppress your symptoms? Does that make them go away? If it does, then it's like, okay, maybe it is oxalate dumping or something like that. And if it's not, then it's probably not. And so, but that wouldn't be my first thing that I would jump to. It could very well be a coincidence. A lot of things happen coincidentally, and we start a very new diet, and then all of a sudden we're looking at different changes, and we're saying, oh, okay, is this because of the diet? And that's a very reasonable question to ask, but it's not always, the answer is not always yes. And so it's there are other reasons for sciatica. There are very normal, boring reasons for sciatica, pinched nerves, and so if you're having problems with sciatica, go to your doctor and talk to them and find out, have them do a physical exam and see if there's something that is going on, and maybe they say, actually, that's not sciatica, that's something else. And so that's something that I think you should do. I mean, this can pop up at any time. You have some sort of disc herniation and radiculopathy going down a specific distribution of your dermatome. That happens, and that's not going to be because of your diet. In fact, a lot of times people that have sciatica, that have radiculopathy, improve. They reduce their inflammation, they reduce their symptoms, they reduce the expression of pain that's propagating up that nerve. And so, I don't think it's anything to do with your diet, possibly oxalate dumping, but I think you leave that for last, but keep that in the back of your mind. And if you don't find any good reason for you to have these symptoms, then you give that a try and see how it goes. But I would at least talk to your doctor to see if this actually is sciatica, and if so, do they have any idea of where it's coming from? Do you need an MRI, for example? Those are the first things that you do, and rule those things out first before you start looking for the very weird expressions of sciatica.
Yeah, it's a fantastic question, and as Anthony said, I mean, it could be related, it might not be. If it is an oxalate issue, you can remedy this with potassium citrate. I know Sally K is a big fan of calcium. I'm not. Quite the opposite, in fact. The issue when we gravitate into this lifestyle is we consume more sodium, which depletes potassium. Oxalate dumping is a known cause of hypokalemia, which is a state of low potassium. And then we put in calcium, which depletes magnesium, which has another impact on potassium. the key to this isn't the calcium; it's putting in potassium. Putting in the thing that's caused the issue in the first place. Potassium citrate has a high affinity to oxalate. Taking a quality electrolyte, for example, or potassium citrate may alleviate it. Again, I don't think it is that though. I'm not convinced that it is sciatica either. I wonder if it's Anthony's best friend, coffee. There's a lot of detoxing going on as well, with other mechanisms in the body. So it could be a number of things. But coffee has been it's been an amazing tool for me all the way through my journey. It's a known ergogenic aid. It's a fat mobilizer. It works synergistically with MCTs and ketones and so on and so forth. And you and I, Anthony, have spoken about this many times. You don't drink coffee at all because it gives you this instant reaction, leg pain. But it's never caused that with me. Yeah. So it, but recently, I've overconsumed coffee. So I've gone from, I only drink, and I say only 4 to 5 cups per day, but each cup was containing 2 double shots, which is the equivalent to 20 cups per day. The problem with coffee is the acrylamide content. Acrylamide is accumulative. It's a known carcinogen. I think in California in 2018, it was hit with a Prop 65 label, which means it's deemed to be extremely hazardous. It's a known carcinogen. Not also found in coffee, found in also other things also, but it's even found in mycotoxin-free coffee. And I had symptoms which were similar to Stephen's symptoms, which I believe were neuromuscular in regards to the effect of the acrylamide. And acrylamide is known to cause ALS, motor neurons disease. I had pain in my leg. I had tingling where the nerves were constantly firing. It affected my gait. I couldn't walk properly. I couldn't lift my leg high enough to go upstairs. And all of this happened recently because of this constant accumulation of acrylamide. And I remember Anthony's voice in the back of my head, you've got to drop the coffee. So I did. I just switched. And this is something that I've been addicted to, for many years. And I'm not scared to say that I was addicted to the caffeine. I love coffee, but because it was affecting my health, and as Jonathan Carnival Muscle said earlier, live with the pain or take out the compound, make a change. I made the change 4 weeks ago on Friday. Within 2 weeks, all of these things have cleared up.
Nice.
So I don't know if this is Isabel's problem, but what happens is when we begin to live a ketogenic carnivore lifestyle, we start drinking more coffee because we start to focus on the things that we're not drinking soft drinks and other crap that we were prior. So we start to drink more of the things that we can drink or we think that we can drink. Within the ketogenic community, there was a big push years ago for fat coffees, MCT coffees with butter and so on and so forth. And this whole I don't want to call it a cult, but I mean, it's this whole thing of just drinking more coffee in general took over. And that's what I was doing. And this is what happened to me. I began drinking coffee with every meal. Instead of drinking alcohol, I quit alcohol and I drink a cup of coffee. And at the time, that was a fantastic segue. It allowed me to pull away from all of these other toxic compounds. And it worked for so long. But coffee isn't your friend. A line I've used numerous amounts of times with turmeric. Turmeric is not your friend. Coffee is not your friend. So I just bounced that back to Isabel. If it is an oxalate issue, then potassium citrate, or any citrate for that matter, but potassium in particular to remedy the hypokalemia, and maybe look at coffee. And consistency. Consistency is key, isn't it? Persevere.
Can I just throw a curveball in for you? Because over a decade in rehab and looking at lower backs, it could be a postural change as well. So one of the things is your spine is aligned. And if you think of a pregnant woman, why do you get an extra bit of weight the other side? Well, that's to keep your center of gravity correct. So you get a belly here, but you get a little bit of a saddlebag there, and your spine stays straight. So the human body is amazing. Well, if you're like that, looking at your spine, and maybe you've got a bit of a belly, and you start to lose that bit of a belly, or you lose body fat and you gain muscle, you get a slight postural shift to back actually where you should be. So your body has adapted your your injuries that you're causing your body by basically getting over fat or under muscled or whatever. And when you get that postural shift and it all starts to go back, you can feel like you have sciatic pain. And the sciatic nerve is a huge nerve. So when you do a cadaver study, the body can be picked up using the sciatic nerve. It's that thick. It's like a telephone cable. And it is very prone to any sort of localized inflammation. So when you change your postural stance, you could just feel a little bit of what we call sciatic pain, but really it's just that there's inflammation pinching on the nerve somewhere along that region. And you get that classic down through your thigh, through your shin, and then onto your foot, which is just basically tracing the nerve. So it could be that as well. So all the time we talk about this thing of health, when we think about diet, because it's like the carnivore thing we're doing, or keto or whatever, there are sometimes external factors, other factors that are involved, and it's just that our diet has sort of released them, liberated them. So it could be just a postural shift. Anyway, right. That's my 2 pence. Sorry about that, but I thought I'd add it because I think it's valid.
You're not wrong though. I mean, there was an interesting case. Bill Knott up in Alaska. He was on like with Kerry Mann. He was quite overweight. He was stuck in his house. He wasn't able to really move. He could just sort of go from his bed to the toilet and sort of once a day, and that was it. And he was just sort of stuck where he was sitting and laying for years and years and years. I mean, it's a very difficult situation. And he started going on carnivore, and it's just okay, I'm just going to give this a try. And he started losing heaps of weight. And then he started having some symptoms. I remember actually one of the first things I saw, I just sort of was watching some of his a video of his, and he was like an update sort of. He did a lot of updates, every couple of days he'd sort of do an update. And which was great. People could follow along with his journey and see the things happening in real time. And he was talking about how he was, I forget the exact things, but he had numbness down his legs and like around his groin. And it was basically like cauda equina sort of symptoms that you could potentially have, big disc or something like that pressing on these nerves lower down in the lumbar spine that can be, very serious. It's like an emergency. And so he had these symptoms that were very concerning for a very serious neurological condition that would require surgery. And so I reached out through Kerry, and I just said, look, I think he really needs to get this checked out properly. And it could be nothing, but the symptoms that he's describing are very concerning and alarming. For there's some definitely red flag signs there. And I think he needs to get checked out. And so he did. And it was a big process because he was actually too big to fit in the MRI machine. And he tried to, and they had to go through a lot of, there was a lot of rigmarole and issues, but it ended up turning out that it was okay. And so they couldn't really figure out why he was having these neurological symptoms that did seem that lined up, that would have lined up perfectly with some sort of lesions compressing his cauda equina, but he didn't have it, which is great. So he didn't have anything on that MRI anyway of his lumbar spine that would explain his symptoms. And so one other person reached out, and it was another person who had been around the size of Bill, around like 700 pounds, 800 pounds. And had lost a bunch of weight. And he was saying that was because of how all of a sudden he lost all this weight. Now he could hold himself differently and actually put more compression on the external nerves, and that caused those symptoms in him, and the way he sort of changed how he was sitting and standing, these sorts of things, I believe ended up helping him with his symptoms. So I think it's certainly something to keep in mind.
Cool. Thank you. Right. Let's go on to the next question. This is an interesting one from Zinc. Can you have increased depression, anxiety while in the adaptation phase? Currently on day 48 and feeling super low and having symptoms of anxiety.
Usually not. Usually people find that they feel better. There could be another reason why 48 days in is fairly good. Some people, if they're withdrawing off different sorts of things, absolutely increase their depression, anxiety, and have different sorts of issues. But after 48 days, that stuff should be well and truly out of your system. I would wonder, are you eating anything else, and what else is in your system? Are you are you including anything else, artificial sweeteners or, vegetables or whatever? Or are you strict meat and water? And what meat and water are you having? Is it very high fat? Are you getting constipated, or do you have normal soft stools? Do you have, is it, what all these other things are going on? That's not typical. It is more typical that people with depression and anxiety, when they get all the stuff out of their system and they go into a ketogenic state and their body and brain start working better, that their depression and anxiety improve, especially after several weeks and certainly after a couple months. You would expect that to get better. So I would sort of want to dip into what exactly you're eating and doing, and are you eating enough? Are you eating enough fat? Is there anything else that's sort of in your diet that maybe shouldn't be there? If there's anything besides just strict meat, fatty meat and water, and you're trying to aim between 1 and 2 grams of fat per 1 gram of protein, if you're doing anything outside of that, I would go to that first and foremost. Do all the other sorts of things. Make sure you're getting proper sleep, proper hydration, getting outside in the sun, and being out in natural environments and things like that. Improve your life in other ways. There could be other sorts of issues going on in your personal life that could be affecting this as well, that don't necessarily have anything to do with your diet. But those are some of the first things to think about, because you're right. That's not typical. That's not something that we would see. All that, well, not something that you would typically see. Most of the time people are improving that. But so I would want to see if there's anything else that's influencing this, and go from there.
Richard?
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, nothing to add.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go on to the super chat. This isn't very carnivore related, but they've been kind enough to donate. So hi all. Dr. Chafee, could you give us a quick rundown of the teams you played for and the position, etc.?
Oh, yeah. So I started out in Seattle. So I played for, just the high school age team. It wasn't like a team at my high school, but it's sort of a club team, high school age. And that was the Redmond Rugby Club here. And we were actually nationally ranked as a high school team. So we would get, when we actually played, it wasn't just ranked. I mean, we ranked ourselves, second, third in the nation, pretty much every year in the national championships. And so it was a great place to start. There were a lot of great players, and they had fantastic coaching there for years that had then, moved on and been, professional coaches around the world after that. National team level coaches, professional coaches in Europe and things like that. So we just got very lucky that they lived in Seattle at the time and at the early part of their coaching career, and we got the full benefit of that. And in fact, that main coach, Tony Smith, he started the All-American program in America for rugby and the U19 national team. And so he was an excellent coach. He's been involved with USA Rugby for a long time. Now he's a head coach at Trinity College in Dublin. And so he's been there and BlackRock. BlackRock's like the top rated, or has been the top rated, school team in Europe for years, like decades. Some of the best Irish players went through there, like Brian O'Driscoll. Was coached by Tony Smith as a 13, 14-year-old, winning European championships and things like that. So, got very lucky with that, and then played for the men's team. I was 17 when I started playing rugby, but I had a lot of sports background. So I wrestled since I was a kid, and I trained in MMA since I was 14. And again, just got very lucky. One of the top MMA gyms in the world and top trainers in the world, Matt Hume, the top fighters in the world, Matt Hume, were just a few miles from my house. And so if I'd finished with school, I'd pass out on the couch for a couple hours at 4:00. I'd run down or cycle down to this, to AMC Kickboxing, which was in Kirkland. And I'd be there from 4:30 to 10 every single day. And I just trained there for years. And then, so I went into rugby. I was, at the AMC, there were some of the top pros in the world there. Josh Barnett, he's a Hall of Fame MMA fighter. He was my sparring partner when I was a teenager, and he was in his early 20s and fighting amateur and getting ready to go pro. And there's a lot of top professionals that were there. Mighty Mouse that trains there now, so he's been training with Matt Hume forever. He's one of the best MMA fighters in the world, and a lot of others. And so had that sort of, I saw what it was like to train as a professional athlete. And I was training with these professional athletes, and so when I started playing rugby, I just put that right into that. And not everybody knows this, but a rugby tackle, the exact form is a double leg takedown. And so so I had that wrestling background, that fighting background. It's just a double leg takedown at pace. And the great thing was at the time was that you could actually pick people up and slam them back then. It was awesome. I absolutely loved it. So you just running in, boom, you catch them, double leg, wham, bam, and just smash them into the ground. I loved it. It was so much fun. And I was actually playing when that transition. You weren't allowed to do that anymore. I'm like, that was like my favorite thing to do. And but then I started playing men's, and with Seattle, which again Tony helped coach and bring them up to we were just nationally one of the top teams, and in Canada as well. We play in the Canadian Premiership, so I got a lot of exposure early on with Seattle, and they just became like family. I mean, they're still like family. That's transitioned now into the Seattle Seawolves, which is the MLR Major League Rugby team, who actually won the first two championships of the MLR. That's here in Seattle. All my friends are the ones coaching it, running it, and general managers and all these sorts of things. Those are all the people that I grew up playing with. And so, my formative years were all with Seattle. And then in my second year, I earned a spot on the All-American team, on the All-American Junior National team, toured down to New Zealand, came back, was playing with Seattle, and ended up, deciding to go to University of Washington because I was, just young when I started, and that was the school that was here, and it's a very good school. And then my best friend wanted to go down to Arizona, or his family actually wanted him to go down to Arizona. So I went down with him. Absolutely hated it. Hated the rugby coaches. Hated the playing down there. And I was just like, I was so passionate about rugby. I was just like, if I'm not happy playing rugby here, I don't want to be here. And so I transferred back up to University of Washington. Was playing up there, back with Seattle. And then after that, I decided just to say, I want to try this over in England, and had some connections over there. They set me up with some people, and I went over there and I just tried out. And the team they set me up with, it was a bit weird situation, but I didn't end up staying there. And so I just started just calling some of the teams in the championship league, and just saying, hey, this is who I am. This is where I played. I played at all the different. I was All-American. I, played in the, collegiate All-Stars, the men's All-Stars, which was called the ITTs back then, before the NA4. And so I played at all those levels for 7s and 15s at collegiate and men's levels. And, so say, this is who I am. This is where I played, want to try out. And so, a couple of teams said, yeah, sure, you can try out. I made both teams and decided to play at Newbury. And, for better or worse. And but the other one was Nottingham. I actually probably would have, looking back, I probably would have preferred going to Nottingham, but it doesn't matter. I ended up going to Newbury. I was there for a season, and ended up going back to Seattle and was playing there, and then went down to Ombak in San Diego, and was playing there in the Super League. And that was, well, leading up to that, like in 2003, I was up for the I was playing, and was at the playing all the All-Star games, and sort of 22, 23, and no, it was 22 and 21, 22, and so I was playing in all the All-Star games, and we were topping our league in the U.S. and Canada, and so I was invited to try out for a spot on the 2003 World Cup team. And then in the finals in Canada, I took a ball and I was running. This guy like literally shoestring tackled me, just had me by the foot, just sort of tripped me up, and I was like on the ground. And so he was hanging onto my leg. So I was like, all right, post the ball back. And then sort of ruck's coming in. I'm sort of tied down there, and he just was on my foot and just did this like alligator death roll and just snapped my leg and just snapped my ankle, little prick. And I was playing against Langley, actually, up in Canada. If I find that guy, it's going to be a problem. And but I actually have no idea who it was, but one of them did. And so I remember, like, at the time I was just like, when you get like a big injury like that, your body, you don't feel it. Your body just gets flooded with adrenaline, endorphins, and you just get hyper focused. You just go, something's wrong. And you don't know what it is because you actually can't feel it. And so I was just like, I think something in my ankle, I think something's wrong there. And I was just like, sort of stood up and tried to put my weight on. I could actually feel my foot sort of slipping away from my leg. And I was like, "Whoop, that's probably can't run on that." And like our fullback at the time, Ryan Bishop, just sees me. It was like, it's 10 minutes left in this game and we're down by 1. It's the championships. And we're in the Canadian leagues, and they hated us. They hated that we were in that league. And so there's a lot of it was back in the day where it was a lot less regulated and controlled, and so there's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of dirty play, and people stomping on heads and joints and assaults and things like that. So you had to really you had to be able to protect yourself, which was the fighting background came in good stead in that at that stage. But and so he's there just yelling. I was like, "Chafee, get in there!" I'm like, "Oh, all right, I guess I'm not going off." And so I like hobbled over to the side of the ruck, and I knew if I tried to actually plant in and hit somebody, my foot would just rip off. There's no way it would have been able to take any pressure. And so I just went down like on my hands and on my left leg, and I sort of curled up my right leg behind me to try to protect my foot and ankle, because I knew if that hit the ground, it would just rip off my leg. And so I was just there with just one post, and I just bam, just throw myself into someone, just throw them into their legs, and then just sort of like 3-post bear crawl over to the side, and then just do it again. It's like tackling. I made like several more tackles, during that, and kept playing. But my buddy was like, just like saying, "Hey, run this play with me." I'm like, I can't. I cannot run. like seriously, my ankle's fucked. And he's like, "All right, well, just yell for it, and I'll skip it past you," and stuff like that. So he screamed that. People, if I scream loud as I'm like, "Yeah, give her the ball," and they like crashed in on me, skipped it out, made a break, and he starts going up, and we have this break going out, and he's just got like the fullback to beat, throws a pass to try to beat him, and the guy picks it off and returns it for a try, and so that was it. And so, adding insult to injury, I broke my leg, and we lost the damn championship. So that was annoying, but because of that, I wasn't able to try out for that spot, and that really, really bummed me out. And so I was, I had put off, medical school because I wanted to, go for a spot on that. And then I was just like, okay, well, I've unfinished business to do. So I wanted to go and play and get back up. And, they say, with an injury like that, I didn't walk for 5 months after that. Actually, I had, an unstable fracture in my distal fibula. And then I just destroyed like the deltoid ligament and other sort of, parts of the ankle that were very important. So I had to get major reconstructive surgery to fix my ankle. So because my, your tib fib, you're sort of sitting there, and then your foot sort of cradled in between those two bones, and my foot was out here. It was completely dislocated and damaged. Yeah, exactly. So so you have you see all those rubber bands and things like that. Those are all the ligaments holding that in place. And so that should all just sit right there because of those ligaments. And my foot was here. Right. So all those ligaments were just destroyed. And, in medical school years later, they said, well, the deltoid ligament is so strong that you'll never be able to damage it or tear it. It would cause an avulsion fracture. Just you rip a chunk of bone off where it's attached before the deltoid ligament itself was damaged. Well, I damaged it. So I don't know what to tell you, but I didn't see it, but I was told that it had really destroyed the deltoid ligament and it had to be reconstructed. And so I was like, okay, so that's not good. And so it took like 5 months to get over that. And I was just very, very, very depressed about that. So I was just determined to keep going and make it back, because they were saying, well, you don't recover from, you're not going to play, top level international sort of rugby again if you have an injury like that. And I was like, well, we'll see. And so I was just determined to get back, and I did, and so 2 years later, when I was 24, I was now in the running again for the national team. But, I'd missed out on the 2003 World Cup. A lot of my friends that I'd played and teammates that I'd played with in the All-American team in 98 were now playing. And I think Court Schubert was the captain. He actually played in Wales. He played for Cardiff for a while there, Court Schubert, and he was on the All-American tour with me, and down in New Zealand, and and he was the U.S. captain for a while, and I think he was at that time, and so I was just determined to get back, and then down in San Diego, I was playing there in the Super League, and had a stacked team. We had like 11 national team players in our team, and I was actually starting over 2 of them, and playing in the back row for on back. So I played back row mostly. So 7 and 8 were my preferred positions. I always preferred 7, the open side flanker, because I could just really get into the mix defensively. And I had 2 different mindsets. If I was playing 8, I was more offensively oriented. If I was playing 7, then I was much more defensively oriented. And I just really preferred the defensive side, and I felt like make a much bigger impact defensively, because I was just making as many tackles as I possibly could, and just really just shutting down their offense. And so I was playing with on back, and I was trying to get back onto back into the running to get onto the camp to fight for a spot for the 2007 World Cup, and I ended up breaking my hand. Not even in rugby, but we were out, and I caught 3 guys trying to steal my girlfriend at the time's purse, and so I had to beat them up, and I broke my hand in the process on their face. So that wasn't great, but it is what it is. And so I ended up having to get surgery on my hand. I actually that was probably malpractice. The guy actually did the wrong surgery in the wrong way, and actually debilitated my hand intentionally, because he thought I was just going around fighting people and just being a menace to society. And so he decided to cripple my hand to take me out of that. And though I told him, I was like, look, I'm fighting for a spot on the World Cup team. I need my hand back. And so I needed a plate and all these sorts of things. And all my friends at orthopedic surgeons like, you need a plate. And as soon as that skin heals, then you're back on the field, so that can be a couple weeks and you're back on the field. He actually did pins instead of a plate. He refused to do a plate. I should have just told him to go F himself. But normally you do pins from the back so that it doesn't pin down the extensor sheath. And but he did it from the front, and he purposefully stuck down my extensor sheath, so I couldn't move my finger. I'm like, hey, I can't move my finger. What the hell's going on? Why can't I move? Oh, no, that's normal. That's okay. I'm like, it's not okay, but like, all right. And so like a month later, I was able to get the pins out, and I couldn't move that finger. It was just completely stuck like that. It took years before I was able to get it's not even full extension anymore, but it's 95% of the way there. And so I couldn't move it at all like that. So I had to tape it. I had to tape it to my middle finger just so I could use it, or to that. I couldn't move it otherwise on my own. So it crippled my hand, and it was a much, much, much longer recovery as a result of that. And when I was in medical school, I actually saw them doing that pins from the back. And I said, is that because you want to avoid the extensor sheath so you don't pin it? He's like, yeah, that's actually exactly why we do that. I was like, that motherfucker, like that piece of shit. He did that on purpose. And if I probably would have sued his ass if I'd known about it. But at that point, it was already too late. And well, I might have been able to do it at that point. But anyway, absolute piece of garbage. And if I remember who that is, he'll probably be, not wanting to see me again. But so that was that. And I wasn't able to fight for a spot on 2007. I just said, okay, that's it. I'm just gonna focus on medical school now and just get on with life. And so when I was playing in England, I'd gone over and visited Tony over at Trinity, and just loved it over there. It was like the economy was booming. It was before the market crash, the housing crash. Dublin was amazing. It was absolutely fantastic. Like the industry was just booming. It's just everybody was flooding there from all over Europe. It was so much fun. And the rugby was great, and the people were great. And so I just had in my head that that's where I wanted to go. And then play for Tony again, because he was hands down one of my favorite coaches ever, still is. He's just a fantastic coach. And so I ended up going to the Royal College of Surgeons and playing for Trinity, because the Royal College of Surgeons had a 4-year postgraduate program that was modeled on the US version. And so that was instead of like a 5-year version out of high school, so it was just, it's just like our version instead of the different version. And so, I ended up doing that and playing for Rugby for Trinity, which played in the top All Ireland League 1, 1A actually, and so played with them, and all through medical school. And then after medical school, I ended up my intern year was in another part of Ireland in Cork, and so I played for Cork Constitution down there as one of the top teams in Ireland as well. Just sort of below premierships, sort of semi-pro level. Which is, very good standard. There's a lot of great players that in those teams. And, when you're working 120 hours a week, you don't really have time to do anything else. And then after that, I was back in America and went carnivore again, felt amazing, and went back out and started playing with Seattle again. So that's sort of then when I went down to Australia, I played with one of the Western Australian Premiership teams, Cottesloe, and that was great too. And I felt like a superhero. I was 39, and just felt amazing. Was jacked, just absolutely shredded, and felt great. But then my knee started swelling up, started getting effusions in my knee, and couldn't figure out why the hell they were doing that. Since I had damage to my kneecaps from kickboxing. And damage that cartilage, and so the little bits of cartilage flake off and things like that. The rest of the knee is pristine, but you get this buildup of junk from the breakdown on the arthritis on my kneecap, and all of a sudden it just swell up, and just a real pain in the ass. And so I wasn't able to keep playing, and then work just took over, and you were just doing ungodly hours and just inhumane hours, and you can't really do that anymore. So that was the last time I played was with that. But as soon as I figure out how the hell to get my knee to stop swelling when I run, I'll be back out there for sure. Back in the back row that night.
Yeah. So nice short answer there. They got their money's worth, didn't they, for that one? That was brilliant.
I think so.
Right. I know we're coming to the end of your couple of hours. Just quickly, we've got Rachel. I can see you, Dr. Rachel Brown, in the background. This is just one of the super chat questions. Doc, you said in a clip that you eat 2 pounds of steak a day. Is that enough for you? What is your weight and your height, if you don't mind telling, so I can get a perspective? I'm a 31-year-old male, 190-pound male, and eat more as a new carnivore.
Yeah. Well, it also depends on, how much nutrients your body needs. Your body chases nutrients. It doesn't chase calories, right? So it's, if you're coming from a place where your body, needs more of this stuff, then you need more of it. If you're working out a lot and you're putting on muscle, your body's going to want more of that. If I'm sedentary and I'm just going to the hospital and coming back, then that's about what I eat, like 2.5 pounds of meat a day, usually in just one sitting. But it can vary. I mean, I don't weigh things out every day. That's just a guess. But I think that's a fairly accurate guess. But when I'm working out, then that will double easily. And so when I'm working out regularly, if I back when I was playing rugby and lifting weights regularly and things like that, and my body wanted to put on muscle and bulk, easily eating double that, 4 pounds, 4.5 pounds, 5 pounds, something like that. I mean, easily eating that. And so, it just depends. It depends on what you're doing. So when I'm just sitting around and just sedentary, then yeah, it would be around 2.5 pounds, something like that. I'm 6'3". My weight varies, but like right now, I think I'm around 220, 225, which is actually really light for me. Normally, when I'm lifting weights, normally I stick around 230, but I've been traveling a lot, haven't been actually eating as much as I normally would, and haven't been working out in a while. So, you just trim down a bit. Normally, when I'm lifting weights regularly, if I can stay in the gym at least, 3-4 days a week, I'd typically be around 240, and if I'm able to eat enough. And so, but yeah, is that enough? Seems to be. I just eat until it stops tasting good anyway, and that's what it seems to end up being for me.
Okay. Well, if we can just add Dr. Rachel Brown to the screen, because you've met Rachel, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. Hello.
How's everyone?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, good.
Good.
Rachel, there's one final question for Dr. Chafee. Are you okay for him to just very quickly answer that? Because it is on the super chat. Okay, brilliant. And then we'll say goodbye to Anthony and we'll say hello to Rachel. So yeah, your final question, Anthony. Thanks again for doing this. Could you tell us about how the body gets rid of excess fat, i.e., does it get rid of visceral fat first?
No, not necessarily. I mean, yeah, there's a bit of a hierarchy. So your body, you start losing subcutaneous fat, but then you also be losing visceral fat as well, depending on what you're doing. You know, if you're doing sprinting, weightlifting, and not eating carbs, sugar, alcohol, those sorts of things, fructose and alcohol in particular, like to go around the visceral fat and into the organs and into the muscle. So yes, you'll lose visceral fat and cutaneous and subcutaneous fat as well, around similar times. The last one to go seems to be the intramuscular fat, intraorganal fat, which would be like the myosteatosis. This is like, as Dr. Sean Amaro refers to it, as human marbling, and that's exactly what it is. And I always liked hearing him say that, because that's sort of how I said to people, like, well, how are we getting marbling in beef? You're giving a bunch of grains and things like that, and they're actually depositing intramuscular fat, which is a pathological sign that we see on MRI. There's strong associations with different pathologies when you're seeing intramuscular fat, the myosteatosis. Like in spinal surgery, for instance, when you see myosteatosis in the paraspinal muscles and the iliopsoas, it is a very bad indicator that they're of outcome. They typically have worse outcomes from spinal surgery, and especially if they have a lot of pain, they typically don't recover from a pain perspective. And so that's something that, as a spinal surgeon, people are becoming more aware that when you're looking at your patients and you're counseling them and saying hey, how this is going to help you, they have worse outcomes typically, especially for pain, when they have myosteatosis. So you see that in patients, say, hey, look, you're in this category. Maybe we address your metabolic health as well, and then you'll probably have a better outcome. So that seems to be the last one. The myosteatosis seems to be the last one that goes. And I think this is a demonstration when we see like bodybuilders, when they bulk up, they're like eating a whole bunch of carbs and garbage to bulk up. It's like their muscles look bigger, but they're full of glycogen, which pulls in water, and myosteatosis. So they have bulky looking muscles, but it's not muscle. It's glycogen, water, and fat. And so when they go down to just lean protein, they just strip all that down. Oh, my muscles shrank. And this is probably where that rumor comes from, that, first thing your body does is it catabolizes muscle to burn for energy when you're not eating carbs. That's nonsense. When you stop eating carbs, you're not losing muscle, you're losing glycogen, water weight, and eventually fat. And so that seems to be the hierarchy. You see subcutaneous and visceral fat will go earlier, and then the last ones to go will be the intramuscular fat, but they all go eventually. So just keep at it, and you'll get to where you want to be.
Anthony, thank you so much. Thank you.
Not a problem. Yeah, good to see you all. Good to see you.
Richard, you're muted.
Trust me for being I don't know, whatever. But no, thanks, Anthony. Yeah, brilliant. I know he's gone now. I'll message him later. But fantastic. Hi, Rachel. How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you both?
Yes, all good. We're 6 hours in. And I was just about to say that Anthony came on at 4 a.m. because he was in the middle of traveling. So he came on at 4 a.m. for us unexpectedly. So fair play to him. There's us morning that we were up at 8. But so I think it was 4 a.m. he said, wasn't it? So kudos to him for that.
It was 4 a.m. For people that don't know you, Dr. Rachel Brown, could you just give us a little introduction?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, on social media, I'm called Carnivore Shrink, but I'm a psychiatrist based in the UK, in Scotland and Edinburgh, actually. And I've been carnivore for 5 years now this month. And yeah, I'm just into everything: holistic health, mitochondrial function, uncovering the root cause of chronic illness. That's all my jam. So that's me.
That's you. Okay. And you're right to answer questions outside of mental health, or do you just want to stick to mental health?
Oh, I don't mind. Let's just see where it goes. I'm easy.
Okay. Because this one's very general about carnivore. Carnivore, 3 months, lost 20 pounds and 2 inches off the belly, but no progress now for 3 weeks. How to stop this stall in weight loss? Big belly, solid elsewhere. So, have you ever experienced somebody having a weight loss stall, or yourself, and have you got around it?
Not me specifically. I've definitely heard of other people in the community having stalls. I think sometimes it's just a case of giving it enough time, because you can be trying to undo years and years of underlying dysfunction and it takes a while to heal. So it's just about patience, I think. If people are sticking to general rules, such as, like not eating when they're not really hungry, and just sticking with carnivore fairly strictly, and maybe getting rid of dairy if that's a big part of the diet.
Yeah. Richard?
Yeah, completely agree. I think nothing moves in a straight line with all the clients that I work with. I think we expect this direct line to correlate with weight loss, but it doesn't. It seems to do this, doesn't it? And we can't even gain weight on carnivore. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Rachel, in regards to dairy. Casomorphine, highly addictive, causes intestinal permeability, but because it's addictive, we eat more of it and it leads to weight gain. Other factors to consider as well are, we look at carnivore as just eating meat, but we could be eating burgers that contain lectins. Lectins will bind to the insulin receptor, and they can signal the body to store up to 5 times more fat than that from a calorie from fat, for example. So lectins play a big part. We call ourselves carnivore sometimes, and we still may be consuming things like tomatoes and bell peppers, which are incredibly high in lectins also. But cheese and dairy, even A2 milk, can cause problems, and they are deemed to be foods, that are okay within the community, but they do cause trouble for some people. But it does seem to be a natural progress. It's also, we use this analogy: eat to satiety, eat when you're hungry. If you're not hungry, don't eat. And I think that's the best thing. But what can happen is we can add lots of double cream, for example. If we are consuming coffee, and I know we don't use the term calorie, but it is heavily calorie dense. It's so easy to consume this much cream, especially for me when I used to drink coffee. Things like this can slow things down. So it's just to be mindful on the foods that you are eating. The fantastic, Dr. Kiltz mentioned about eating fats with protein. Everything in nature comes protein with fat. I am a big fan of mixing days up with protein sparing, modified fasting, and going on leaner days. I find that this can help move things along. Sometimes it could be even the complete opposite. Maybe not eating enough. Fasting for prolonged periods of time, and maybe only eating 1 meal a day, can also increase cortisol, which can lead to fat storage. So there's a number of different levers and mechanisms to pull. So I'm hoping that we've addressed some of them there to try at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is something I want to ask Rachel about, which is this study that's been pulled. I think the study in, here we go. Yeah, you obviously know about this. Sandra Johnson. So has everyone seen Dr. Ken Berry's community post about the mental health petition? Would you like to touch on that?
Yeah, actually, I hadn't seen Ken's. But I'd seen it. I'm in an emailing list of all ketogenic trained clinicians, so it'd come around there, and then I've seen it on a couple of other social media channels. But my understanding is it is a study into inpatients with schizophrenia, and this is taking place in Maryland in the US. And it was a health official who has just shut down the study for no good reason, no safety concerns. It was simply, I think it was put down to a procedural issue, whatever that actually means. And I've seen a few posts of the health official. I think a few people sent them on to me from Twitter, having connections with the pharmaceutical industry. So my own assumption on it, although I don't know all the details, is that it being shut down relates to corporate corruption. I don't think there's an easier way of saying that.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I think they're threatened. So the pharmaceutical industry is threatened by the fact that a ketogenic metabolic therapy approach for major mental illness will be such a big threat to them and their profits. So yeah, it's hard to speak about it without getting angry.
Okay. I've got to just make sure my dog's okay, because I'm on my own today for the 24 hours. Rich, can you take over? And we just maybe want to touch on why carnivore is good for mental health?
Fantastic. There we are. We'll let Rachel roll with that one, and I'll chirp in if I'm required.
Okay, so I consider carnivore to be a subset of a ketogenic diet, a very specific subset, and it's the ultimate elimination diet, which means you are removing all potential irritants within the diet, potential anti-nutrients. So I'm aware you've just had Anthony Chaffee on, and he's a big person for speaking about plant toxins, but there certainly seem to be people within the community who are exquisitely sensitive to certain plant toxins. I actually stumbled across carnivore and became very interested in it when I came across Brett Lloyd, who is somebody in the community known as Thankful Carnivore. And he is somebody who personally healed decades and decades of severe mental illness, so severe depression and psychosis, by following a carnivore way of eating. And he was somebody, he's told his story many times, if people want to go and find him online if you're not familiar. But he'd been through practically every standard treatment that mainstream psychiatry offers, and nothing stabilized his mental state or gave him the mental clarity or really put his symptoms into remission until he went fully carnivore. So he had even tried a ketogenic diet prior to shifting to become carnivore. And I think there are quite a number of reasons why carnivore specifically can really shift the dial for people, even if they've tried a ketogenic way of eating and they haven't necessarily achieved the results that they would like to achieve. The one is removing some of the potential irritants that could irritate the gut, set off inflammation in the gut, and then set off the gut-brain axis. So if you have a leaky gut, you have a leaky brain in all likelihood, because it's the same genes, same proteins that encode for the tight junctions in your gut cell wall, as do, it's the same genes and proteins that control the tight junctions in your blood-brain barrier. So our main protective mechanism for keeping toxins out of the brain. So there's some really nice studies, particularly in autism, looking at leaky gut testing parameters, and also blood-brain barrier permeability as major issues. But we also have studies in bipolar disorder indicating the same. And so, let me just think, there's so many different strands to this, ways I could go. I think there are specific nutrients, particularly in red meat, that you don't get in other foods. So carnitine and carnosine and anserine, there are so many peptide molecules that reduce oxidative stress at the level of the neurons in our brain. So just carnivore is just an incredibly powerful punch, for want of a better phrase, at stamping out symptoms of mental health disorder for that very reason. And I think that's why people who haven't included red meat as a staple within their diet may continue to struggle, even if they are following a low carb approach to try and optimize their mental health.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think anything else you wanted to chuck in there before I jump on? Or?
Oh gosh, no, you go for it. There's so many different ideas in my head and I lose my way. You go for it.
It's there's lots of studies done on things like schizophrenia and the use of ketogenic diets in order to combat those with very high success rates also. And I think the reason for this is beta hydroxybutyrate can breach the blood-brain barrier. And again, there's so many different mechanisms, but it'll alter the glutamate to GABA ratio, which can help with depression and anxiety and so on and so forth. Plus alleviate inflammation, within the brain by blocking a pathway called NLRP3 inflammasome. And then, and I know we discussed this last time we spoke, the effect on the neurotransmitters. We spoke last time about how neurotransmitters are created and how important they are to make us feel happy, or they can make us feel sad. And I think living a ketogenic lifestyle, I think you can confer massive benefit through the production of ketones and that ketone body blocking inflammation. But I think it can only do so much if we are still consuming plant compounds. For us to make our neurotransmitters, we need this 3 amino acids, tryptophan, tyrosine, phenylalanine, but we need cofactors in order to produce things like epinephrine, more epinephrine, serotonin, melatonin, so on and so forth. And those cofactors are things like zinc, iron, magnesium, vitamin B12, vitamin B6, so on and so forth. But they can be blocked by as much as 100% if they're co-consumed with an anti-nutrient such as a lectin or a phytic acid. And if we can't produce our neurotransmitters efficiently, then that's going to lead to us not feeling too happy. We're going to feel depressed. We're going to feel sad. And I think just the exclusion of those compounds allows us to produce our neurotransmitters more efficiently. And even if we just look at removing grains, and I think grains, they contain lectins, they contain phytic acid, so 2 of the big hitters. But grains are treated with glyphosate, and glyphosate blocks the shikimate pathway. The shikimate pathway is the input to how we produce 95% of our neurotransmitters in the gut. So just by consuming that one compound, it's almost like a triple whammy of anti-nutrients that prevents us from creating our neurotransmitters, which make us feel the way that we do. I used to suffer with severe anxiety and depression for many, many years. I was on all sorts of medications, and I'm completely medication free now. You know, the anxiety for me was so bad that I couldn't leave my house other than to go to work. So my life was spent living in boxes. You know, I lived in my box, my house. I would jump into my metal box. I drive my metal box to my big box, my place of work, and then I would sit in a small box inside my big box all day. And then I would perform this in reverse to go home, and that was it. I wouldn't speak to anybody. I never felt worthy of the company of others, and I felt awfully depressed for no reason. And it all went away when I adopted a ketogenic lifestyle, and further massively improved since I've removed plant compounds. But I agree, it's carnivore is a subset of a ketogenic lifestyle. And those words I use exactly as it happens when I do talks. We look at these as being 2 different things, but carnivore is a subset of a ketogenic lifestyle. So yeah, anything to add to that? Have you thought of any other contributing factors which come into this?
Yeah, just really to echo what you said already in terms of neurotransmitters, a lot of the research appears to relate to glutamate in particular as being our main excitatory neurotransmitter. And having too much glutamate is like just keeping your foot on the gas pedal, accelerator pedal. And it's implicated in all neurodegenerative disorders, so Alzheimer's, even things like Parkinson's disease, ALS, anything, Huntington's disease. There's so much research out there now. I always think of Georgia Ede and what she says about how we only have one brain. So there's this completely artificial separation in medicine between neurology and psychiatry. And we know that beta-hydroxybutyrate and having ketones as a cleaner fuel source for the brain can really go a long way to reduce inflammation and also normalize the tryptophan pathway that ends up imbalanced, producing far too much glutamate and not enough in the way of GABA, which we need for rest and relaxation.
Yeah, the glutamate to GABA ratio is super important. And it's interesting that you mentioned the serotonin thing there, because serotonin is another one that's blocked and enhanced by sugar, because sugar will increase insulin, and insulin will pull all of the amino acids out of the blood, but it'll leave tryptophan available for synthesis as long as vitamin B6 is available. And this would cause spikes and crashes, which lead or further exacerbate things like depression and anxiety. But the glutamate to GABA ratio is a big one, isn't it? But it's it baffles me and never ceases to amaze me how simple something is when it comes to, these things are, cancers, tumors, depression, anxiety. All of these things have different medications, but they all seem to be linked to the same thing. It all comes back, when we trace it back, it comes back down to diet. If you go to a doctor, they will treat a headache with a headache tablet, an injury with a painkiller, maybe an inflammation with an anti-inflammatory, depression, with an antidepressant. But the answer just seems so much simpler when we take things back to basics. Is what we put in. If we put toxins in, then what do we expect to happen to the body? If the wrong fuel goes in, then our machinery doesn't work the way that it should. It just seems almost too simple to be true, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when I speak to people one-to-one, I often feel like a bit of a fraud because it is also simple when you look at it in that way.
Yeah.
And although I see medications being helpful in certain circumstances, At the same time, my own view on it is that they suppress symptoms rather than are treating the root cause of illness. And once you go into all the different mechanisms, which can be very complex within the body, you can really distill it all down to mitochondrial function. And there are different aspects that are important for that. Definitely diet and optimizing metabolic flexibility and metabolic health, but also our circadian rhythms. And a lot of it comes down to oxidative stress, as do, and aging. Just once you start to look into everything, it just comes down to mitochondrial dysfunction if you're having any kind of symptom. And another big interest of mine is the gut-brain axis, because that's part of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, and it's under circadian control. But most people I see one-to-one, if we've done more detailed testing, if they're still living with persistent symptoms, it's because they're living with a degree of gut inflammation or dysbiosis. Essentially, if you don't fix the underlying cause, your chances of achieving remission in terms of symptoms is pretty low. That's how it seems to me.
Yeah, I agree. It just go on, Steve. Sorry.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
How is the dog after 6.5 hours?
Well, the dog doesn't understand that I'm busy. The dog needs to go out and do things and all this sort of stuff. So, yes, he's lovely. I might get him on screen later, but at the moment he's quite happy with the food that I put down to distract him. So, yeah,
bribery.
Well, yeah, it works. I'm sorry.
He's a raw meat dog as well, though, Steve, isn't he?
He's a raw meat carnivore. Absolutely. Yeah, it's great. I think it's. I mean, Rachel, I love everything you say, and I'm disappointed to miss 10 minutes of your chat. But I think one of the things that's really good about what you're doing, and Georgia Ede and other people, is really getting the fact that your mental health is just like your muscles, but just like your bone. You've got to look after it. You've got to feed it right. I think there's too much emphasis on chemicals, and there's too much emphasis on sort of trying to relearn. When in fact, if you're not feeding it in the first place, you're going to have trouble, aren't you? Really?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, most days in the NHS, the people I see are on multiple drugs. So sometimes 5, 6 different psychiatric medications, but they're sitting inside all day on a blue screen, a blue light toxic, never going outside, and they're living on processed junk food, or they've just developed frank insulin resistance in the form of being diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And I just feel like pulling my hair out, because I think, what is adding more medication on top of this underlying mess really going to do, unless we address the underlying cause? And another thing I see really frequently is vast majority of people are vitamin D deficient along with all of that. So if you just don't get the fundamentals right, I unfortunately think it's fairly pessimistic in terms of your longer term outcomes. And yeah, there's no other way of putting it. There's not really medications that are going to sort that stuff out for you. And once you start to go down the rabbit hole of what medications do, then, I've got lots of other ethical concerns about how they impact on mitochondrial function and potential longer term adverse effects. So something we use commonly in mainstream psychiatry is antipsychotic medications. And we know that lots of them increase the risk of type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. And, I often see people not ending up in a good way as a result. If we could just get them to look at lifestyle interventions, then that could make an absolutely massive difference.
Do you find that very stressful working for the NHS? Do you find that you can't maybe express your true thought? Do you find that you need to? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I've also had the pleasure of a GMC investigation in the last few years. So I've been left feeling that if I don't toe the official party line, then I'm going to be subject to further investigations, as in, if you don't prescribe the right medication at the right time, then you'll be open to criticism and a further year-long investigation. So yeah, it's really difficult. And the irony is that I have a medical ethics and law degree as well. So the irony is not wasted on me that I just have more and more in the way of ethical concerns about how allopathic medicine is practiced.
Yeah, that must be extremely frustrating. Has it swayed you down the dark path in regards to issuing medications, or have you stayed strong and pushed on forward?
Oh, so say that again in terms of.
So like you're under pressure now from the GMC to conform. As have you conformed in regards to what they want, or have you just stayed strong and persevered with what you believe in?
So I always give people the choice. So I want to give them all the information, and I'm a strong believer in informed consent. So sometimes talking about potential outcomes and downsides of medications isn't all that encouraging for people to start them. But I don't know, it's difficult. Sadly, I do come across people quite regularly who just don't want to make a change. Like, it's just easier to take a pill than actually do any of the other stuff, and they're not interested. So I try to be realistic with people about potential outcomes with medications, but invariably a lot of people just want to pop a pill.
Yeah, and I think that's all you can do. That that informed consent, give them all of the information and allow them to make the decision. I think that's as good as you can't force someone to live a lifestyle. I'll give you an example. My mum suffers with a number of issues. I've been telling her for years to make dietary changes. She suffers with osteoporosis and amongst other things. Yesterday, she said to me, "What can I do? I'm on too many medications." And I said, "Mum, I've been telling you for the last decade." And she's agreed now to finally. So it's taken me 10 years to grind down my own family member. So sometimes planting that seed and just watering it now and again does blossom. But it's but there are people who are just not interested, as you say. All they'd like to do is take a medication. I think they believe that is it laziness? Is it? I don't know. It's the last thing that I want to do is take medications, but we believe that they're good for us. And I'm not saying there isn't a place for medication, because if it wasn't for medication, I would be dead without question. But I think medication should be used in the short term to treat something, but we need to look at the root cause and address that. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to come back again and again and again. But I find it very frustrating, especially when it comes to family members who don't want to take advice on board.
My mom doesn't believe anything I say. well, she argues the point. I think over time she's gradually changed a few different things, but well, maybe that's encouraging. If it took you 10 years, maybe I've just got a few more.
just 10 years, yeah.
I don't know what it is about people. I think it's a mindset thing. So, and I think it's a cultural thing as well, why people don't want to change. They've got expectations. There's a lot of trust within the NHS. Well, maybe less so in the last few years, but nonetheless, people, I don't know. I think people model what they've seen already in families. And if, you come from a family where you just accept what the authorities say and you accept what the NHS offers, then I'm not sure that most people really question what their options are.
Yeah, I agree. It's most disconcerting, isn't it? But
Absolutely.
I was telling a story before you came on in regards to picking up the fat that a lady cut off the lamb at my local butcher, and I asked the butcher if I could have it. And without being disrespectful, this lady was considerably larger than myself, but she wouldn't have it. She wanted to know why I wanted the fat. So it doesn't take me much to get started. So I just explained as basically as I can how good fat was for the body and why we need fat. Wouldn't have it at all. And when I mentioned hormones, I explained that we need fats in particular for the creation of specific hormones, especially as we age, because it can lead to hormonal problems. You could see she just started to become aggressive. So I obviously hit a nerve, but it's like I'm standing there with a friend of mine. We're completely stick thin, not an ounce of fat on our body. That's not completely true, is it? But completely fit and healthy. But it baffles me how blinkered some people are because of the narrative that is constantly put out in the media, on social media. We still believe that eating fat is bad for us. We're told that fat makes us fat. and it's a conversation that Stephen and I had with a couple of other guests earlier, that maybe we need to change the word fat to something else, because it's got this bad reputation, I guess, isn't it, in regards to health and well-being? But it's essential. It's essential for life.
I mean, it's quite an aversion or a fear to get over, because I remember it was years ago now when I was eating more of a primal diet and I was putting a lot more animal fat in my diet back then, having such a fear, and it was such a mental hurdle to get over after years and years of messaging, like in the 90s, about fat-free everything, and you're going to gain weight if you eat too much fat and calories, and that whole discussion, you internalize all of that after persistent messaging from all different directions for decades. And I do distinctly remember I was eating a fair bit of cream then. And I remember just being incredibly fearful about adding cream to some raspberries that I was eating. And then I thought, well, I'll just sort of see if I gain weight over time. And then actually I just kept losing. And I was going through like loads of cream at that time. And I think you just have to see for yourself. You have to just try it and prove to yourself that actually what you've been told for many years doesn't really stack up in terms of the evidence.
And I think once you embark on this journey and you start to question, because for me, it began with bread. So I thought bread and cereals were incredibly good. Brown bread. I used to eat lots of brown bread. Cereal in abundance. And I was clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. And I would not believe for a second that those compounds would cause me problems. I'd eat tuna with rice and brown rice, so it wasn't even white rice, which is lectin free, for lunch, and pasta with whatever else. These are the foods that made me clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. But I wouldn't believe for a second that they were the cause of the problem. But once I realized that one compound, the grains, were causing an issue, then you start to look into everything else. And then, you become introduced to seed oils and the effect that has on the body. And then you realize that saturated fats are actually good for you, and cholesterol isn't to be concerned, and we need salt. We're told that salt's bad for us. And then red meat causes cancer, apparently. So you start to, and then you open up this whole thing and you question everything. Mm-hmm. I find that it only takes that one step, doesn't it, in order to open the floodgates. And then and we should always, as Stephen said earlier, the science is there to be questioned. We should always question the science.
Oh yeah, question everything. It's a bit of a bad habit we've gotten into as a family, but if we're ever away on holiday and then it's, like a buffet breakfast type thing, just got this morbid fascination with looking at other people's tables and then looking at what they look like and looking at what's on the table. And it's invariably glasses of orange juice, which just makes me shudder, because I think if you're gonna include some carb in your diet, just don't drink it, because that's not going to get you very far. But it's pastries and cereals and then a fruit bowl. And I'm pretty sure they look at us and we're coming back from the hot buffet with bacon and eggs and whatever else and think, oh, that's the unhealthiest looking plate there. But I think the proof is in the pudding. So you just, it's not that difficult to spot if you look at how somebody looks and look at their plate versus, maybe another couple or family who eat in a completely different way, and then look at them, and you just hope that it might spark off some questions in other people's minds. But then probably I'm more interested in other people's tables than they are in mine.
Yeah,
it's a bad habit.
I'm exactly the same. But you know what? Those people who are looking at you and your family are thinking that how can you eat all of that and not gain any weight? You must have really good genetics.
Yeah.
And that's what they think. There's always a reason or an excuse not to join the dots, which baffles me. It absolutely baffles me.
Yeah, that was like my whole medical training. We were just taught it's all about genetics. Has somebody got a family history of a certain mental illness? Oh, if they've got an aunt with bipolar disorder, then this new person presenting it must be bipolar disorder, or the same for schizophrenia. But people need to learn about epigenetics and about how our lifestyle choices can influence how our genes are expressed. And once you go down that rabbit hole, it just blows everything else completely out of the water. So we're not we're not dictated to by our genes. There's so much more that we can do to influence our risk of symptoms or illness, if you want to call it that.
It's epigenetics. I mean, do you want to go into that a little bit more? Epigenetics can be controlled majority, I think it's like 70 to 80% by diet and lifestyle, isn't it? So that means that we have large control over how we live, how the body reacts, whether we are, fat or thin, whether we're fit or, or unhealthy. But people do blame genetics. So epigenetics is a good talking point if you want to elaborate a little bit further on that.
Yeah, sure. So epigenetics just refers to what genes are turned on or off in the body. And it's largely lifestyle choices that dictate that process. So a lot of it all comes back to mitochondrial health and mitochondrial function. The circadian rhythm, circadian health side of things is absolutely key. So we know that our light environments are crucial in the process of switching genes on and off. But then we know that if you're following a ketogenic lifestyle and you're in nutritional ketosis, that ketones can also help to modulate expression of genes as well. So I always reduce things down to basic principles, and it essentially comes down to health of our mitochondria. And so there are benefits from exercise and activity as well in terms of producing new mitochondria and fasting and exercise for killing off old dysfunctional mitochondria. There's just so many different things, strategies that people can use to optimize their mitochondrial function. And that's what it comes down to.
Fantastic. And another, a good tool that Dr. Robert Kiltz mentioned, and I don't know what your thoughts are in regards to fasting. Fasting puts us into a state of autophagy, or elevates the state of autophagy, I should say. But it also does the same to the mitochondria, puts us into a state of mitophagy. Now, what I find, I'm a big fan of fasting, but when people ask me, do I fast? My answer is no, because I don't force a fast. I eat intuitively. If I'm not hungry, I don't eat. It just happens that I don't eat for long periods of the day. But what I find is that being ketogenic and the production of beta hydroxybutyrate will allow us to elicit those benefits of autophagy and mitophagy, whether we are actively fasting or not. So even just living the lifestyle, I know Dr. Kiltz is a big fan of long fasts. I'm not against that as long as you're okay to do those things. I do find extended fasting doesn't work well for some people. And I don't know about yourself. It'd be fantastic to get your opinion on this. Many of the clients that I work with who are female don't do well with OMAD or extended fasting. They seem to perform better and function a lot better on 2, maybe 3 meals a day sometimes. But what are your thoughts on fasting for mitophagy, and whether we should be extending fasting, or if just being ketogenic and carnivore is enough to elicit those responses?
Yeah, so I agree. I don't think fasting is a fundamental essential, because a ketogenic diet is a fasting mimicking diet. I also have my own N of 1 experience, but it echoes really what you've said about females in particular. So I used to intermittent fast. So I would always skip breakfast, and then I would have about a 6-hour eating window. Sometimes it went down to a 4-hour eating window in a day. And I wouldn't start eating until lunchtime or later in the afternoon. But I ended up, that just tanked my hormones basically. And so I made a deliberate effort to start having breakfast. And from a circadian health point of view, eating breakfast in the morning acts as a secondary signaler for our circadian rhythms. And so there's a clear rationale for why certain people would be better to eat some breakfast in the morning if they are struggling at all in terms of circadian rhythm dysfunction or mitochondrial health issues. And that really sorted everything out for me and made a massive difference. I don't know, I'm just not somebody who can tolerate a huge amount of hunger. So I absolutely live by intuitive eating and basically eating when you're hungry, and then just fasting until the next time you need to eat. And for me, that personally works out at about 2 meals a day, usually, sometimes a third, but not very often. And it would be breakfast. And then just because of my working pattern, I would have an early dinner. But I think it's important for people to not eat close to bedtime either. So you want to have 3 hours or so before you go to bed. You want to be giving your body a gap so that it can rest and not be actively digesting overnight. And that's also in terms of your circadian health and your mitochondrial function. And my other worry about people with mental health disorders doing lots and lots of fasting is the cortisol issue. So it can really elevate cortisol levels, which you do not want if you're dealing with depression or other mental health symptoms, really.
Yeah, and I think, you know, forcing a fast with someone who suffers with mental health can lead to disordered eating also. You know, and as you say, I think it's important to reiterate that, you know, this is an evolutionary appropriate diet, and we should eat when we're hungry. If we're not hungry, then don't eat. But, you know, eat intuitively, I think, is the key. But it's, I'm glad you've reinforced what I've just said there, because I've mentioned it a couple of times, and you're the first woman that's come on and just backed up what I've just been saying for the last 6 hours in regards to women doing better in regards to 2 meals, or maybe sometimes even 3 per day. So yeah, thanks for that.
What did the others say? Now I'm intrigued.
Do you know, there's lots of differences in opinion. I think we all believe that this is, you know, the way forward in regards to optimal health and well-being. You know, but I've noticed that a couple of us have differences of opinion in regards to fasting for prolonged periods of time. You know, whether we should prioritize protein and fats and so on and so forth. And I think all of these things work. It is very much an individual thing, but biologically, you know, we're all the same. So there should be a foundation, you know, a framework that basically works for all of us, I believe. And that's what this lifestyle is. And I think the other levers are there to be pulled, you know, depending on circumstance and stuff. But it's interesting to get differences in opinions from professionals who see this on the front line every day. You know, this isn't, you know, when we have yourself on, and, you know, the likes of Dr. Chafee and Robert Kiltz and everybody else that's been on, who are professionals, you know, within this industry, we all have slightly different takes on things that have worked, you know, in particular ways for certain clients. But I just find it interesting. But I'm glad you've backed up my yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, not at all. You're welcome. That's my honest view on things. So there you go.
Perfect. Brilliant. Steve, do we have any questions there? We've got a ton of starred questions. Are there any there for Rachel?
Well, none that are mental health related. Sorry for me sitting down. I'm petting my dog a little bit. I think there is one thing that we could put up actually, which is interesting, because I think ketosis and mental health definitely go together. So Denise is asking, is being in ketosis a good thing for long periods? If not, how can you cycle out while still eating carnivore? Which I think we can broaden as well about mental health and keto. Well, the ketogenic state obviously is definitely associated with removing seizures, for instance, or reducing seizures. So maybe we could look at that and also then expand it out.
Yeah, so yeah, interesting question, because I've spent a lot of time reflecting on this myself, and I don't know if we have all the answers for certain. What I do know is that being in nutritional ketosis is incredibly powerful as a healing tool for the brain. We know that from the past century of using it to treat treatment-resistant epilepsy, with amazing outcomes in that cohort of people. And those are people who haven't responded adequately to all the standard medications that can be offered from neurologists. And we also know from psychiatrists such as Dr. Georgia Ede and Professor Chris Palmer about their outcomes, amazing outcomes for people with chronic mental illness. I know Georgia Ede talks about just seeing results using nutritional approaches that you do not see in the standard treatment approach within mainstream psychiatry. And I would echo that from my own experience. So I started a metabolic psychiatry clinic within the NHS, which is still somewhat shocking to me. However, I've seen several people now with bipolar disorder within the NHS have incredible results after adopting ketogenic metabolic therapy within 2 weeks of starting it. And this was after many, many months of severe symptoms of a relapse that just wasn't improving sufficiently despite trying different standard medication strategies. We know from epilepsy and the neurology service and experience in the last 100 years that there does appear to be some scope for brain healing that occurs over time. So there's definitely a subset of people who stick with a ketogenic diet for a sufficient period of time, say several years, and who are then able to relax their ketogenic diet and introduce a bit more in the way of carbs and not go on to have further seizures. So that suggests to me that there may be a subset of people who can have a bit more flexibility in terms of their nutritional approach after a sufficient time of healing. But then we also know that for many people, the seizures come back when you deviate from your ketogenic metabolic therapy. And so I think the same thing applies in terms of response to, in terms of mental health symptoms, that there's going to be a lot of people who just won't do well if they break ketosis. Whether, I think it's a very bio-individual thing. So it may be in certain situations, such as, it depends where you live as well from a circadian health point of view. So if you live near the equator and you have lots and lots of UV and sunshine all year round, it seems as though you can tolerate, and there's an actual need to include a bit more in the way of local fruit in your diet. But for people who live in colder climates, that's a particularly bad strategy. And I have some conflicting views because I've been delving a lot into the quantum biology world, and I know there's a big push there to just talk about circadian appropriate eating and seasonal eating. So I think there is something in the argument about being able to include local, fresh, seasonal food, local to you, not something that's been flown thousands of miles across the world to arrive on your doorstep, which is just not circadian appropriate because it contains completely different energetic information for the body. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm on Dr. Mercola's emailing list. I don't know if either of you two are.
I used to be. I thought
about unsubscribing as well.
Yeah, I came off last year because Dr. Mercola and Georgie Dinkoff released a podcast saying that long-term low-carb ketogenic lifestyles were detrimental. Dr. Chafee and I did a rebuttal to this. It was a 2-hour podcast.
Oh, I need to watch that then.
Yeah, and we ripped things apart incredibly easy, which shocked me for Dr. Mercola because I've always had so much respect for him.
Same.
Why he's decided to deviate, I don't know. If who knows? But I don't agree with some of the things.
I don't either.
But it's I think his earlier work was probably a lot better. But
I think I always go back to, when I'm not sure about something, I always go back to basic principles, and particularly think about what's ancestrally appropriate. And I just can't see how eating foods that are not local or out of season would be appropriate. It doesn't make sense from an ancestral point of view to be including lots of carbohydrates that are processed in a factory somewhere, have iron and other additives, added to the box of cereal, things that just raise your insulin level and contribute to hyperinsulinemia, so chronically high levels of insulin on a long-term basis. I just think of Professor Ben Bikman and all of the great work that he does in that area. So we know that high levels of insulin contribute to all chronic illnesses. I would challenge somebody to find one that it doesn't contribute to. And so for that reason, I'm still very much in the camp that a ketogenic lifestyle and a carnivore lifestyle are ancestrally appropriate. And I'm yet to find a good reason why including white rice, for example, would be a good idea. And we know from Professor Tim Noakes' work, from an athletic point of view, it's looking more and more like there's not really a clear rationale to include that either. From that perspective. So yeah,
I agree. I think white rice, if you were to put carb in, it is a better option because it's lectin free. But why do you need the carb in the first place is the question. But yeah, we ripped that apart incredibly easy. So that's one to watch if anyone's listening that hasn't seen that. But it look, coming back to this question, I think we look at this at the wrong way. Coming back to what you just said, and just to reiterate what you said, the way that we live is evolutionarily appropriate. Whether we are in a ketogenic state at at said point of the day is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because we're eating as nature intended. And I think we look as keto as being, like an on and off switch. But I think it's more of a seesaw effect. I think one predominates over the other, so on and so forth. And I think if eating animal proteins lowers the level of ketones in the blood, and we are, if we technically come out of a ketogenic state, and what is that when we measure anyway? Because it's recognized as being like 0.5 millimolars, but I would recognize it as being considerably lower. If we do, then so what? Does it matter if we're eating natural fats and proteins? And I believe that's the key. I don't think we should be chasing ketones unless it's for therapeutic purposes.
Well, I'm not even sure then, because I tend to tell people not to get too hung up on trying to maintain their level of ketosis at a certain point. Like some people just really want to chase after a ketone level of 2 millimoles per liter, and I worry about the stress of that as well. And also, I think there's so much that we don't know. So there are certain people who have recovered in the community, particularly in bipolar disorder, who have carefully tracked their response to treatment, and they do appear to have come to the conclusion that they need to tightly control their ketone levels. But equally, I see many other people where I don't think it matters so much, just as long as you do have a level of ketosis at certain points in the day. And then I always come back to the fact that I think our body has an incredible capacity for healing if we just give it the right conditions. And I'm a big believer in that.
I agree. I think, after speaking with Andrew Scarborough, cancer survivor, he will look at specific ketone levels. I think in that sort of situation, it may confer a benefit. I've noticed from my perspective in regards to athletic performance that higher ketones, lead to increased athletic performance, only marginally. But again, is that a placebo effect, knowing that you're producing more ketones? But then the opposite is also true, because now that I've been carnivore or ketogenic for so long, the amount of ketones that I registered in my blood is incredibly low, if any, when I test. And just to explain to the listeners why this is, when we begin a low-carb ketogenic lifestyle, we waste many of the ketones through acetoacetate and acetone, through our breath and through our urine. But as we adapt, we upregulate specific enzymes and pathways, the monocarboxylate transporters, which are the same transporters we need for thyroid hormone, for example, hormone production. So being ketogenic upregulates that pathway also. But it takes time to upregulate the pathway and the enzymes involved, BDH, ACAT, and SCOT, to process those ketones. But eventually, we don't waste as many ketones in the form of acetone and acetoacetate, and we utilize and produce and utilize beta-hydroxybutyrate at a higher level, and beta-hydroxybutyrate isn't wasted. So when we test for it, there's hardly any there, because we become so efficient. So in the early days, I was chasing ketones constantly. I'd wake up in the morning, I'd buy the ketone test strips. Every hour, I'd be testing my ketone level. And if it dropped, I'd be devastated. And again, that's not healthy either, because that leads to a stressed state. And what I didn't realize at the time was that my ketone levels would change at different times of the day, depending on elevated cortisol from waking up in the morning, malanil coenzyme A after eating, the peripheral insulin resistance after training. So there's all these different times of the day that would affect whether I was excreting ketones or not. But now I don't test. I just eat an evolutionary appropriate diet. I eat as nature intended. I eat when I'm hungry, but I don't chase ketones. And I think that it could be a positive initially if you are trying to learn what affects, blood glucose and ketone levels, because a lot of people, such as myself, when I come into this, I didn't really know what a carbohydrate was. I didn't know the carbohydrate was sugar. I used to see a chocolate bar or a candy bar for our friends in America, and chips or fries as being two different things. Pasta was healthy. That wasn't sugar. And I think, there's a big education piece involved. So just by tracking the wasted ketone levels through the urine or the breath monitor initially, allow you to work out what types of foods are sugars and carbohydrates, and even foods that are deemed not to contain carbohydrate do. And there's so many different mechanisms that we can go into. But, now I don't get caught up in it. And I think that's also important as you begin to adapt, which brings us back to the original question, is being in ketosis a good thing for long periods? Well, are we ever in a ketogenic state constantly? Is it a lever scenario? Eating animal proteins, does it pull you from a ketogenic state or not? It doesn't matter. If we eat an evolutionary appropriate diet, it doesn't matter what our current metabolic state is, as long as we are eating an evolutionary appropriate diet, devoid of those toxic compounds, wheat germ agglutinin, the oxidized omega-6 linoleic acid. And if you can remove plant compounds also, because they do not confer a benefit in diet and health and well-being. At least I believe. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah. Agree with all of the above. Just while you were talking, it reminded me of something I thought earlier, which is just my mind is still blown when people look at the marketing in terms of healthy whole grains and complex carbohydrates are healthy, because on the one hand, we're being told sugar is unhealthy, and we know beyond any reasonable diet that sugar is incredibly unhealthy. But at the same time, we're being told that complex carbs are healthy. But what does your body do when it digests the complex carbs? It just breaks them down into simple sugars. And that process starts in your mouth with the amylase enzyme that you have there. And just none of it adds up or makes any sense. None of it is logical. So that's the message that people need to hear.
Yeah, I agree. And Stephen's back in the room.
Well, yes. My dog is lovely, and I was trying to get it so I could get him on, but he's just too excited. Yes, I've been here all the time listening, absolutely listening. It's brilliant, and I'm sorry, Rachel, that my dog's so rude and demanding my attention there. But one of the things I think that's been brilliant about having you on is you're just so clear and concise, and a few people have already commented on that you just keep things very natural and you don't blind people with too much science and all this sort of thing. But in the end, do you not find this was frustrating that it is so simple to try and improve mental health? Because you see it all the time. Someone tries this diet and they're like, wow, my brain fog's gone. I can think clearer. I know we're not talking about mental disorder in a terrible way, but even just low-level brain fog and cognitive ability just seems to improve, doesn't it, with this way of eating?
Yeah, absolutely. But even the severe end of the spectrum in terms of mental health disorders, I think those are just people whose body has been under duress for many, many years as a result of various external factors and lifestyle choices. And it might take them a bit longer to heal, but I still remain 100% optimistic that everything can be healed, or at least sufficiently improved. I suppose when it comes to neurodegenerative conditions, it might depend how far down the line you are and how many years you've been unwell for. But even then, even people with Alzheimer's disease, well established, there are studies showing that they cognitively can be quite significantly improved when they have ketones on board as an alternative fuel source, because it gets around the problem of insulin resistance in the brain. So your brain's swimming in glucose, but being unable to access any of the energy from that. So yeah, I guess my message is I'm an eternal optimist when it comes to healing mental health disorders, taking this approach.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I think... Oh, sorry, go on, Richard. No, you go.
Just to add to that, I mean, you mentioned Parkinson's and dementia, Alzheimer's. Many would be shocked to learn that this is created through diet, and 99% of it is diet related, and not over 99% maybe isn't related to genetics. It is related to insulin resistance. These are tragic conditions that we just blame. Why me? Why my mum? Why my dad? And so on and so forth. But these things can be prevented. We can stop these dead in its tracks, as you say, and maybe even reversed to a degree. How much we can reverse once it's been damaged, in the brain, I'm unsure. But I think that we can certainly stop that in its tracks and improve health and well-being and life in general. But it's and that's an important message. It comes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, prevention is always better than cure. But even for people who are very far along the process in terms of illness in a neurodegenerative sense, I think there's still a lot of benefit that can be gained. So from David Unwin's work in England in relation to reversing type 2 diabetes, it works better if you catch somebody early, but even people who can't fully reverse their type 2 diabetes are still getting an incredible amount of benefit by using ketogenic metabolic therapy. So it's the same principles that apply.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I want to go back to, you missed this earlier. I'm going to put this comment up and then we maybe discuss this. Have you got 5 more minutes?
Yeah, I'm okay for 5 and then I'll probably have to go.
Great. Okay. Well, Richard glibly mentioned that sugar is more addictive than heroin.
I knew I'd get a comment.
And cocaine.
And I know the study that we're talking about, actually. Do you want to go into this a little bit more about the addiction to sugar?
Is that
Rachel?
me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it all comes down to dopamine receptors in the brain and D2 receptors in particular. So I think it depends how habitual an addiction has been and for how long, because what happens over time is your D2 receptors are markedly downregulated, and you keep on taking more of the substance to try to boost your dopamine levels, to try to get more and more of a hit and try to overcome the downregulated D2 receptors. And sugar is absolutely no different. So I'm somebody who lived with a sugar addiction for many years without fully understanding it or even recognizing it to be that thing as an addiction. But they're very clear preclinical studies in terms of animal studies. It's often a study into rats that I quote to people, and those were cocaine addicted rats who ended up choosing the sugar solution over the cocaine that they were being offered. And they showed all the usual patterns of addiction, which was escalating use and pushing the lever to get more and more in the way of the sugar solution. And they ignored the cocaine that was there, and they were pre-addicted to cocaine. So those kind of studies are incredibly interesting, I think.
Yeah, and I think there's even a twist on that experiment where they even were giving them shocks when they were receiving the sugar.
Right.
And even with that shock, they still went for the sugar. So I think that's pretty addictive. And the study I did, and I did this in my honours degree because we were looking at the somatosensory part of the brain. This 7 times as addictive is based on a functional MRI, which they did with people addicted to alcohol, cigarettes, sugar, everything. And the lighting up of the brain. That doesn't mean it is 7 times more addictive, but it was 7 times more illuminated with sugar than any of the other substances. So that's pretty telling as well, I think.
Oh, yeah. And you just have to look at children. So I've got an 11-year-old son, and he doesn't eat very much sugar now, if any, but his friends, they're all completely sugar addicted. So it's almost, it does look like drugs. So he tells me about them handing out packets of sweets at school. And I've seen them at parties, like coming out, excuse me, could I have some more? And it's always just sugar, pure sugar, confectionery. So it starts young.
Well, you're probably a good one to ask about children and this way of eating, as you've got your own. I mean, do you ever worry that you're doing the wrong thing, that you're giving them something that's not healthy?
While you guys jump on that 2 seconds, I'm going to nip to the little boys' room really quickly because it's been about 8 hours for me. But I will be back in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to ring off. I'm going to have to ring off in a minute. But no, I don't have any concerns whatsoever. The only concern relates to social pressures and cultural norms and looking different to everybody else. We're approaching those teenage years, and I think that's going to be a difficult thing to navigate. But from a health perspective, absolutely not. So when my son was younger, I noticed ADHD type traits in him. So he had difficulty concentrating in school. And all of that just went away when I managed to change him onto an ancestrally appropriate diet. So, and you might say maybe it's partly maturity because he's a bit older now, but I don't think so. And if he ever does have sugar, which is very occasional now, you can see a change in behavior. So much so that even my mum, believes that because, and her quote to me was, "I would never have believed that," but he became very hyperactive after having some sugar. It's a while ago now, but yeah, really fascinating.
Yeah, and it is fascinating, and it's good to hear influencers being truthful about their family not believing them, because many people that are trying this way of eating get very disappointed and demoralized because their husband, wife, partner, spouse, kids, grandfather, they don't support them. Well, the only way to get anywhere is to stick to your guns and then become the example. So you just said your mother said, "Oh, I would never have believed that." So the thing is, if you're trying this way of eating and nobody else in your family wants you to do it, but you feel convinced, do it. And then 6 months later, see if they all are still anti it, because you would have lost weight, you'd be off your meds, whatever it is, mental health would be better. And I think you just can't convince some people. And I've heard people like, Paul Saladino talking about their parents and not believing them. I
think it's because they always look at us as children. So I think there's just, you're never getting away from that, really, a fundamental basis.
I think that's very true. So I am now waiting for Karen to come in, who's at Karen Miles, but she's in the wrong room. So I'm going to have to get the link for her. But if you need to go, Rachel, that's not a problem. And I will thank you. Is there anything you want to end on before you go?
No, not really. Thank you for having me. It's been an interesting discussion. It's always a pleasure. So, yeah.
Oh, excellent. All right, lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Not at all.
Bye-bye.
I'll see you soon. Bye, everyone.
So we're just proving that it is live, because we've got somebody saying that they're in the right room, but they're not in the right room. So I'm just going to send them the link again, and you're going to just watch me do this live, because I don't know where they are. They reckon they're waiting in the waiting room, but they're definitely not. So let me just send this to that person and see if we can get them in. So I think what they might have done is gone on to YouTube and just be watching it rather than actually using the link. So I've just sent it. So Karen Miles is the next guest, who is just basically somebody that's been following this way of eating for a long time. She's really, really influential on Instagram, good friends with Kelly Hogan, and a big fan of that. But she's got a brilliant story. Her own story is amazing. So we'll get her on. Richard's still in the little boys' room, and here I am. I was trying to look after my dog. I normally stand during these, but when I'm standing, it looks very odd because I'm stroking my dog. So I've got myself down onto a seat now, and my dog Rupert has gone off. And Richard's gone, so I can't change the camera. Anyway, thank you for bringing in all your questions at the moment. I hope you enjoyed Dr. Rachel Brown there, and Dr. Kiltz was fantastic. Anthony Chafee, very generous as well, giving us a couple of hours, which was fantastic. I am reading all of your comments, by the way, and I can see that we've got some regulars turning up, like Rick, who's been a carnivore for a very, very long time. I think it's 40 years, Rick Rodriguez. And let me just have a little look. Yes, people saying they love Karen Miles, but she doesn't seem to be getting the link, which I've just sent her. So I don't know. You saw me do it, people, live. Richard is back. Richard, our next guest, thinks they're here, but I can't see her. Can you see Karen?
I can't see the back end at all.
All right, okay.
I wonder if it's worth sending the link again.
I've just done that. You need this link. So yeah, I've sent it. Anyway, we'll have to chat. So I was just explaining to the viewers, if they're wondering what's happening. When I'm standing, if I've got to stroke my dog, then it looks a bit weird because I'll be doing this. So I've moved my seat around because my dog's gone now. So I'm sitting here for nothing. But how do you think it's going today?
Yeah, really well. You? Thoroughly enjoyed. I'm trying to keep my trap shut to give the speakers an opportunity to speak. This is why we're getting them on, but it's not because I'm being rude. I promise. I've always got a lot to say. as you
But
know.
there's a
But
few people.
it's,
Am I clear enough? A few people saying that I'm not clear.
you clear enough to me?
Does it sound good? Okay, right.
Sounds good to me.
That's also, I think they were a bit worried that I had my microphone in front of my mouth. So if you're a lip reader, and don't forget I wear hearing aids, so I totally get that. I have moved microphone as well. So there you go. I don't really understand why Karen's not come in yet. She's just put okay, so she's going to try that. And then we can talk about how her journey has gone. But it was very interesting to see Anthony Chaffee turn up at 4 o'clock in the morning, because when he originally booked, it wasn't 4 o'clock in the morning, but he was expecting to be in a different part of the world.
Yeah.
So that's what tripped him up, was he was in Seattle this morning. So it was 4 o'clock in the morning when he logged on, but where he was going to be, it would have been midday or something like that. So he was brilliant, wasn't he, to do that, to come on so early. But then Robert Kilts was on at 6. So
fair play. You know, the Robert Kilts, Dr. Chaffee. I say Dr. Chaffee. I mean, Robert Kilts is a doctor also. Two of my favorite influencers, if you like, within this space. Bar you, obviously, you're my number one, Steve, without question.
Thank you very much. But, so we got Karen now. We're going to bring Karen into the room.
Hi, how
Karen.
you doing? I had some technical difficulties. Sorry about that.
Do you know Richard?
I do not know Richard. I followed you just the other day on Instagram. How you doing, Richard?
Fantastic. Very well, thank you. Very well. And look, don't be concerned with the technical issues. If it's any consolation, Dr. Chaffee also had some technical issues. So
good. You know, I'm following some big people today. Dr. Kilts, Dr. Chaffee, Rachel. Woo-hoo, look out. Who am I? You're wondering, who am I?
Well, who are you, Karen? Give us your story.
My name is Karen Miles. You can find me on Instagram. There's my name, Karen S. Miles.3. I'm a 4.5-year carnivore. I did low carb for 2 years and 3 months prior to that. I loved low carb. I got off my cholesterol pills, my high blood pressure, my CPAP machine, all that gone. I was happy to be off of that. But it still wasn't what I needed. I heard Dr. Barry talk about carnivore. Just eat meat, just eat meat. Who eats meat? Are you crazy? I thought like everybody else, right? And I gave it a shot. And I'm like, let me try this, because I had some major ankle pain. And in 3 days, I know you hear a lot of people say that, but in 3 days, it was gone. My ankle pain that I had for like weeks. So it's a thing. So I'm like, if my ankle pain got better, what else can I do? 4.5 years later, here I am. And it's been great. Loving it.
It is great. And one of the things that I really love about you, firstly, is you're very enthusiastic, but you're also very clear with your very clear with your advice. And you recently did an experiment where you tracked your calories and you talked about weight loss. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Okay, so I'm in Kelly Hogan's group. I've been with numerous groups. That's where I met you, Stephen, on the Steak and Butter Gang a few years back. So, it's fun to be in these communities and have a tribe and stuff. So I've been tracking my calories. I've been tracking them, and I'm only 5'1". I'll be 65 in 3 months. I'm pretty active. But anyway, I put my numbers in a TDEE, total daily energy expenditure, chart. And it showed I needed so many calories, and I was trying to eat to that. Then, I was upping them and upping them. I found out I was under eating like for a while. I'm like, what? Because I play pickleball like 3 days a week, kayak at least once a week. I'm on my bike numerous times. I say I'm hiking. I go walking up and down the hill by my house, and I call that hiking. It's not really hiking, but it's close enough. It's using my big muscles. I figure, my legs, my butt, all that stuff. So I like to hike up and down this hill. So I'm kind of active. So I said, let me put in a little more activity that'll bump me up a couple hundred calories. And I found I was under eating. Was I always under eating? No, I overeat a lot. A lot. So much that I've gained 19 pounds the last couple of years. So I'm like, I got to get this off. So just in the month of April, I got 8 pounds off just in the month of April. So I'm fired up. It's been a little, June was a little rough, and right now I'm vacation. I've been partying too much, not partying. I'm on vacation right now. I'm in New Jersey. I live in Illinois in the United States for you foreigners. And I've been socializing a lot. I just had a meetup a couple weeks ago in the Chicago area. And I love meetups, by the way. I'm passionate about meetups. Dr. Lisa Wiedemann, who you're having on here, got me into it a few years ago, and now I'm addicted. Now I host them myself. I've hosted over 20 of them. Some are small with like 4 people, but some are just had 36 people the other day, and it's called the Naperville Meetup in the Chicagoland area. And I never just do the meetup. We went hiking, just not far, a couple miles or whatever. We do the meetup. A lot of times people stay at the hotel. We hang out together. And the next morning, I teach people how to play pickleball. So it's a multifaceted weekend. People come for the weekend. It's a lot of fun. It's a good time. So
good time. See, one of the things about your calorie experiment was you were surprised that you added calories but still lost weight, which seems counterintuitive.
It did surprise me. I'm like, what? So when I'm less active, I say to myself, you don't need 1,800 calories, Karen. You could go down on your calories. So sometimes I'll adjust it, maybe have 16 calories and go in a deficit. Like yesterday, I only walked 10,000 steps. I didn't play pickleball. I didn't bike. I didn't do any of those other things. So for me, that's a light day. But some days, the other day, I did 3 hours of pickleball. I biked and I walked the hill a bunch. And I still, I don't care. I really don't care. But I gained 0.4 pounds. I really don't care. I just got a digital scale in October. And I got on it. And at that time, I had just turned 64. And it said I was 70 years old. I'm like, what? I was so mad. My friend's like, throw that thing out. But I mean, I'm very active. So I'm like, I don't feel like I'm 70. I'm pretty active. So I know some people say, oh, these legs, my legs are kind of chunky still. I'm like, oh, these chunky legs. I wish I could lose weight on them. Whatever. I know it. We lose it all over. But I don't ever badmouth my legs. My legs allow me to do a lot of things. So I cannot badmouth my legs. Even though I'd like them to be a little thinner, but that's okay. So yeah. So the calories, I'm playing around with it. I track it. I have a tracking sheet. And I put the date, what I weigh, the date, the calories. I've added movement to it. I've added, if I had a bowel movement, I've added how I slept and other little notes. Like I was traveling the other day, so I wrote travel. So I know that was all jacked up, even though I ate on carnivore. But then I weigh myself the next morning. So today I'll write down my calories. Say I had 1,750 calories. Tomorrow morning, I'll get on the scale and I'll write it down on that same line where I had the date and the calories. The next morning's scale, I'll put that down. So I'll see if any of that movement, any of the calories I did, if that made any difference. So was eye-opening for me to do that. So that's working for me. So I'm doing it. I got this long spreadsheet from February. Yeah.
Now you were one of those people that suffered with leg cramps as well when you started.
How
did you resolve that?
I still do have leg cramps occasionally. I've had leg cramps since I've been low carb, and now I'm almost going on 7 years on all this stuff. And I've had leg cramps. So I was pregnant, and I've had leg cramps since I was low carb and carnivore now, and it's going to be going on 7 years. And I just can't kick it. I've done electrolyte, elements. I've done Relight. I've done my own snake juice that I make myself. Thank you, Jackie Jam, for that recipe. Sometimes, I've upped my magnesium, potassium, new salt, low salt. I've done like a ton of different things. And when they hit me, there's a couple of things I do. Actually, I'm traveling. Like I said, I'm on vacation at my brother's house. And I have a baggie in my shower kit with mustard packets. If I get a cramp that's extreme, like I get mild ones, all I could do is breathe them through. Sometimes they're moderate, I have to stand up. But if they're extreme, I have to take a packet or two of mustard. And that usually makes them go away. So that's really good. Another trick I learned is if you're squeezing your abdominal muscles, it makes the cramp go away. That's a trick you don't hear too much. I even paid money on Dr. Chafee's chat one time to tell him that. He's like, and him and Nisha both said, oh, I want to get a cramp tonight so I can check it out. But sucking in your abdominal muscles, I think it makes your mind think of your abdominals, and it makes my cramp go away. Not every time, but it's happened. And I've told other people about it, and they said they had success with that as well. So you never know. It's just another tool for your tool belt.
Yes. Richard, have you got any questions? I told you Karen was full of energy.
I'm just blown away and enjoying the story. It's nice to have a breather for 2 minutes, isn't it? 7 hours and 22 minutes in. I'm just happy to listen to Karen's incredible story.
My brother's like, what are you guys going to talk about? I said, carnivore. What else is there to talk about? Me?
And you mentioned family there.
No, I live in Illinois. I'm 1,000 miles away. And when I come to New Jersey, there's a lot of Brazilian markets around here, meat markets. And I bought a picanha the first night, cooked it up, and I bought 4 more since. I love picanha. Can you guys get picanha there? Top sirloin cap, rump cap, do they call it where you're at, I think? Do you know? Rump with the fat cap on it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's one of my favorites, and I can hardly find it at home. I have to have it special ordered. Last time I got it from a different grocery store in Illinois, they cut off almost all the fat. I'm like, oh my gosh. So next time, if I use that butcher, I have to say, leave that fat cap on, because that's divine, right? That's the good stuff.
Yeah, it's handy you mentioned that because I do a meal plan, for instance. People don't realize that the way butchery is done in Britain is different to in America. So when they actually cut the animal up, it's different. So you end up with different cuts, different steaks.
Right.
And it isn't like you can say skirt is this in America and it's this in Britain. So sometimes they just don't correlate at all. But yeah, we have rump steak, but we leave the fat on anyway. So we wouldn't call it a rump cap, because you're talking about the fact that there is a fat cap on there, because if you see what I mean. Anyway, I don't want to get too much into that. Family and friends, when you first said you were going to do this, what did your family and friends think of you?
Cuckoo. They all thought I'm nuts. Oh, you're nuts anyway, Karen, and now you're doing this. And when I did low carb, they were like, good for you. But carnivore, we all know that's a notch up, a lot higher. And I think I'm a little crazy. At one time, I had on my husband's side, there was 7 of us doing carnivore last early winter, 7 of us. But I think there's like 2 of us now out of the 7. But a lot of them are doing low carb now, and I'm okay with that. Because we all know low carb is a whole lot better than the standard American diet. So I'm okay that they're doing that. They're still meat heavy. It's there. So I'm like, okay, go ahead and enjoy yourself.
I mean, so what made you do it though? Was it a few influencers? Was it just
hearing Dr. Berry say it, they mentioned Kelly Hogan. Who is this lady? So I searched for her before she had a YouTube channel. I had to search for her, and found her, and I fell in love with her and her enthusiasm. And actually, right now, as you know, we're really good friends. We talk every day. She'll send me the videos to look at, me and a few other gals to look at before she puts them live, and say any tidbits or whatever. And it's kind of fun.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah, to have that sort of editorial say in Kelly Hogan's output. This is excellent.
The first carnivore I met was Dr. Lisa Wiedemann, who lives 3 miles away from where I'm at right now. I was visiting in New Jersey during the C word, when everything was locked down. And I contacted her ahead of time. I'm like, hey, I'm going to be in your area. She didn't know me at all. I'm going to be in your area. I'd like to walk on a boardwalk with you. She's like, oh, that'd be great. So we met on the boardwalk. I said, can I hug you? You don't know me. I know you. So we walked along the boardwalk. You always see her walking on the ocean, right? Along the ocean. So we walked along there, and that was cool. So she was my first carnivore I ever met. And she had said to me, let me have a little meetup while you're here. And don't forget, it was the heart of everything was shut down. So there were like 7 or 8 of us who went to this restaurant. We ate outside, and nobody wore masks and stuff. It was wonderful. It was wonderful to meet her. So I got to meet her. And now every time I come to Jersey, I would see her, and I have. But so she had a big meetup. She's had this will be the 4th annual big meetup. She's had other ones. I say I've been at every one because I was at that little one with her during the lockdown. But yeah, that's September 7th. That's a big one. I say it's the meetup of all meetups. And I'll be coming back to New Jersey for that meetup. That's a good one.
Yeah, brilliant. So you were talking about you still want to tweak how you look. I mean, do you incorporate fasting? Do you mess around with that sort of thing?
No, I don't. I did a 3-day sardine fast, but to me, that's not a fast because I'm still eating. I did start lifting weights in October. I started lifting weights, and I see a body composition change from that. I feel stronger. When I go on a 15-mile bike ride, I feel like I can go a lot longer. When I play 3 hours of pickleball in 85-degree heat, I feel good. I'm not totally spent. So I like that, and I really credit that from lifting weights. And I'm doing some more functional movement. I saw something on Instagram and doing some odd movements. So I'm doing some odd movements with the weights, not just, lifting weights and doing all those things. I'm twisting and turning with a long bar, doing different things. And I'm liking that. I like it. Just changing things up.
Yeah, changing things up. It keeps life really interesting.
It is.
Come on, Richard, you must have a question or two there.
So I was just busy posting about our private school group, which I don't know if Karen is part of. So I was just dropping in the comments. I don't think it's been posted. I'll have to try again now. But it might be good to get you on there one day to spread your story. But yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, it's what age were you, Karen, if you don't mind me asking?
That's fine. I'll be 65 in 3 months. 3 months.
So how old were you when you began? 7 years prior, you said.
Yeah, right? No. Well, I did low carb before that. I was 61 or just turned 60 or so when I just started. And life is good.
And you've noticed some incredible positive changes in regards to health and well-being. So it just goes to show that age is just a number. This is something that I say almost on a daily basis, probably because I don't want to resign to the fact that my body is going to start becoming decrepit at some point. But I'm 40.
Okay, you look great.
Thank you. I'll take it. I don't think I look 40, but that's up for debate. But I'm healthier and fitter than I've ever been prior to this. Stephen, how old are you now, Steve? 60?
60.
60, and he looks in his 40s, in my opinion. I genuinely believe that this is the magic elixir. I think we put far too much weight on age as a number, and we blame it for many things when the reality is the human body is capable of much, much more than we give it credit for. And when we make the correct changes in nutrition, health, and well-being, our bodies thank us for it, and they allow us to do things that we can only dream of prior to that. But I'm 40. I'm the healthiest and fittest I've ever been. I don't know if you can say the same now at your age. I should imagine. Yeah,
definitely. I'm in better shape now than I was in my 30s. I am.
Yeah.
Wow.
Incredible. And that's a statement, isn't it? And I think that you are testament to that fact that it's never too late, because I mentioned just before you came on in regards to people who are closest to us don't want to listen to the advice that we give. Close family members, we have this magic elixir, but they don't want to listen to it. They look for excuses not to gravitate down the journey, whether it be that they think we're misinforming or whether it's through sugar addiction, who knows, but maybe a combination of both. But my mother agreed yesterday that she was going to make a positive change towards eating more animal proteins because of some health conditions. She's 65, and it's taken me nearly 10 years, a decade, to get her to make that decision. So it's never too late. It's age is just a number.
That's right. It really is. It really is. So I was a good athlete in my high school and college years. I played, I got a full scholarship to go to college to play field hockey. And I was a PE teacher afterwards, and I was obese, and it was disgusting. I was obese. And now in my later years, I just retired a year ago, later years of my PE career, I felt better about myself because I dropped weight and I looked better in my job, doing my job as a thinner PE teacher. And I just the other day got word that my college field hockey team is going to get inducted into the Hall of Fame for Western Illinois University. So I get to, go get honored with that with my teammates. So that's cool. That's me. Yeah.
Wow. That is brilliant.
Another plug. Go ahead.
No, go on, Karen. Carry on.
Just another plug for meetups. I'm having one with Amanda Ratke, who's a rancher from North or South Dakota. That's going to be in LaSalle, Illinois, September 20th, I think. And there's another one, Audra Coleman, my buddy, who is watching. Hi, Audra. She's having one. Oh, I should have written this down. I know she's yelling it out loud to me right now. August 20th is Amanda Ratke's in the Chicago area. And September 21st or 20th in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hit me up if you're on Instagram. I'll be glad to tell you the exact details because I might be messing those up. But anyway, like I said, I'm passionate about meetups. I already talked to Dr. Lisa Wiedemann, September 7th. Get a ticket for that. Mine, you don't need a ticket. Audra's, you don't need a ticket. But get to a meetup. Have you guys been to a meetup before, guys? Have you had them in the UK?
Yeah.
Well, we have met sort of, and we've done sort of presentations and things like that.
Okay.
It's been a little bit more formal.
Okay.
Than just meeting.
I tell you, there's nothing like hanging out, sitting around the table, having coffee, eating a meal with those carnivores. We even have at the hotel. We purposely got one at our last meetup, the last 2 years, that has a grill, and we cooked food on the grill for the people staying at the hotel. We had a Kelly Hogan seltzer tasting party. We had 20-some different kinds of seltzers because he's a seltzer water nut. I mean, we just have a really good time at these meetups. I can't stand up for things about them. Yeah.
But I think you mentioned Karen. You mentioned Kelly's online groups, and Richard was talking about our group. I think there's nothing better than community. If you can't get out of the house, or if you can't afford to travel, if you have an online community, at least you don't feel like you're the weird one that's eating in an odd way and nobody else in the world does it, because there's hundreds of people online that are sharing their stories and recipes and their lifestyle, and also their frustrations. Like, my husband doesn't want to do this. He thinks I'm mad, but I've lost 20 pounds. Why can't he see it? So it's always good to talk to other people, I think. Make the effort to realize you're not crazy. You're not the only one in the world doing it. And in fact, there's millions of people doing keto, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. And there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I think, doing carnivore now because it's so popular.
We'll never know exactly what the number is, Stephen will never know how many people you've influenced with the things you said to so many people about this medical stuff. We'll never know. Richard, I just met you. I don't really know a lot about you, but it sounds like you're making a difference too. You have a community. You'll never know. And me, I do Instagram. I have fun with it. I do a lot of fun stuff. I'm not going to talk technical. Your blood work is blah, blah, blah. You won't catch me doing that. I'll talk about my blood work, but I won't say, oh, you need to do this, that, and the other, the medical world. But I'll talk about having some fun. That's what I'm all about, having fun. And I have a lot of older people follow me. I have a lot of younger people follow me. And they're like, oh, I show my mother your stuff. And I want my mother to do it. And I keep on showing her your stuff. And she knows you. And when I put stuff out there, my local friends must be going, oh boy. But I just want to help somebody. I want to help them feel good. That's what I want.
Yeah, and when that's the bottom line. We all do. I mean, we're doing this 24-hour thing. We're not getting paid for it, but we do believe it will spread the word and it will raise awareness. So that's why we're doing it.
And thanks for having little old me on. Like I said, you got a lot of big names. They're probably like Karen Miles. Woo. So. Yeah.
Well, just trying to do every sort of person that's involved in carnivore, and I always say this about members, like when I was at the Steak and Butter Gang, or even now with the school community. When you meet somebody who has no interest in this other than health, they've got nothing to gain from it financially, and they love it and they want to tell everybody about it. It's just so amazing to actually help people. And I don't know. I just feel we need to try and get ahead of the game with getting carnivore out there. And it's ordinary people. It isn't all doctors, or it isn't all
Yes.
biohackers. It's somebody who plays pickleball. It's somebody in their 60s who just wants to get fit. And that's what we're trying to do. And you fit that category.
Thank you. I mean, we all know Dr. Chafee's going to say, "Don't eat vegetables. Vegetables are trying to kill you." You don't know what Karen Miles is going to say.
Yeah. So, have you had any struggles when you started? Have you had lack of sleep or anything that people might relate to?
Like I said, I had the cramp issue, but I had that with low carb as well. And bathroom issues, having to rush to go to the bathroom, loose bowels and stuff. What I found helped me with the bowels is I do iodine. I do like 5 drops of iodine in my coffee every morning, and that helps firm up my bowels. We talk about poop in the carnivore world. Stop laughing, you people out here. I see you. We talk about poop in this world, in this space. So that helps me. The Lugol's iodine, I put that in my coffee. And
yes. Yeah. And I think people have that misconception that that's not a good bit of advice because it's not coming from a doctor. But there's plenty of doctors out there giving that advice. Plenty. Absolutely. Like Ken Berry, for instance, is saying about that. And it's not a substance that is easy, or a compound that is easy to get, because our food system is so depleted of all the basic minerals. So you're not going to kill yourself with a drop of iodine, but you might see an improvement. Definitely.
Yeah. Hey, I know what I want to talk to you about, Stephen. So I got a CAC score done, and I've talked to numerous people about it, but I'm just going to throw it out. A lot of carnivores have a 0, and you want it as low as you can. And I know my buddy Audra has dropped her CAC score now that she's carnivore. I don't know what my CAC score was beforehand, but I just had it done like 64 and a half years old, we'll say. And it was, now I was on a statin for years and years and years. And they say if you're on a statin, it's probably not going to be good. Sure enough, it's 369, and 400 is not good. Mine was 369. I'm like, ugh. So I've heard Dr. Ovadia and a couple others say do vitamin D, K. Wait, what am I saying? Vitamin D, K. What?
Yeah.
What is it?
MK7 actually is what a lot of people say.
Which one?
MK7.
MK7. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah. Anyway, yes. But the most common thing is D3 and K2.
Yeah, D3 and K2. So I just put a couple drops of that in my coffee, and it is what it is. But Lord knows what it was before I did carnivore, or what it would be if I didn't do carnivore. Probably be 1,000, right? If I didn't do carnivore. So what? Got Italian background. Grew up with pasta, and my brother's like, "Don't you miss pasta?" I'm like, no, I don't. I know my body does not like it. My body, gives me aches and pains. The main reason I'm doing is joint pain. My knees bother me, my shoulders, my back, my hips, and it doesn't bother me now. And that's my number one reason. And I want to still continue playing with my grandkids who are en route here from New Jersey. They're traveling 1,000 miles, and they're going to be here today to play in the ocean and everything else. So I'm excited about that.
So why did you get the scan then? Was it just because everyone talks about it?
Yeah. It was pretty cheap, like $79. It was local. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get it done, see what happens. And I'm not going to run out and get another one, but I'll get one again eventually and see what happens. But,
I mean, that's the thing. When you get one in isolation, it doesn't really mean anything, because it's all about, are you slowing the progression? Are you reversing the progression?
Right.
What was the trend before? So I think that I was very late to the races and I should have got more scans all the way through, but I just got one just before I went low carb, and I haven't had one since. I now regret that, because I'd like to have seen the progression.
Yeah.
See it slowing. But, I'm less bothered about numbers than I've ever been. The more I do this, the more I realize the numbers are not reflecting the person's health. Seriously, I think I get a set of bloods every week, at least once a week, and I go through it. Doesn't doesn't really relate to what the person is experiencing at all.
Right. And I was talking to the carnivore doctor once, and we were talking about getting a test done. She said, "What are you going to do? Something different, Karen? What are you going to do? What? So what if it says 369? What are you going to do?" You know, which makes sense. Am I going to change anything? No, I'm going to still keep on eating how I know I should eat. A proper human diet and eat the meat.
Yeah, the proper human diet, which of course is a brilliant thing that can vary.
They're very, yes.
Yeah. So, right. Well, we're going to. Richard's gone. He'll come back in a minute.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to thank you for coming on. Is there anything you want to leave people with? Any way to contact you, or any advice you want to give?
You can find me at my name's down there, Karen.s.miles.3. I didn't pick it. Instagram picked it. If I was to pick one, it would be Carnivore Cheerleader, because I don't know, I just cheered on a lot of people, and I like to do that. But that's where you can find me. Oh, I have a YouTube channel with my buddy Jackie Jam. It's called the Carnivore Twins. We haven't been very active, but we just have some fun videos on there. So check out the Carnivore Twins on YouTube. But that's all I have. I'm not here. I don't coach. I don't, sell maybe a Redmond's Real Salt. But other than that, I used it way 10 years before I ever had an affiliate code. But other than that, I'm here to inspire somebody and help somebody along the way. And gentlemen, I appreciate you having me. Richard, go follow me because I'm following you, all right?
I most certainly will. As soon as we finish the 24-hour, I will be straight on to my Instagram following you.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen, for having
on
me.
Instagram. Is that right?
Take care.
Thank you, Karen. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, so that's Karen.
Fantastic.
You've never met her before.
No,
yeah, force of nature. Sorry?
Yeah, lovely. Is she a client of yours?
I don't know if she ever booked me for coaching, but we definitely met in one of the communities. But I just think she's just brilliant because she's so enthusiastic and just like a real person. And when things go wrong, she says what goes wrong, and she'll mention what goes right, and she'll say, "I've done this experiment and I messed up," as you've just heard. I mean, she's just very real and excellent. So I've got a medical question. I thought we'd do this. Someone's put a super chat in. Is carnivore an option to heal or help someone with a left ventricular systolic dysfunction with left ventricular ejection fraction of 25%? Is carnivore helpful? What have you come across this, Rich?
This is probably more your field than mine, I should imagine.
Well, yes, I mean, it is. I didn't know if you had anyone personally that done that. Yes, I've had a couple of clients and it has improved it. So it really is that simple. What you're doing is you're reducing inflammation and you are improving the absorption of amino acids and fats, and your heart health tends to improve with this way of eating. So we've actually seen that condition improve. So
yeah, ketones, beta hydroxybutyrate, various studies have shown that it improves mechanical efficiency of the heart by as much as 35% and blood flow by as much as 70%. And again, it blocks our bad neighbor NLRP3 inflammasome, which is responsible for much of the inflammatory signaling within the body. So it makes sense. I mean, I've never come across a condition that living a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle hasn't at least helped with. And that's because most of the damage is caused by damage can be exacerbated by the foods we eat once we are in that inflammatory state. As Dr. Kiltz mentioned earlier, inflammation is the root cause of all of these things. Inflammation and insulin resistance, the evil twins. When we address these, many things seem to be massively improved, if not completely reversed. And people think that we're absolutely bonkers when we say this, but I've worked with clients all the way from type 2 diabetes to to cancers and things, and there's not one thing that I haven't seen this lifestyle at least make an improvement in. But what baffles me more than anything sometimes, Steve, is that people will focus on the stuff that isn't working rather than the 20 things that have worked.
Yes.
Let's focus on the one thing that hasn't and then go back to eating the way we were prior. It just doesn't make sense. And nothing happens overnight. it does take time to adapt into this. One of the questions that we had earlier when we had Dr. Kiltz on was, how long does it take to become fat adapted? And as he rightly says, we're already fat adapted. But I think we missed the point in that question, because I think what the person was alluding to is, how long does it take for the body to upregulate all of those systems and pathways so we can utilize and see the benefit? Because it does take time. We go through a detoxification phase. We need to change our gut microbiome. It goes through a process called die-off. We need to replenish and convert and change our gut microbiome back to where it needs to be. We're detoxing other things, and we need to upregulate the pathways which are preset, in us, in order to produce and utilize beta hydroxybutyrate efficiently. And that does take time. And I think that's always important to remember, that one day of living carnivore, isn't going to cure all of your problems. If it does, fantastic, but I don't think it will. This isn't a quick fix. This is a lifestyle. It may be something you choose to cycle, but I would always throw in the argument, well, why would you want to cycle something that is optimal for health? But it does take time to adapt and to see these changes and to reap the rewards and see the benefits. And Stephen and I get this question an awful lot. And I wouldn't use the term fat adaptation. I would call it keto adaptation, because in the early stages, as we mentioned with Dr. Rachel Brown, we waste ketones in the form of acetoacetate and acetone, and it takes time to upregulate the monocarboxylate transporters and the enzymes involved with utilizing the ketone bodies. And it can take anywhere from 6 months to 12 months. I've seen people adapt into this a lot quicker in as little as 12 weeks. But I think the figure that you seem to push out there, Steve, is probably closer to 12 months. And I've seen it take even longer than that, depending on how strict one is, because we can live a ketogenic lifestyle while still consuming lots of toxic chemicals that are going to slow down the body's ability to heal and repair. There are lots of compounds that are deemed to be ketogenic friendly because they're low carb. And I think this is the right way to go initially if you're new to changing your lifestyle, because I believe that the best results are achieved through incremental changes rather than throwing yourself right into the deep end and completely changing everything. So if adding in those compounds allows you to maintain a ketogenic state long-term, then that is a positive net gain. Consistency is key. And then we gravitate deeper down this rabbit hole where we continue to remove the toxic compounds and hopefully become more animal-based and then carnivore. But even within the carnivore community, we still consume certain items like coffee and cheese and double cream, which may or may not be causing a problem. Again, these are levers that we can look at pulling later down the line. But time is key. But I do believe that the carnivore can help heal somebody with almost every illness and disease. That I've never seen something that hasn't been beneficial, or carnivore hasn't been beneficial for.
No, that's right. And I mean, the ejection fraction of 25% is, well, the aim is to be between 50 to 70%. So the left ventricle will never push out 100% of the blood. We're not expecting that. But 50 to 75% is what sort of the normal range. Again, I'm using inverted commas because there are still people that are different, athletes, for instance. So yeah, if you're at 25%, so you get empirical data. When you have this retested and it's more than 25%, you'll be able to answer your own question or help other people and say, well, I tried carnivore and it did improve that. I've never seen it not improve it. Exactly what Richard just said. So, right, I am going to, now the dog's not here, I'm going to turn the camera off briefly while I just go back to standing, because I'm not a fan of sitting. So I'm going to do that, but I don't want everyone to see the camera moving all around. So I'm going to turn my camera off. And Richard, what's happening now is we're coming to the end of this first 8-hour section. So people on YouTube, if you're watching live, you'll have to go into the description and get to the second part to see the next 8 hours. So that's what's going to happen. So yeah, if you want to speak a little bit more maybe about the school community while I just turn the camera off, Richard, and move it so I can stand up.
Yes, fantastic. I'll speak about our school community. I've dropped this in several times in the comments. The school community is a private group that Stephen and I have set up. It is a paid service. We need to cover the costs of the platform. The cost of that is only $4 a month, which works out less than $1 a week when you work it out over a 365-day year. So incredibly low in cost. But what we do in there is we're trying to build a community, a carnivore community where everyone can help each other, where we put hints and tips in. It's a point of support. It's full of recipes. There are lots of training courses or courses that Stephen and I have put together. Stephen's put most of them together. The best one is the one that we've done together, which is the Healthy Living Club, or the Fat Club, as we called it. This we used to charge £50 for an 8-week course. This is available for free in there. And best of all, Stephen and I go live in there every Monday at 8 p.m. I don't know if we're going to be live in there tonight after the 24 hours, Steve. Maybe we have to speak about that and see how we feel a little bit later.
I can do that now. Yes, this live basically is covered in the school. So when we get to 7, we're just going to carry on, and we just say hello to all our school members. So that's that simple. We're doing it tonight, but we're also on tomorrow, aren't we? We're doing
yes, and we're also live on YouTube. But
yeah,
I will pop the links in the chat again below. All of these links are in on my Facebook channel. I don't know if they're on Steve's description, but I've put them at the bottom of all of mine. So feel free to join that super supportive community. The best thing of all is we go live in there. It's a means for Q&A. YouTube is fantastic, but as you've seen from the comments, it's easy for comments to get lost. And if we have a question in regards to a specific topic in which we need more information, it's very difficult to continue that conversation when comments are coming through. But the live in the school group is a Zoom setup. There are usually between 10 to 20 people in there. Some people leave the cameras off, some people leave it on, some people remain muted. And it's a means to come in and ask questions, or even just use us as a soundboard just to check in and make sure that everything you're doing is right. But it's a fantastic network in order to get all of those questions answered. And also, I know we've got 6 minutes left. Do we want to speak briefly about the Carnival conference that you and I are speaking at in September also?
Yes, let's go for that. So I was just showing on the screen that we've got all these courses. So when you join the school community, like I say, for $4 a month, you've got all these courses. So you've got a free keto course, you've got 19 tips to start in carnivore, thyroid course, free ebooks, course about protein, free ebooks, fruit and veg, free ebooks. You see, dairy, free ebooks. So problem solving with free ebooks. They've all got books, they've all got videos, they've all got text. So you could do all of those. Well, when we say free courses, they're not additional costs. So the $4 a month gets you that. So yeah, talk about the conference. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Fantastic. So yeah, the conference is on the 14th and 15th of September. It's a 2-day conference. It's going to be the UK's first. The best speakers in the UK are there, Stephen and I, along with some other fantastic speakers. It's going to be an intimate event where most of the speakers are going to be there for the weekend. So it's an opportunity to mingle and speak with us after and in between breaks and things. It's an opportunity to meet us and meet other like-minded people. What I find within our community, Steve, I don't know if it's the same with you, that everywhere I go, I'm an outsider because of my lifestyle and the way that I eat. If I go into a restaurant or out with friends, so on and so forth, I'm the weirdo that doesn't eat carbs. And sometimes, you can feel ostracized because of this. And we are trying to build a community. This is what this event is all about. And the Carnival Conference is going to do this. It's going to bring like-minded people together, an opportunity to network, and just be part of something special with speakers who are going to give you takeaways. Now, what I find with most conferences, a speaker will give a presentation and you'll think, wow, that information was fantastic. Well, how can I input that into my daily life? What does that mean for me? And that is one of the big changes that we're doing with this event. Each speaker at the end of the talk is going to give you valuable takeaways, things that you can implement and change to better improve your health and well-being. So I'll pop that into the comments as well now. But it is in both links are in the description on my YouTube and the next YouTube also. But yeah, fantastic. How do you think it's going so far, Steve? Or do you want to answer the question?
No, how do I think it's going so far? I think it's going very well. It's really nice that everybody has turned up. I'm still quite flattered that Anthony Chafee got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to honour his appearance. I thought that was rather good. The live questions have just gone absolutely crazy, and we've had over 500 viewers. Now, last year, we got into the hundreds, and we were celebrating that we got into sort of like a 200. So 450 comments, and at some point we've had 700 people watching. So I'm trying to keep on top of it. I do apologize. I'm sorry to say this. It's just Rich and I. We're just people just doing this because we want to do it and spread the word. So we haven't got editors, moderators, or anything like that. We're trying to do it live, and I'm trying to be present in the room and also make sure that the guests get on here. So I do apologize if it's not running as smoothly as you would like. But anyway, we are going to be on that link for part 2, the second hour. We're going to leave the studio now here, and we will see you in the continuing 24-hour live stream when we go over to YouTube. We'd love it to just be seamless, but sadly StreamYard have not got the technology to do that. So we have to do it in 3 chunks. But we really hope that everybody can get over to see that second 8-hour part, and then also go to the finale. We've got some great guests coming up. Sean Baker. We might have the appearance of Dr. Ken Berry. We've got Dr. Lisa Wilderman, Dr. Sabrina Salt, Bronson Dant, Natalie Grasso. We've got just everybody. Dr. Philip Avadia. We've got loads of people. Dr. Abs. So it's all going to happen. But thank you for watching the first 8 hours.
Yeah, thank you all, and see you on the other side shortly.